All right, good morning, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order. So at this time, Tia, I'm going to turn it over to you for roll call.
Pamela Slow,
Here.
Walden Stallworth.
Here.
Linda Cavazos.
Here.
Greg Malkovich.
Here.
Jay Kenny,
Here.
I believe is virtual.
Yes.
Colin McNaught.
Here.
Christina Brockett. Wade Polson.
Present.
Deanna Riddle.
Present.
Rand Sorensen.
She's
I believe is virtual. Okay. Alex Woodley.
Here.
Keith Whipperman.
Present.
Dennis Holmes.
Here.
David Vick.
Here.
Sean Fitzsimons.
Here.
Jason Odegaard.
Present.
Tammy Habig.
Here.
Bob Levitt.
Here.
Domingo Rivera.
Here.
Dave Henneman.
Here.
Alan Townsend.
Here.
Xavier Anthiam.
Here.
Alex Munoz. Dexter Wallace. Nala Williams. Timothy Jackson.
Present.
Paul Anderson.
Here.
Bart Davis.
Here.
Kate Segroy. Here. Myself, Sue Wonder.
Thank you. We have a lot of items, a lot of items to go through today. So before we proceed, does anyone have any questions or anything? Yes, Mr. Polson.
Wade Polson, Region 3. I would like to go back to item number 20. And
That is on page
that's
105.
on page 109 is where I'm talking about. And what I would like to do is in section B, number 1 and number 2, the words "and an unaltered original birth certificate," I would like to scratch that. And in B1 and B2, and then in the last paragraph on page 110, second sentence, I would like to say relevant evidence may include unaltered birth certificate or original birth records. And I'd like to make those changes in a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. I will open it up for discussion. Roland?
So right now, as of yesterday, any and all student athletes are required to have the birth certificate.
Correct.
And all of that. This would make it that the only requirement for a birth certificate would be for any specific student who is challenging
In a dispute.
in the dispute that.
Yep.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we're all clear on that the rest of the student body are just gonna stay status quo with regards to how we presently do it.
Correct.
Ms. Cavazos?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Two questions. If I could have, I'm sorry, wait, wasn't prepared there, didn't have my book open. If you could go over that again, and then also a process question. Would this be a reconsideration, or is this an amendment to what we passed yesterday? If I could have council weigh in or get a clarification on that.
I assume it's a reconsideration of the motion.
Correct.
that was passed.
Reconsideration?
Yep.
Okay.
And since I made the motion and was on the winning side, I can bring this back as
Right,
reconsidered.
right,
And
right.
I think that would solve a lot of our issues from the conversation that we had yesterday with the birth certificate for eligibility and still maintain the integrity of the policy in a dispute. If there's a dispute, then the individual would have to provide the birth certificate or birth documents, as it says here. And so that way, as the administrators, you guys don't have to worry about collecting birth certificates for eligibility.
Okay,
And that was one of the big disputes. And on top of that, I don't believe that we would need a May
That's what I was gonna
emergency meeting to discuss it, because that was what the big discussion was about. And so I think we could eliminate that meeting also. And then we could bring back in June we can bring back the forms and process that go forward. There is a couple of questions about that, but I think we can vet that out in June and have it ready to go.
Those are some revisions, I think.
Right. And so if this is the reconsideration, Wade, I'm sorry, but would you mind going over that again on the
Sure.
back? language?
Sure.
Reconsideration?
I can do it formally. I'd like to make a motion to remove on B1 an unaltered original birth certificate. And also on B2, remove the language and an unaltered original birth certificate. And then on the last paragraph on page 110, second sentence, add the language, relevant evidence may include an unaltered birth certificate or original birth records.
And just to clarify, and then you would leave in all the other language that is in there,
Correct.
and we would not have to define for this purpose what those records would be.
No. That would be the June meeting.
Mr. Jensen.
No, I don't think we would have to define those
No.
because it's not definitive. In other words, we allow ourselves the flexibility to use what we need to use. That's when I would recommend also, the example I gave yesterday was a family Bible from the Midwest is often received, or other documents that we've received from other entities.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with
Okay.
that. I know, like,
I don't want to paint us into a corner.
Right.
Yeah, I think we leave it
So
that
we
way.
leave it generic, is what
Yes.
you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Anderson.
I was just gonna follow up and just say that it places the burden on the student, which it already did. The position statement already
Okay.
places that burden on a student that's challenging the policy, the position statement. So
Mr. McNaught.
We were on the motion, we need a second first step.
We have a second.
we got a second.
Deanna
Yeah,
second.
Yes.
Okay.
Just process question, I was, and I might misunderstand, I was under the impression reconsideration reopens the item, correct? To then have a vote to modify the item correctly, is that the way the process should work? Not necessarily, we can't reconsider and make changes at the same time, we have to open it up from a reconsideration in order to then make a motion to change, correct?
I don't have the reg sitting in front of me. If that's,
I don't believe.
I think he can, the meeting's still in process, so I think he can reopen it. And it can just be reconsidered as we're doing now and voted on.
I just was under the impression that rescind and reconsideration was simply to remove or reopen an item. So that way we can then remotion it and have a discussion about.
Yeah, well,
modified.
we're not rescinding, he's simply reconsidering.
That's why I said or, like either of those items, I think do this, I was under the impression to do the same thing. I guess, maybe I'm wrong.
I'll just chime in and, maybe Alex and Wade can help me out here. I know that on our school board, as far as following the parliamentary procedure, we do do a separate vote. In other words, there's a motion made to reconsider the particular item. We vote on that and then we go into the actual item, but I'll defer.
And we can do it that way if you would prefer. It's, if you remember, we did much the same thing with our realignment. Not so many,
Yeah, we rescinded the
Yeah.
item from the previous,
Yeah.
then we had a
and we
discussion
did the
about the
same
new one.
thing.
That's-
So
that's why I'm-
this is kind of the same process.
Right,
We
so.
can do that, we can reconsider, open it back up. I'll make the motion, make the changes, we can do it that way, if that's what it is. Sherry, it's your call. You tell us how you would like to proceed.
Well, why don't we just make a motion to rescind and then we'll reconsider.
Okay,
How's that?
okay, Wade Folsom, Region 3. I'll move to rescind item 20 from yesterday and reopen it for reconsideration.
Okay. Deanna, we have a second? Any further discussion, comments? Hearing none, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Okay.
Well, to be clear, we're just opening the item back up, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
okay.
Pamela Sloan,
Yes,
Roland Stallworth,
Aye.
Linda Cavasso,
Aye.
Greg Malkovich.
Aye.
Jay Kenny,
Aye. Yes.
Colin McNaught.
Aye.
Christina Brockett. Wade Polson,
Aye.
Deanna Riddle. Aye. Rand Sorensen,
She's muted.
Alex Woodley,
Aye.
Keith Whipperman.
Aye.
Rayanne. Oh, she's unmuted.
We don't even need to do this. So, yeah, but she didn't wait for me to fill the kids, so anyway, go ahead.
okay. It's been rescinded. Mr. Paulson.
Yeah, Wade Polson, Region 3. I would like to make the motion to change the language on page 109, section B1, to remove the words "and an unaltered original birth certificate." And in B2, to remove the words "and an unaltered original birth certificate." And on page 110, in the second sentence, relevant evidence may include an unaltered original birth certificate or original birth records.
Second.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any further discussion? Colin,
Yes,
Mr. McNaught.
a few questions about that, calling out Region 4. First of all, I appreciate the reconsideration on this. I think this speaks to what I was talking about process-wise yesterday. I think it's important that we have discussion and we go slow so that we make the right decision, not a quick decision. I think yesterday we made a quick decision that obviously had a lot of flaws in it, right? So I appreciate the modification here in order to maybe be a little bit more clear and equitable for students here. Because I got principals reaching out who had reached out to me from the north, from the south, who are kind of like, hold on, this is a lot of inequities. I also looked for my own personal birth certificate last night and was unable to find it. And I am not in any of the categories that I think we would be necessarily concerned about not having a birth certificate. Refugee, undocumented, low socioeconomic income, who have moved 5 or 6 times. I'm fortunate enough not to be in any of those categories, and would not be eligible for athletics under that modification there. So my question is regarding the disputes here. I think my concern still remains using the birth certificate or something in order to address this. My question would be, what is to stop someone from accusing another student of being the wrong gender for the sport and making that student ineligible as a result because the student is unable to produce their birth certificate or pay for genetic screening or anything like that? I'm wondering why we wouldn't just go with the answer the physician gives on page 117.
Mr. Anderson.
There could be issues with the other way, where you have a physician who, you know, for instance, by a parent of a transgender student, you know, is bullied by a parent into marking that child eligible for female sports. And then, you know, you've got the issue going the other way. If there's a question as to the biological sex of the student, the issues raised, as you can see, it comes to the NIAA, goes through the NIAA appeal process. That's the first sentence in that last paragraph. And that will be vetted through that process. Every rule we have cannot prevent somebody from raising an issue, you know, that could result in an appeal. All our regulations are subject to appeal. So how can we prevent that? I don't think we can. But there's a process in place to handle it if that occurs.
Yeah, so I think that, so to answer my question is there isn't, right? I think that
There
we
isn't
should,
what?
there isn't a way to prevent, well, you just said, there isn't a way to prevent
Correct.
what I just said, yeah. But I do think like I would hesitate to not trust the medical professional signing their name on this document. I think that would be enough to verify, like, yes, the medical professional has, assuming we modify page 117 to include medically eligible for boys sports as well as an option. The physician goes in there and checks and signs this document verifying it, right? I think we can just rely, or at least we should, as be able to rely on the integrity of the doctor. And I don't think there's anybody at this table who should be, I guess, arguing the integrity of that. So I am still in opposition of the inclusion of birth certificate at all, because I think we can simply just rely on what the physician has to say on page 117.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Tim. We'll get there.
In this situation, we do have processes in place. There are false allegations made all the time. We do not declare a student ineligible based on an allegation that's unfounded. We have eligibility determinations where we get parents who send in information anonymously, and it's false. We review, we look for the validity, and we would never, ever leap that direction without first having our ducks in a row, for lack of a better term. So I don't see this as something that won't happen, because it may, much like you guys just said, both directions. But I don't think it's something that would stop the process where we're not going to go off half-cocked just on an email from a parent saying, I'm making this accusation.
Okay.
So please understand that we would do that with all eligibility determinations
Yes.
and reports of ineligibility. How's that?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think we can do it without the inclusion of a birth certificate.
Well, and I would tell you, we would use all relevant information that we had at our disposal.
Yeah.
And that would be relevant information at our disposal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Rollins.
Well, Tim basically answered my question. Your question regarding the birth certificate and the checking of the identity of an accused student athlete happens all the time right now, whether somebody's saying their address is different, they're not living with the parent they're supposed to be. We have those all the time. This would be no different. And I think we're in the right direction, and then we're in the right lane now, making this adjustment, because this is only going to impact 10% of our student athletes in the state. 90% of our student athletes fill out their form, they have their birth certificates, they have all their documentation that they need to participate in play. There is an element of 10% out there that are either falsifying documents to participate athletically. And this just opens up this regarding a possibility that someone can accuse someone else of being a different gender that they claim they are. Or no.
Deanna.
Oh. I was just gonna, I think Tim actually kind of covered it a little bit. It says may, it doesn't say they have to have a birth certificate. And sometimes when the doctors are, when they're seeing someone that's older, they may, I don't want to say themselves, but but there's only a certain amount of checking that they're able to do visually or, at the physical, whereas if it's a challenge, we might have to go more in depth. So whatever, I don't think that it's about not trusting the doctor. As a matter of fact, I think by us removing that from the initial part, we are trusting doctors for the most part, but every once in a while, doctors aren't perfect and that process isn't perfect. And we might have to go a little bit more in depth if there is a challenge. I mean, let's look at the boxer. I'm trying to think. She was in the Olympics for women's boxing. And then they had to have like genetic testing or something like that to prove that she was a woman and was able to box. So sometimes, if there is a challenge, you might have to go a little bit more in depth. So whatever that looks like, it says may include. They don't have it, do the genetic testing. If they don't have that, have a further medical review, whatever that entails. But we've given them options there where if birth certificate is still an issue, there's other ways. And that really only comes up if there's a challenge, and like it was already mentioned, people can accuse you of anything. We're not gonna, make them ineligible just based off of someone saying something.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Mr. Anderson.
So I wanted to just add also, so I agree with Colin from the standpoint, if you look at page 109 under C, that's the participation language that we talked about. And, you know, the concept of this position statement is that people are going to be accurate and they are going to be truthful and whatnot through the pre-participation physical portion of it. And we are relying on a doctor to verify, a doctor or other health professional who we allow to give, you know, pre-participation physicals. We're relying on their assurance that, you know, student is who they are. I don't see where it hurts to include unaltered birth certificate. Just because you feel that there's some kids who don't have them doesn't mean there's others who don't. And so if a student does have an unaltered birth certificate, why can't they provide that as a piece of evidence, the same as they could other original birth records, additional documentation from the physical school records, genetic screening, et cetera. I mean, all those are, as Ms. Riddle indicated, are examples. So I don't think we should include people who do have unaltered birth certificates. And it's not a requirement, it's an alternative.
It's a may, not a shall.
Correct, it's the alternative.
Okay, I know we're going back and forth, Bob, a bit.
Bob Levette, 485A North. From the perspective of the term that keeps coming up, a challenge, I think it would be helpful for the members of the board to have a clear understanding of who can make that challenge. And I'm going to give a quick example that was personal for me many, many years ago. When my own child attended not her zone school, played a sport, and a parent from another school called Mr. Bonine as the executive director of the NIAA and claimed that this kid was playing was ineligible to be playing. And I appreciated at that time that Eddie Bonine clarified that the only people that can really make a challenge, as I understand, are the member schools. So a challenge to one of these athletes, and I'm asking for clarification for the good of those folks that have a vote on this, who can make that challenge? Does that challenge have to come from a member school, or can any parent out there make a call to Mr. Jackson and say, I want to challenge this kid's eligibility based on this policy?
I'm gonna go to Mr. Anderson on that one.
So typically challenges would come from other member schools. If you look at the original or the prior policy, that's exactly what we stated in terms of how challenges could be made. That's what the regulations provide. So yeah, people can say what they want to say or whatever, but whether that carries weight is going to have to be brought to the NIAA under appropriate procedures, which a complaint from one school to another or about another or about an athlete or whatever. So.
And I'll tell you too, we get those complaints all the time.
Yeah.
We get them all the time.
Yeah.
And then we have to, and Kate could add to this too, I mean, we have to take a look at the information and see if it's even worth going forward. I mean, we get it from the public, and if the public provides documentation to support anything, then we will run with
Right.
it. So I think that it's gonna happen.
Yeah, and
And I
I just wanted it
No,
to be on the record
Absolutely, we
that
agree with you.
the challenge
Yeah.
has to come from a member school and not just any Joe that wants to call up and say, hey, they're playing this kid and.
Well, if they do that, what proof do you have? What do you know? Blah, blah. It's not just to pick up a phone call.
Understood.
I mean, if we did that, that would be our entire game.
Yeah.
I mean, getting it down. Keith,
To be fair though, Bob, those do come up from member schools and they are entertained. Because sometimes they do have evidence, so it isn't just member schools. Generally speaking, it is, but not. I don't want to say holistically 100% of the time it must be a member school, because
Yeah.
that is not correct.
Right, but I think that when it comes to you and you do your initial investigation, you are the one that then calls Tim as a member school and makes that complaint, not that parent that.
Not necessarily.
Not
It can
necessarily.
come directly to
It
the.
can come directly to the NIA, but it is not entertained without supporting information and documentation. So if you call me today and say something, I'll say, thank you very much for the information. And I will listen to your complaint or your allegation, but I will also follow up with, we need some supporting documentation. And we're very,
that's key.
and we're very we're very stringent on that. We do not just go off on allegations of that nature. So I think we could go in a rabbit hole with this all day
Yeah.
long.
Yeah,
We
we
can
are.
go down.
Understood, yeah.
Let me do this.
Every
I'm gonna
scenario
let you
possible.
speak and then we have a lot of other items.
Just a couple quick things on documentation and some of the comments that were made. Yes, trusting the doctors, of course. Please remember that they can go to any physician, it might not be their historical physician that they've seen, so they might not know, their primary physicians they've seen since they were a child, so they might not know the history of that student, which is why I think it's important that we still have some language to say, here are some options for documentation that we may collect if something comes up. So just quick on that. Second thing, we're talking about maybe pushing till June, talking about documentation changes to activate. I do feel that that decision needs to be made now or prior to June, because we do have a rollover that typically happens in May. Physicals are starting to be done for the next school year. If we're making changes to that stuff for next school year, it needs to be done as soon as possible. I do think that we can do those if we're, if this passes and everybody's okay. The small changes would just be birth sex added instead of the word sex in activate, simple, easy text change that can get made done. As far as the medical eligibility form and the pre-participation page that has birth sex, that the edits that Paul made, I think would work just fine for this. Colin's point on medically eligible for girls sports and boys sports. My only thing with that is girls are eligible for boys sport. So I don't know that we need the boys sports because a girl can always participate in a boys sport if it's not offered at their school. So I think that was probably the reason only girls was included, because that will only be checked for biologically female that were born female, if that makes sense. So I don't know that we need both, because for a girl, they would check both then. Does that make sense? They would be checking girls and boys. They're just my 2 cents on adding that box. Might be confusing for medical professionals that don't understand our rules that say girls can play both,
Good points, good points. All right, Colin.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that. I don't understand why we couldn't include that. It just feels very targeted at one specific population here. So I would prefer it be that. Question and then comment. Question is, who is responsible for these investigations?
Hi.
Okay, so not the high school principal, because I thought I heard over here that we have to investigate, so I was gonna ask how you would expect that, yeah.
Okay, so what was commented over here is in 920, I believe is the number, is if there is an allegation made by Centennial High School against Cimarron Memorial High School, then that principal then contacts the principal of that school and says, hey, this is what we heard. And then that is school to school. And then if that is not resolved, then the principal who has made the claim contacts the NIAA, and we launch what is then a formal investigation where we give you 10 days to respond. So that would be that case. In this situation, that would not be principal to principal, that would be to the NIAA. And there are,
In that scenario.
Yes.
then, I have to respond
Mhm.
as a principal. What is the expectation that I have done in order to respond?
principal to principal,
No, like, so you send a letter to me
Mhm.
saying you have 10 days to respond to this. So Keith accuses me
yes.
of having a student that's
Ineligible,
violating
yeah.
this policy.
Mhm.
And then you send me a letter and saying I need to respond to you in 10 days.
Yes.
What am I expected to do as a principal?
Tell me what you did to check, to verify.
What is the expectation that I've done?
I wouldn't, it would depend on what the situation
Yeah.
was. I'm not gonna rabbit hole this and go down and try to get to one very,
Well, I just
specific
think,
thing.
I think our principals need to understand, like, and I'm not, it doesn't depend on the situation. I think the situation is clear, right?
Okay.
Like that
Please,
claim.
wait,
Wait, hang on, let me step into this real quick, because the investigations isn't always the school to the NIAA.
Right, no, I
I
understand.
mean,
just-
because a lot of times
You gave
too,
that
depending upon situation, I believe we're going to rabbit hole there.
yeah, we are.
But a lot of the investigations occur in our office, like, and I can speak for myself. We do a lot of them. And then once we gather the information school to school, what happens, then we typically consult with the NIAA and if they ask any additional questions. But again, I believe we're going in a different
Well,
direction here.
With all due respect.
But if you want clarity,
Yeah, I don't think we are because Mr. Jackson said that I would be responsible as a high school principal for delivering a response, right? And so I think it benefits principals in the state of Nevada to know what our expectation is for this investigation and what I need to, because I'm gonna come back to you and say, Infinite Campus says this is their gender, end of story. Like, is that enough? Is that sufficient? Or are you expecting me to look through their medical record? Like, what is the expectation there? Because I think that is something our high school principals in Nevada deserve to know.
Mr. Anderson.
The expectation is for you as the principal to do as much as you feel is necessary in order to respond to whatever the complaint happens to be.
Okay.
in any other
We can't get into specifics without knowing what the exact facts are.
Okay.
So, maybe, if all the principals in the state are confused as to this, maybe we could have a training for principals as to what they might need to do if a complaint is, raised against them, and I'd be happy to provide that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
think that would be.
Okay, Ms. Cavazos.
Hi, this is just real short, maybe if we do end up having, the May meeting, and by the way, if we did have that, if we did see a need to have that May meeting, would that be virtual possibly, so that we'll get to that later?
Can I address that?
Yes,
Seeing that we would be dealing with the form at this point, I do not believe we would need to be together. I think we may be able to go virtual unless this body says they want it to be in person. How about that?
okay, that would be great. And what I wanted to add to that, as Kate was going through the different things that we would maybe want to address in May, is I did have, not a lot, maybe 3, possibly 4 that didn't finish their messages from medical professionals that have worked with particularly CCSD. I just know them through the medical profession, and they want to know that with this particular issue, would there be an additional waiver provided for them? Because we were talking about, they said, Linda, you guys are doing this because possible litigation, President Trump's executive order. What if we get sued by a parent because we're the ones who made that designation? I said, I don't know. So I just wanted to throw that out there if it's something that we wanted to include.
Include.
Right.
In our discussion in May, if we find.
Oh, in May.
there, yeah, and not right now, like
Yeah.
not going down the rabbit hole, but just kind of letting you know to be transparent.
Yeah.
That that's the kind of inquiries I'm getting as far as do we need a waiver for the medical professional.
Okay, we can keep
That's
that,
all.
okay. Keith,
Sorry, I will be the last thing I will say. I just want to back Colin up in the fact that having a conversation and doing an investigation on an address can get very personal. You have to get into very personal things. We're now talking about someone's gender. The level of personal has amped up a lot. So I just want to make sure that we recognize that as a principal, having to do that is going to be very difficult. And I think that's the point that Colin's trying to make, right? Like, so we can say, well, it's the same as we always do, but asking someone to give me an extra phone bill is way different than a conversation about being a boy or girl. So I just want to recognize that I think that's what Colin is trying
oh.
to say, and speaking for my colleagues, I heard the same thing, like, not that it's going to happen a lot, I get it, but if you have to do that, because I had to do it for an address, and I remember how hard that got, you're now talking about that can get very personal and challenging and
Yep.
difficult.
Thank
I
you.
just want to
And I
recognize
would
that.
act like that. That's why I did not want to go down that rabbit hole of explaining exactly what we would do. Because
get
I
it,
think
but-
it's not the same. It's not like we're talking about where a student lives.
It is not.
It is not. And that's why I do not want to go into the
It's not the
discussion of what I would do in that situation, because I don't know exactly how that would proceed. And I understand the delicacy in that conversation.
And I think that's part
And I
of
agree
the
with
challenge that I think that even again, speaking for my colleague Colin yesterday was the concern about putting the position paper before we have some of these things worked out. I think that's partly the concern from the people that are in that boat every day. That's the concern that I think I'm going to speak from my colleague on that. And I'll leave it at that, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitman. I appreciate
Okay.
that.
We ready to vote? I am.
Took the words out of my mouth. All right, so at this time, the motion on the table again, wait, make sure I do this correctly, is that on page 109, we are taking the language and an unaltered original birth certificate in number 1 and in number 2, the same language, and an unaltered original birth certificate. We are now going to page 110, second paragraph. We're going to add that to the relevant evidence may include the unaltered original birth certificate.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, so we have a first, we have a second. Let's take it to vote. Roll call, please, Tia.
Pamela
And the
Sloan.
vote is to accept the changes. Okay,
Pamela
yes.
Sloan.
Yes,
Rollin Stallworth,
Yes.
Linda Cavazos,
Abstaining for the same reasons that I stated yesterday.
Greg Malkovich.
Yes.
Jay Kenny.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Colin McNaught,
Abstain For two reasons. One, I think a vote yes here is asking me to go against the policy of my employer. A vote no is asking me to put my personal or like just well-being, safety at risk. So I will be abstaining from this.
Okay. Christina Brockett,
Not here.
Wade Polson,
Aye.
Deanna Riddle,
Aye.
Rand Sorensen. Alex Woodley,
Aye. Say that.
Keith Whipperman,
I just say aye. Chief.
Aye.
That's everybody. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. All right, we will now go to page 46. We'll go back to the financial report. Mr. Jackson.
Any questions from last night? Anybody enjoy reading those numbers? I want to give you guys a quick update too, as to the importance of continuing with our financial. Last night we had dinner with the Northern contingent that did not have an opportunity to go home for dinner. A very nice dinner, and I thank everybody for that. Very economical dinner. It was Taco Tuesday at Salt and Lime. It was $2 tacos. And so the bill came and it was reasonable and it was fine. Our credit card was denied yet again because of the bad credit card company we've been working with. And I'm saying it on the record. We are so looking forward to our new credit company and working with them. And we're questioning how in the world this is occurring with the company, and they have no problems telling us. So we're very happy with that. But the dinner was very economical, and I thank you guys for keeping it under the dollar amount that we had yesterday. I'm sorry.
They charged our credit cards for the rooms too.
What?
they better not have.
They did.
Okay, we'll take care of that.
I
That's
haven't
why
looked
we're
at
making the
mine.
change.
I haven't looked at
They
mine.
shouldn't have even asked for your card. I went over that with 82.
We don't know.
cards.
It was somebody-
They did not ask for my card.
Please do. No, you do the Southwest.
Okay, anyway, any questions about the financials?
To work it out.
I just want to make a comment before we go to vote here. You going to chase it Southwest Airlines,
No, ma'am.
by the way?
We did not do that.
Okay. Comes in handy.
It does, but we were unable to secure the amount.
That would have been really nice.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've shared this, but have you shared your new financier?
We have a bookkeeper in our office.
Yes. okay.
Her name is Lori Holmes. She's part-time. She comes in and does our bookkeeping for us. I want to thank the recommendation that we got from her husband, Mr. Holmes, on our board. We're very happy to have her on board. She's doing a wonderful job. My plan is to have her come to the meeting in June so you guys can meet her. She's part-time and she's been doing a phenomenal job taking that portion off of the desk and been very beneficial in conversation and assistance. So,
Thank you.
yes, very good. So, please.
Finances are not fun.
Okay.
Trust me, I know. All right, we're just gonna go.
No, we need a motion.
We need a
We need
motion.
somebody.
Somebody.
Try to get this going. Need a motion to approve the financials. All right, wait.
Wade Polson, Region 3, I move to approve the financials.
Okay,
Second.
we have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions? Hang on real quick. Comments, anything else? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. All right, let's go to action item number 13, Executive Director Evaluation. Please go to page 54. As I stated yesterday, just to let you know, and thank you again, everyone, for your submissions. I am big X's here as well. Tim alluded to it yesterday. Anytime anything goes out to schools, it's always 100% surveys, 100%. I demand that. What you have in front of you on page 55, 56 and 57 are responses. Now, when you do the math, you say, Pam, it doesn't all add up per person, and I'm gonna tell you as to why. And trust me, under budget, I don't, that 1, 3, 5, and 2, we tried to manipulate it. It came up big all the time. Anyway, not everybody checked a box in every category. So that's why when you do the math, it doesn't add up, responses. So, again, just reviewing this. This is all, everyone's response. Tally. Any questions to 55, 56, 57? Then if you turn to page 58. This is where I took all those responses and gave a percentage. You can take a look at that as well. So again, that's everything tallied up. And then finally, on page 59 and 60 and 61, I took everyone's comments, and there are a lot of common comments. So I pretty much put them together. So we'll start in 59. And then I will open it up to everyone at the conclusion of this, because we did something new this year, is that on page 61, and we'll get that to in a minute. In prior years, they've never asked for goals and directions. And I think it's very important, because as a district level supervisor of staff, I always have to give directions. Matter of fact, my supervisor that oversees me as well, I have at least 5 or 6 every year that I have to go by. So I just think it's important, especially in association. So on page 59, I'll just go through these during the first year, and I want to commend Mr. Jackson as well. You know, he hasn't even put in a full year. And so it says here, during the first year of stepping into his role as executive director, Mr. Jackson has shown a willingness to listen to constructive comments and suggestions for improvement. He is knowledgeable and structured appropriately, allows officers and his staff to assist him. Mr. Jackson has stepped into the role as executive director of the NIAA and didn't really make the organization have to skip a beat or really change much, anything, even with the transition leadership. Mr. Jackson has done a good job as executive director in a short time. He has been there. The transition has been smooth, one with a few bumps in the road, but for the most part, his wit and enthusiasm has prevailed. Mr. Jackson's a good communicator, and it's easy to connect with Mr. Jackson. Tim's years of knowledge and willingness to share his experience over the years, and an asset to us as a board when we have to make decisions. Mr. Jackson is a good man to work hard, and he works hard and cares about kids in schools. He has successfully handled any barriers related to a Southern Nevada connection and working relationships with people in the north. Mr. Jackson should work to improve the relationship between the NIAA and the State University, UNLV systems. Mr. Jackson has established a presence as the executive director in the state of Nevada through his enforcement of bylaws and regulations, attendance in tournaments, attendance in division and league meetings, and advocacy to the Nevada legislature and the LCB. He has involved himself in legislative process and is staying ahead of the bills that can impact the NIAA. Improved relationships with Nevada state legislators should be established. Mr. Jackson has kept me informed on NIAA issues and directions, and his communication skills have been above average. Implement directions as outlined in the board minutes. Example, chair requests came without information or lack of support in adding chairs as support. Disappointed in the response to the issue with Activate as it relates to trying to fill gaps from schools. For schools, I have received very positive feedback from school administrators who have needed to reach out to the NIAA office. They've said the office has been easy to work with. Mr. Jackson has built a strong culture with this staff of the NIAA. Mr. Jackson was willing to step up and really do what needed to be done in organization, from doing Jay's job in QuickBooks to monitoring office supplies or even navigating the ever-shifting landscape of rules in our legislature and how they affect our students and the NIAA. Mr. Jackson has a clear understanding of the budget finance of the NIAA and is working to ensure that the organization is financially responsible. Mr. Jackson is very aware of the budget and direction the NIAA wants to go. He has brought new ideas and revenue stream to the NIAA. Mr. Jackson should maintain a professional communication by being respectful, clear, and concise, listening actively, ensuring his tone and verbal cues support constructive dialogue, always respect confidentiality, remain composed under pressure. Mr. Jackson shows the following discussion should follow the discussion in regards to women's sports, as it will be challenged for the NIAA in the 25-26 school year. Provide more leadership in the area of realignment for smaller realignment committees that will eliminate sectional regional bias. League benefits and protections consistencies through the process. Attempt to eliminate any deals voting clicks or regional considerations based on previous guidelines and old traditional methods of approving realignment, 3A protection entitlement. The NIAA website needs to be updated and user-friendly. Again, these are all comments that each and every one of you, and I felt they were very important to share, you know. So going forward with the 25-26 goals and directions, and again, I want to thank you because these came from you. Number one, Mr. Jackson is to develop measurable goals for the NIAA during the 25-26 school year that focus on improvement of the organization and present these goals to the Board of Control by the summer Board of Control meeting. Number two. Questions on that one, Mr. Jackson? Number two, ensure the board packet includes all supporting documents to be discussed and presented with recommendation for the board with reasoning included, example, financial impact, implementation, timelines, etc. Also implement directions as outlined in the board minutes. Example, tier request came without information and so on and forth. We just discussed that. Any questions on that?
Nope.
Number three, develop and implement a process to provide clear and consistent ongoing communication to the Board of Control pertaining to NIAA, NAC's committees, such as realignment rules and regulations, new member schools, membership compliance, facility standards, etc. Work current and future Board of Control business and state and federal legislation matters related to the NIAA. Any questions on that? Number four. Establish state championship facilities for the next 3 years, ensure schools are provided with appropriate funding for personnel, security, etc. Seek relationships and funding for hosting state events at school site locations. Any questions?
Nope.
Thank you. And number five, increase incoming revenue and also brand partnership. Too many Nevadans still don't know or understand what the NIAA is and its role in high school sports and helping the community better understand. That will increase donations, which will then allow the association to maintain or increase services for student athletes involved in sports. Any questions?
No, ma'am.
Yes.
I do have a question on number 4. Establish state championship facilities for the next 3 years. Is that asking Tim to go and tell us where the state championships are gonna be in a 3-year plan? Because a lot of times venues come open short time and that would not be under that goal, meaning that if he has to tell us we're gonna have state basketball, state championship in the Cox Pavilion 3 years from now, you can't do that. What does that mean to establish?
I think where this one came from, I think it has been from prior conversations that Mr. Jackson has had with the board.
Okay.
And I do know in talking with Tim is that his goal is to have a 3-year plan for things like this. And I absolutely agree with you. You know, like the Allegiant for flag football just fell in his lap.
Yeah,
If you have to pivot and turn, you pivot and turn.
okay,
But I also understand the frustration of the NIAA right now because he's struggling to find facilities for spring. That's
Right.
starting in a month. You know, so, you know, just going forward and the conversation. And this is nothing new because he has said it before, you know, he wants to start, he had that conversation in the fall with the Southern administrators, charter, public and private. And I know you had the same conversation in North about, hey, you guys, I need your help and assistance because we want long-term goals.
I just didn't want to pin Tim into a corner.
No.
In any way to establish those facilities, because if we do have a facility fall in our lap, we need to pivot and turn.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, and do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
It's tough sitting here with the eval. This is, so. Mr. Whipperman,
Make a motion to approve.
all right. We have a first. Thank you, Keith.
No problem.
We have a second.
Who's the second?
Do we have a second, Rollins? Okay, we have first, we have a second. Open it up to comments, questions, discussion. Yes,
Did all board members vote? We did,
what do you mean vote?
completed the evaluation.
Yes, I had
All of them
100%.
did 100% good.
Absolutely.
Was staff able to participate?
No, they did not.
And why is that?
because we have never had staff in the past, it's my understanding.
Can I,
Absolutely, yeah, Mr. Anderson.
Is there?
in the past, we have had, requests, I believe, from you, Ms. Sloan, that staff comment on, their views of the performance of the executive director, so that's not something that couldn't happen.
And the reason why I bring this up is, on my evaluation, there were areas on there that I really couldn't answer or feel very comfortable answering in terms of things that were basically daily aspects of communications and all that stuff, which I was able to answer, say, hey, man, every time I call Tim, he picks the phone up and answers my question. But the reality here is that I think there are 3-4 staff members in that that work with him on a daily basis every single day and could bring even some more valuable insight to the evaluation process. So I think it's something that we definitely need to reconsider in the
So,
future.
okay.
To just include the staff, and at least, even if it's a separate part of or a different type of evaluation, unlike the one that we do, or the one that we do. Because on mine, I made a reference that, you know, this is more of a staff issue than it is with me answering this question, and I left it blank. So I just want to bring that up to the board and see how we can at least incorporate them. And I don't know, maybe we need to ask them if they even want to do the evaluation. So that's something that maybe you and I and Tim might want to talk to them
Go ahead,
about
Tim.
in terms of.
If we go around and if we're comfortable to say, I'm comfortable talking with everyone in this room, can it kind of just be on us if we feel that way?
Yeah, well, let me put that on hold, but, okay, so going forward, we can definitely include staff in the submission of. I just know, Paul, when we initially were working on that, I wish we had that conversation. Because we didn't. It was just the board. And with that said, if we're gonna include, do we need to also take liaisons in consideration?
Yeah, I think you could, the individuals that work with the executive director, the board actually is the boss, the
Right.
voting members, so. You know, I think Rollins' point is the people that work closest with him, should have some say with respect to some of the items that deal with direct day-to-day operation.
Okay, so, we'll have that conversation about going forward.
Okay.
Because I do know that this was changed, I think, Linda, you were on that committee that changed this evaluation document. And it wasn't really that long, and if we have to create another one, that's another conversation we'll have.
Yeah.
So, all right, Tia, I'm gonna open it up to you.
Okay,
Oh, I thought you wanted to go first.
Oh, I didn't care who went first. It was an idea.
We'll just go around Taylor, we'll go Tia, then Kate, and then Bart.
So obviously, if you can only comment on certain things, as far as day-to-day, I liked my team before, but there are times I would sit in that office, I didn't talk shop with someone for probably a week. I really wasn't included in anything. It's really hard to take minutes for you guys when I don't know anything about policy procedure. The last, like, several months, I talked to everyone every day. I've learned a lot, and I haven't even gone to some of these trainings that you guys are all provided. I feel more enabled. I, love Donnie too, but it's just a different dynamic. It's not better or worse. It's just, as far as the camaraderie, the teamwork goes and being involved in liking my job, it's really good. I can, I go in every morning and I check in, call Kate anytime, have good hour conversations about with Bart. Like, I think we're on a good track right now. So I think that's improved.
Thank you. Good points. All right, Kate?
Well, obviously I've worked only for a few months with this group, but I'm very happy in my role. I feel the same as T. I feel very empowered. I feel that I'm given a lot of responsibility and trust in that, and I appreciate that. I'm able to grow and do things that are, sometimes out of the scope of what I feel comfortable with, and I like going out of my comfort zone. I feel like I've been given that ability to kind of open my wings and do things that I feel. So it's been very good in these few months, and Tim's been a very effective leader. And I agree with Tia that we, though we're in different parts of the state, communicate very well with one another and on a daily basis. That we work like a well-oiled machine for even being together for a short amount of time and being not in the same office. So I feel the same. And just to kind of comment, I think this personal staff relations is really the section that's the most important that we kind of maybe get some input on. So that's, I don't think the rest of it we need to give.
Bart, would you like to comment?
Sure, why not? There's a comment that Mr. Jackson made, I don't remember which board meeting it was, because I barely remember yesterday. Where you counted up the experience that the staff had. It was less than 5 years, and most of it was, as he said, on this end of the table. Which should have terrified most people. It terrified me. When I look at Mr. Jackson, I want to include Mr. Gloy, but I also don't want to include Mr. Gloy, and that's because the evaluation is not about her. But I've watched both of them come in and pick up a ton of knowledge in a very short period of time. And they haven't even been through everything yet. I don't know that you're through everything until you're through at least 2 years, maybe 3 in this, because I can tell you where I'm at right now, I'm still. As far as the staff communication, is it fair to say you and I talk more than you and your wife talk? Yes. There are times she tells me to go call you instead of talking to her. That is a very true statement. Yeah. And she will contest if you would like her evaluation as well. The lines of communication are very open. They were there under the previous executive director. They were there under Mr. Thompson as well. I've had the privilege of working with 3 different executive directors, all of whom have given us the freedom to do the job that we need to do the way we need to do it. But I also think, especially under Mr. Jackson's leadership, and Mr. Groy can also attest to this, we can kind of step into each other's areas when needed without stepping on each other's toes. And we have been able to do that and help each other get through a lot of the things that we need to get through on a daily basis, because again, we're not dealing with a large staff here, but we are dealing with a large number of issues throughout the state. I'm excited to see where we go from here, because it's so hard to come in year 1 and try to change a lot of things for the better. And I see some of the other things in the evaluation. Yeah, I'll be the first to tell you we need a new website. We've said that for years. But I also know, and don't come over and punch me on this. You and I have known each other for better than 25 years now. Sometimes it feels like 250 years. I know I am working for Mr. Jackson because staff is hired by the executive director. But I'm never treated like I'm working for Mr. Jackson. I'm treated like we are all working together towards a common goal. And that's the best compliment I can give you as coming in to be a leader of this association. That you did not come in with the iron fist and everybody, you came in with the ears open. Thank you, Barry.
Mr. Anderson, would you like?
You want my comments? Okay. So
You are still.
I have worked with every single executive director of the NIAA, other than Bert Cooper, who was the original. Every single one of them have been great in different ways. I do have to say that Mr. Jackson impresses me the most from the standpoint of having a mind that never stops, that is constantly moving, that is looking at things in different ways than the association has before. And I think, you know, in good ways, been outstanding with me in terms of dealing with legal issues. So I have nothing but high praise for Tim. And I think our association is lucky to have it.
I'd just like to make a comment. Tim and I go way back. From when I throw the phone down on him on the other end too.
And I hung up on you as well.
That is true. Very unique relationship, but I've worked with him professionally. I've known him, you know, for a lot of years, in a lot of different capacities. I brought him to the district athletic office. And then he's transitioned, and I want to commend him on the work that he has. He stepped in and he ran. And I think it's because of his vast knowledge that he was the right person for this job. And it's tough. It's not easy. It's not easy to sit here and have people talk about you. And I know this man well enough. It's just killing him inside.
Yep.
But I commend you for what
Thank
you've done.
But I want to make my staff know that it's because of them. And
And Ellen, I'm gonna ask you to speak as well. Thank you.
Okay. Ellen Townsend as coordinator of officials. I feel like Tim and I have a question about anything, he has a question, since I'm kind of learning some of the nuances of the position, I can go in and ask him anything. I can call him up, I can text him. He's always available. There's certain things that I don't know, and if he says, hey, I'm not sure, it'll be like, hey, can I call Bart, call Kate? So that, is kudos on him to, let me have that freedom to contact all of them, including even Tia. I have a very positive, feelings towards, Tim and what we're doing, and he'll come in and say, hey, he's not micromanaging anything. We don't figure it out, we'll try to come to some sort of a conclusion or resolve. So I found that, for me, a very good working relationship. So thank you.
thank you, Ellen.
Okay, at this time, we have a first, we have a second. Is there anybody else that would like to make a comment? Yes, Ms. Cavazos.
I do. I just want to address briefly, the number 5 goal there, where it's mentioned that so many people in Nevada still do not understand, it's on page 61, that they still don't understand who the NIA is, what they do. We get so much misinformation. As I mentioned yesterday, even at the board meeting last Thursday, there were comments made about the funding that we're receiving and the difference. And I'm like, what? Am I on the wrong board here? And so I just want to say that one of the comments that I've received about Tim since he took over is that your executive director is here, there, and everywhere, showing up everywhere. And we have not had that kind of communication before. So I just wanted to, sometimes I need to text you and let you know that somebody said this and I forgot, whatever. But just want to let you know that is the most overreaching comment that I'm receiving right now, that you are showing up everywhere and answering everyone. So thank you.
All right. All right. Tim's over here. Let's go. Get this. I don't think we have to go to roll call vote. So at this time, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. All right, Tim, you can take a deep breath. Now we can talk about realignment. All right. Let's go to page 66. Winter sports realignment of fall, winter postseason. I'm going to turn this over to Bart Davis.
Oh, and I thought okay, if you would look first at page, I believe we have a public comment on
Yeah,
this,
67.
page 67. This came to us from Ken Wilkins, the president of the Northern Nevada Track and Field and Cross Country Coaches Association. Just wonder, I don't know if you want to read it into the record.
I got it. I got excited for a minute.
Is this new? Because I thought we just had one on 30.
Page 67.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, it's on my
In the packet.
main one. Yeah. Okay. To the NIAA Board of Control, I am writing as the president of the Northern Nevada Track and Field Cross Country Coaches Association, representing all the coaches in the 1A through 5A in Northern Nevada, regarding the proposal to make changes to the postseason of cross country. This is action item 15B in the agenda. Back on March 5th, a proposal was given at the NIAA meeting to change the format of the state cross country by reducing the number of teams that would qualify for the 5A and the 3A classifications. At that time, the association was not given any notice regarding the proposed change and had to quickly react to the proposal. We are very thankful that the principals voted down the change and heard our concerns. Today, I would like to voice the concerns of the Northern Nevada cross-country coaches on opposition of this proposal. After speaking with our coaches, here are a few reasons why a proposal to reduce the number of teams that qualify for cross-country state meet is not supported by the coaches. 1, reduced opportunities for athletes. Eliminating a qualifying team would limit the participation at the state level, taking away opportunities from deserving student athletes who have worked hard to compete at the highest level. 2, disproportionate impact on stronger regions. Some regions have greater depth in competition, meaning that a highly competitive fifth place team in one region would be stronger than a lower ranked team from another. Reducing state qualifiers would create an unbalanced championship field that does not truly reflect the best teams. 3, contradicts the goal of growing the sport. The long-term success of cross-country depends on increasing participation. Limiting state spots could discourage athletes and programs, hindering the sport's growth rather than fostering it. 4, negatively impacts individual athletes. Many runners qualify for state as part of a team. Reducing the number of qualifying teams would take away that opportunity for additional student athletes, potentially discouraging them from continued participation. We strongly urge the NIAA to maintain the current state qualification structure. Our association is committed to improving the sport of cross-country and track and field, and this proposed change would not contribute to that mission. Instead, it would reduce opportunities for athletes to excel and diminish the competitive integrity of the state meet. Thank you for your time, Shanna Wilkins.
Thank you, Ms. Wonder. You also see on page 68, a letter from Palo Verde High School. That is not public comment. It was actually their appeal that we're gonna get to in just a moment. Getting to it, we go to page 69. Palo Verde originally appealed its placement in fall sports in both football and girls volleyball to a realignment committee. Their appeal in football was a long discussion. And then I suddenly looked up and they disappeared off the screen, and we didn't follow up in that with their girls volleyball appeal. So it came back to a realignment committee because we didn't feel it was fair to shut the door on them when they had sent in documentation wanting to appeal. In this case, Palo Verde's appeal was from the 4A to the 5A in girls volleyball. A realignment committee back when we met on, I'm sorry, I forget the date, they all run together, did hear that appeal and did approve that appeal for Palo Verde to move from 4A to 5A girls volleyball. That's why we bring back girls volleyball on page 69 for your consideration as a board to approve the alignment. Please also note, we do have leagues spelled out here, especially in 4A. Mr. Anthiam and I sat in CCA's office one day, went through, tried to divide the leagues up as best as we can, considering both competitive balance and a geographical aspect to that. We always give the leagues and the league schedulers, the league presidents, the flexibility to determine if they need to have more or fewer leagues. And I know Mr. Levitt spoke yesterday about the High Desert and the Sierra Leagues in the 5A and a split up there as well. So when we present these to the board, we are asking you to approve classifications for teams, knowing that the leagues may change because of the flexibility that we've given those league presidents and schedulers. Mr. Jackson, did I miss anything in that? No, just, I want to reiterate what Art said about Palo Verde. That was an oversight. I would say we're going to own that on our staff side.
Yeah.
We missed it because of the length of the appeal for football, and they were very gracious and said, hey, you didn't hear our appeal, and we owed it to them to do it correctly. So we went back and remedied it. So it is our recommendation that the board would approve that part. And I know Mr. Anthiam has prepared for that situation because we've kept him in the loop with the schedule, and we're prepared for that scenario as well.
Mr. Anthiam.
Xavier Anthiam, NIAA representative, but going to speak on behalf of scheduling. I can tell you that the fall schedule has been presented, but there's 2 leagues that are missing, and it's 5A volleyball and the 4A desert. But I will say that Palo Verde going from the 4A to 5A works. It will allow them to have 2 leagues of 5 as volleyball. That community loves their 15 games, 3 tournament option. So this will work wonderfully. And moving them from the desert to the 5A, that causes a good alignment for that desert league. So this move works.
So I know that there's 3 items. We'll have to vote one by one.
On the individual sports,
Yeah. On everything, yes. Mr.
So
Whitman.
we're gonna make a motion, we have to make a motion for each.
Yes.
Volleyball, 5A volleyball, or just volleyball.
Volleyball as a whole.
Yeah, just, yes, Keith.
I make a motion to approve classifications for girls volleyball for the next 2-year cycle of the Olympics. Sorry, 3-year, I apologize. Thank you, 3
Okay,
years.
we have a first,
Second.
we have a second, Wade. We have a first, we have a second. Any questions? Yes.
Are we, is this an opportunity? Should we talk about the Palo question or do we have to vote on that?
It's included in here as presented.
Oh, so we're voting on as presented?
Yes.
Okay, so then my question, to our liaison is, so what I see in this letter from Palo indicates that like, so two questions. One is, I guess the first one is to you, Mr. Davis. So why did Palo move up or did
Yes.
they remain?
They wanted
They
to,
moved up.
they appealed
They
up.
want to move.
Why is that?
They felt they were more competitive within the 5A.
Okay, so they requested to go for a 5A and now they're requesting to go the other.
No.
They were placed
Never-
originally in the 4A, yeah, by our realignment committee through the process of the rubric. They saw that, felt they would be more competitive in the 5A and appealed from the 4A to the 5A.
Okay, so just for clarify, the principal of Palo is requesting 69 as presented.
Correct.
Yes.
Oh,
And also
That's why I
understand
voted for
that
it,
the
no.
appeal was there when we initially were doing this, but like Tim had explained, it was an oversight.
Yeah,
Did
we
you
missed it.
Yeah, no,
remember that?
I get it.
long-
yeah, I understand. I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure
This
that
is what
I,
Lisa wants.
I just wanted to make sure it was clear. I do have a pretty good understanding of the things we're talking about. I just wanted to make sure that that I was clear here, what we were doing was. correct.
Okay.
So thank you.
I'm glad that was cleared up.
All right, we have a first, we have a second. Any further discussions, comments? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Guys have it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to continue on. We'll go to page 70, and here we start the winter sports alignment for WC boys basketball. What our committee came up with a proposal for this board to look at, we have a 19 5A, that would be all south. The 4A, and Ms. Habig kind of addressed some of this yesterday in her liaison report. 4A gets crowded quick. And we felt like as a committee, really the North still belonged 4A wise. They really didn't have the situation where their best teams were with the best teams of the 5A. We saw that kind of bear out this year in the boys basketball championships as well. So any questions on that, I'll be willing to take them otherwise.
Yes.
My question is, X, how's 9 gonna work out? It's obviously 10 would be easier. How's 9 gonna work out for basketball? 5A, sorry.
Yeah. So, the 5A coaches, Grant, is kind of the lead on that and, they love it, the way that it's set up right now. Life is good. Everybody's on board, 5A specific.
Thank you.
So they're not gonna go 16.
Sean,
So I'm a time of 2A liaison. In discussions with some of these schools like 5A, they're only gonna go the one league game. And then just alternate sites each year.
Correct.
So that gives them plenty of non-conference,
Flexibility.
not so sure on the class 4A, if you'd see those leagues. League game, play everybody once.
They're not gonna be able to play. That's why I
Everybody's
said
only
they
got
don't have
18
to
games.
Yeah, they only have 18 games.
they can do 18.
Some of us follow the NIAA regulations and only play the 18 games in 2 tournaments. Done, Madam Chair, thank you.
You look at Kate. What?
Trying to liven it up, wake everybody up.
Wait,
Yeah, no further discussion. I'll make a motion to approve the realignment for fall, for basketball. Boys basketball, 2025-2026 through 2027-2028.
okay, we have a first, Keith.
Second.
We have a
Second.
second. Any further discussion, comments? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, President Sloan, page 71, girls basketball. Worked out to be a 19 5A there as well. Crowded house again in the 4A. Again, when we look at that northern region, Commissioner Levitt has spoken to the 2 leagues there that'll get broken down. Again, we look at a 4A champion this year. Congratulations, Ms. Habig. The legacy winning that championship. There doesn't seem to be any real need to move the north into the 5A with that. Is obviously we had a competitive 4A championship game this year. But not last big as a result, you see where legacy goes into the 5A.
Tammy. Tammy,
So this is one that, and it's not just, this is not just a legacy. I mean, we're the victim this time, but I don't know if there's even a way to fix it, but the disparity from 4A to 5A in girls' basketball is probably bigger than any other sport I've ever seen. And again, we won state, I get it, we move on. We're gonna get killed by probably 70 points every day. And I'm not lying, it's going to be that bad. I don't know what the answer is, I really don't even, I mean, the day after this happened, I had coaches from 5A, like, you guys shouldn't be in 5A. Yeah, we know, but that's what I mean, it's one of those where I can't argue it because the numbers say, we made it to the final four the year before, we got annihilated by the North the year before. But, and then Lynn State last year, again, like I said, I don't know that there's even a way to fix it, but I feel like girls' basketball is the one sport that disparity is, I mean, you've seen it, Keith. It's the best 4A team this year. We would have gotten beat by, even this year with our strong team this year, would have gotten beat by 50 points. I mean, we got beat by 3A teams, let's be real. Like, the 3A is a little bit stronger than the 4A. So I don't know if there's an answer to this. I really don't. I just know that I feel like it has to.
yes, wait, sorry.
To Tammy's point, you end up with a group of kids, they're really good for 2 years, 3 years, and you have a whole bunch of success, and then you get kicked up, and then they graduate, and they're all gone, and you're trying to rebuild, but that's sports, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
and it is.
that's sports, and so, that's how it goes, and unfortunately, you can't do anything to realign for that. That's just how it is. If there's no further discussion, I'll make a motion to approve girls' basketball.
Okay, we have a first. Okay, Greg, a second. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? I will make this comment. Just be happy we realign every 2 years. I know this is third year.
This is the, yeah, this
Because
is,
back in the day, it was every 4 years.
Yeah.
And that dates me again.
Yeah.
All right, we have a first, we have a second. No further discussion. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you. All right, going forward, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, President Sloan. We go to page 72 in bowling, and here is where we came into a little bit of a situation where through our policies and procedures, we had limited the 3A to enrollment based only. What we found when we got to bowling, there weren't enough 3A schools to really form any sort of viable league in bowling. We had a very, very small handful of teams, and I know we went through and deliberately changed that portion of the NIAA that specified that you needed 9 teams for a championship. Problem here is you go through those teams and you know the size of those schools that are listed in the 4A, there still weren't even enough for a viable league or a viable league tournament at that point. And what our committee discussed, and I know Mr. Larson is with us here in our peanut gallery out there. He's part of the realignment committee as well. We had talked about in certain sports where this comes up, do we refold the 3A back into the 4A? And really, when we started to look at the rubric numbers in a sport like bowling and some of the other sports we're gonna get to, like football, for instance, those schools at the very top of the 3A, better off than a bunch of schools in the 4A. The numbers told you they were gonna be competitive wherever they went. And Mr. Jackson, I don't know if you want to chime in on this one, because again, we kind of played through that scenario of what if we make the 3A enrollment base only? And then you get into this sport, you get into flag football, you get into boys volleyball, that are played only in the South. And your scope of teams becomes really small really fast.
And this is going to be in bowling, we're gonna see it in flag football. And we see it in skiing already, it already exists that way. And I will tell you, that is one of the things that is leading us down that path in conversation with lacrosse. Is situations like this where we don't have enough for a viable division outside of whoever's playing, period. So I think what we've done here is, we've created a situation where they're still competitive. We're still participating across the state. We are not excluding any team. And we're providing an opportunity to field the sport in a manner that doesn't affect everybody based on what the 5 or 4 is in front of their name. So I think we're in a good spot here. I also think the board needs to look at something like this and keep it in mind when we go forward with sanctioning. That just because we have 5 divisions available does not need to be used because they're available. So it's an opportunity here as we go forward to review this type of layout and format.
Okay. You make it a motion.
I was gonna ask a question, I make a motion, but if Ronnie's has a question.
My question, and it's based on Tim's comment. We really have to be careful though when we do that, because when we implement and sanction a sport, there is an obligation for the district to still, a district like a single school district out there, which we have a lot of. That's one school putting in money to possibly provide that team, and the pressure to put that team on.
Or a different topic.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
We're not on
We're not on
sanction.
that.
But you
You
may,
gotta tie this.
What we're saying is we're looking at this from a different perspective, and we could use this perspective later when we talk about sanctions.
okay, then I'll wait
Yeah,
till later.
wait till later, yeah.
Okay,
Hold
Yeah.
that thought.
Hold that.
I will, I will. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm like,
apologize, Ron. Yeah, but hold that thought.
Keith.
I know what you're saying.
I'll
Hey,
hold.
hey, X, my question to you is how many matches, is that what they're even called in bowling? How many matches do they play?
So we have a bowling coordinator that has to essentially put all this together because we're at the mercy of bowling lanes.
Got it.
So,
18.
he does a great job making sure that we get 18 matches
Okay.
as best we can.
So would they set up home and away matches in a league where there's 9, or is it one time for everybody else and then, or is it just or make it work?
I'm gonna tell you, Brian Gregorich at Clark makes it work.
Okay, perfect.
And just has to shuffle and balance and
Okay.
make
He's amazing.
adjustments. He's
Understood.
great.
Then I will make a motion.
Good.
To, sorry, Bart, did you want to say something? I would like to make a motion to approve bowling, alignment for the 25-26 through the 27-28 school year for the 5A and 4A classification.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. I'm gonna open the floor. Jason?
Jason Odegaard, 3A South, our 3A liaison. Just to reiterate clarification, in bowling and like football, those sports, 3A would prefer to have their own league if it was viable. In those sports, they're starting to get up schools. You know, we tried to help out with playing football at Rump. We didn't go into the arena doing backflips adding it, but we did add it. But that still did not, you know, create a viable league, so. You know, maybe as the charters, privates grow their program, grow their schools, that's a possibility going forward on the next realignment. There'll be more schools that in that range that would provide an extra week.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we have a first and a second. Any additional comments, questions? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Mr. Davis.
Hey, President Sloan. Page 73, this is another sport that we're referring to where we have not enough viable 3A teams. And again, keep in mind some of those charter schools that had been 3A, their enrollment just enough with that multiplier kicked them into the 4A. And that's part of the issue here where we lost some of those teams that had previously been 3A. We didn't lose them, they just got moved to different classification. So looking at 10 teams in the 5A and a whole boatload of them in the 4A, I think it's 36. If my math's correct on that, divided into leagues of 9. Again, want to thank Mr. Anthium, the meeting we had on that Friday morning where we went through and tried to do the best we could to keep the structure of competitive balance, but also not make schools have to travel 13 different directions in the valley to play their entire league schedule.
Thank you. Comments, questions, recommendation? Wait.
Wade Polson, Region 3, I move to approve the girls flag football realignment for 2025, 26 through 2027, 28.
Great. Thank you. And Greg will second. Any further questions, comments? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much, Mr. Davis.
Isn't slow. I know this one will interest you a lot. Page 74, we have skiing. Five A. Really, we do just the two leagues here. We have a Northern Nevada Ski Racing League. We have a Tahoe Basin League. That separate those two out into geographic areas. You see, we have one classification here, 5A, and that encompasses schools like Virginia City, which is a 1A school by enrollment. You have Tahoe Basin League encompasses schools like Incline and Sierra Lutheran and Watell. They're 2A and 1A among them, but we just have the one classification based on the number of teams. Commissioner Levitt, I don't know if you want to speak to anything here or not, as skiing is all northern schools, and this has kind of been the layout for most of these teams for a long period of time.
Yeah, it's been this, Bob Levitt, 485A North, it's been this way for a long time, and what you want to consider is, you know, it's not uncommon for Bishop Minogue, Reno, Galena High School to have 40-45 skiers on their boys and 40-45 skiers on their girls, but only 8 skiers race in a given event. But then you might have a Sage Ridge that has 1 or 2 skiers on their team, or a Hug if they even happen to have a skier. So they can still compete, and that skier still has the opportunity to compete, which is a really great thing about skiing. You know, it's not like bowling where we don't have enough kids, so you don't get to participate at all, or your school gets bumped up to the 4A, 3A. Every school that has even one skier could compete in an event and race that skier in the event, which is really great. So nobody gets put out. And then we have Carson and Douglas, which are typically with us and everything, but geographically, it makes more sense for them practice time to participate in that Tahoe Basin League. Douglas basically being at the bottom of the hill of Heavenly Valley, they can be up there in 20-25 minutes to practice. Carson, same thing, a little bit easier for them to go up to Heavenly than to come all the way over or train someplace else. So it makes perfect sense the way this is aligned. That Tahoe Basin League tends to be a little bit more competitive. You get those kids at North Tahoe and at Truckee that if they're attending school at all, that's because they're probably skiing half the day at Squaw Valley and they're training to become big time ski racers. So it's a whole different level in that Tahoe Basin League. Although we do have really competitive skiers in the Northern Nevada Ski Race League too, that also ski at Squaw Valley or wherever it happens to be. So in their race program. So yeah, it's all good.
All right, and we're absolutely, wait,
With Bolton three, I move to approve the realignment of schools for skiing and the 2025, 26 through 27, 28.
okay, we have a first, Greg, we have a second. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Thank you again for that, Bob. We have a first, we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Davis,
Thank you,
wrestling.
Thank you, President Sloan. Wrestling is on page 75 of your packet, and wrestling is a sport that, again, the way we do our rubric in that we have our policies, procedures from the 5A to the 4A. The bottom 2 teams from the 5A scoring move to the 4A. The top 2 teams from the 4A move to the 5A for southern schools. We have had, obviously, within the 5A, it's a little hard to judge how competitive everybody is at state because we've had one school that just dominates. Slam Nevada absolutely dominates in wrestling. We've got here pretty good balance. The North was very comfortable with still being 5A. They generally have 2 of the top 4, not 3 of the top 5 teams when we get to state. So as presented.
Yes.
I have one question and I'll make a motion if there's no further. Wrestling, including girls and boys wrestling. That's all
Mr.
one.
Jackson.
And they're in the same classification.
Right now, girls wrestle open.
Okay.
They wrestle in an open division, so they can wrestle with their team on the boys' side,
Right.
or they can wrestle in the open division at the end of the season. They
Okay.
have to select. When we get to some other discussions, we'll talk about that, but that's functioning very, very well right now. And there's no appeal right now from the wrestling world to change that dynamic at this time.
Okay.
keeping the girls in the open like that.
Go ahead, Wade.
I move to approve, wrestling realignment for 2025-26 through 27-28.
My second.
Thank you, Greg. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional, Bart, did you have something to add?
No, I just wanted to clarify, thank you for this one. The reason why we don't have the classifications in girls, we have not yet fully sanctioned girls wrestling as its own sport. That's the.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any additional comments? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. All right, now let's talk about playoff formats. Are we just doing, we did one or two?
Yep.
Just,
We're gonna go all the way through.
okay, let me ask real quick, do we have to do these individually approved? As,
If there's no questions, you could do it as a group, but if there's gonna be any question on one or two,
Okay.
you're gonna need to take the.
probably not, because I want to honor and respect the work that the realignment did. Rollins.
Since we're still on wrestling a little bit,
That's
Not
in the
really.
sales.
13 seconds ago, and I had the card up prior to that. I want to commend the NIAA, this board and the wrestling community for how they've handled over the last 4 to 5 years, the process of implementing girls wrestling in the state. I think it's a model with regards to how we've done it. I really think that the new lacrosse paperwork that's coming in, the only tweaks I would make is to kind of model it a lot after what we did with wrestling in terms of the time frame, maybe. Instead of a 2-year, but maybe a 3 to 4 year kind of like implementation, if that needs be. But I really think what this committee has done with wrestling and what the wrestling community has done with regards to getting wrestling at all the schools and getting them involved, the girls involved specifically. I think that's a great model for us to use with the implementation of any new sports that are coming in. Because I think it was a hands-all involved in that process. And I think that this group did a great job and the schools did one as well.
Thank you, Rollins. I'll share that with Coach from Reed High School, who's been very instrumental in this. And just for your own edification, so you can share this as much as you want. The largest division of wrestling, 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A, or girls, is girls. They're the largest division of wrestling right now. Girls. So you're correct. It's very good.
Yes.
So thank you.
Those kids are legit. Okay, how do we want to proceed? You want to, we could go one by one, and if there's questions, we could ask and then lump everything over.
Absolutely. I think that's a
I
fair way
think
of
for
doing it.
the,
Just talk through it and then.
actually, because of the sake of time too, we have a lot of other agenda items.
Why don't you go walk through each item?
Yep.
And
Yes.
if anyone wants to pull one, we could do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, I like that even better. All right, Mr. Davis.
Because they're agendized though as B and C separate for fall and winter, do we want to just take all the fall?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Now let's do that.
Okay, we'll playoff formats, you see page 76, cross country, what we have on this page, just so everybody's aware. We have from the top of that, what we're currently doing, underneath that, what the proposal from the realignment committee is. In the case of cross country, it is to keep what we currently have for the postseason, and roll that through for the next 3 years.
Okay, with that said, any questions? Yes, Keith.
The cross-country letter, is that what the cross-country coaches were asking for, just to make sure I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yep. All I needed.
Okay, let's proceed to football.
Thank you. Page 77, and this board's really kind of gone through a lot of this when we went through the entire football proposal to know where everything lands. We didn't do the current year. We were at 7 classifications, 7 championships. We now have 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A, and the open. And we've explained to this board how we get through everything. I don't want to rehash that if we don't have to.
Any questions on football? Hearing none, Colin.
Not Region 4. So as I mentioned yesterday, I had a meeting with a bunch of high school principals from across the state of Nevada. So I had a question. It came from like 2A, 1A. So liaison, I don't mean to step on your toes here. This is the question that I had. And so this was an explanation and I didn't know the answer. So with football and 5A and 4A, we created the north and south play, right? And then they meet finally. I think the question was in 3A, 2A, 1A. The question was, I think the example that was given was there are some scenarios where a school has to travel twice across the state, right? Where they could travel semifinals and then finals again. And so just the question was, why is that? Is there a conversation to limit the travel? I just promised I would ask the question. Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, President Sloan, and thank you for the question, Mr. McNaught. We actually presented to our liaisons and our representatives on the committee, getting rid of the cross-state semifinals and playing down to a northern champion versus southern champion, partially because of what you just mentioned, the travel aspect of it, but the uncertainty aspect of it too, because we had teams didn't know where their hotel room was going to be. They had to wait and see what happened in the other semifinal before they figured out exactly where they were going. President Sloan and I have both been kind of in lockstep with this, and I thought for sure, let's get to a North versus South championship. We played in a big spot, and then if we found out as we went through from the 3A, the 2A, and the 1A, they all basically said, Mr. Fitzsimons or Mr. Vick, you want to back us up on this? They all said, no, we like what we have now. We want to go, so with the cross state, because they wanted the opportunity to have the two best teams play in the championship game, regardless of where they were from.
We have bantered this, Sean, I'll get to you in a minute, and I see you, Rollins. We bantered this for years, because I know you guys have always won a 2A, and then I know then the mindset when Mr. Thompson was here, we want the north-south, boom, we want the playoff, that structure. And then I know the 3A, Dallas and I have bantered this for years too, because they did north-south. And then now they're trying, I know they did last realignment, is that where you have, yeah, you did one time. So Sean, go ahead.
Sean Fitzsimons, 2A liaison. I appreciate the comments about the travel. Fortunately, us rural areas or frontier, if you will, we have supportive superintendents, even though after Mr. Jackson meets with them, all of a sudden she wants to meet with me and make sure I'm doing my job right, which I am. But anyway, besides the point, sir, it does boil down to we want the two best teams in the state playing in that championship game. 3 years ago, it was Meadows, Lincoln County. Last year, it was Pershing County versus Incline. It does put a little pressure on NIAA staff because they don't know if, hey, if it's a northern final, and it's supposed to be played in the south, we want to play in the north. However, that's been debated, as Barb will tell you as well. But we want to keep it, those crossover games, 3A can speak to this as well, unless when WAPA goes to Truckee, I guess, but when Virgin Valley goes to Elko, or when WAPA, or when Lincoln County goes to Pershing County, these are some rival games that we look forward to playing, and so, yes, we decided to keep it, that's the crossovers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step in, and this goes to, I like Wade for bringing up, and part of my evaluation was establishing facilities in certain sports is going to be very difficult to do. However, I iterated this numerous times in that meeting, that getting rid of the crossover game is financially smart, but culturally offensive. Because the culture of those schools is they want that crossover. So I can remember very clearly Dallas saying, I am not going to be the guy who makes the recommendation to get rid of the crossover game in our realignment committee meeting. So I think that discussion can continue. I do not think, with the rotations and the plans we have moving forward, is we will work with the schools to limit the amount of travel. We reached out to all four of the 2A, 3A schools and said, listen, if you don't want to travel down to Plain Allegiant, if it's two northern schools, we will move it north. And we will always continue to work with them in that situation for that reason.
All right, I'm gonna go to Rollins.
Well, I just think it's really tough. And it doesn't happen that often. But it would and could happen more often as we get to that, as we go further into this, the next 3 years. It could happen 3 years in a row that technically we could be sending a team from the north to the south 6 times in 3 years.
Yes.
In a sport, it could happen in 2 consecutive weeks.
I'm doing the math.
Good.
Yes.
Mr. Postle.
Of course you could.
Yes.
I think it's important, especially when you hit the semifinals, to do neutral locations that are central. If we could end up doing that where you have 2 or 3 games at the same venue. It's worked in the 1A. You know, we've our semifinals we all meet in Beatty. We've gone to Beatty, it's central. It's not as much travel for the north, not as much travel for the south. So that's a possibility of looking at semifinal games. Being in the same location in a neutral site that could possibly eliminate travel. Just something to look at. I don't know.
We'll continue to evaluate and work with the superintendents on that as well.
David,
Yeah, for the 1A, our main focus is one, to have the 2 best teams there. We talk about travel and we talk about expenses for the school. In the 1A, that's irrelevant, really. The small schools will make it happen no matter what it is. You know, and we're kind of centralized, like we've been to Beatty, we've been to Fernley. You know, and it's all working out for us. But ultimately, we would just as soon have the 2 best teams for the state game versus a lopsided one.
no, and I respect that too. I give Dylan a hard time on it. Jason,
Jason Odegaard, 3A liaison. I do see, you know, in terms of travel for some schools, I mean, in the south, our Clark County members, you know, maybe we wouldn't have to travel so much if we didn't have the crossover games, but a lot of the schools in the 3A, even if they're playing in their region, it's still a travel game for the most part. If you're getting on a bus and going 4 or 5 hours, what's another hour or 2? And you're probably spending the night anyway. So that's from the 3A perspective. I would assume 2A and 1A is similar. You're going to be traveling anyway, and you might as well do the cross.
I'll tell you, from a district that has 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, 5A representation, when it comes to postseason, I become a travel agent.
Yes.
Because I do the 1A, the 2A, I mean, got it down, so getting good. So,
I appreciate the insight. Thank you. Like I said, just passing the message along. I don't really have any skin in that game, but just speaking for high school principals, that was a concern. So thank you.
okay, so with that said, go ahead, Doug.
Am I allowed to? Dallas Larson, 3A, Wappa Valley High School. I've been in Wappa since 2005. We've always had the crossover. There was one time we talked about it because it was gonna be an Allegiant and it was kind of, well, it's always gonna be Allegiant. Maybe we can discuss that. But even before I was there, there's been that crossover.
You know, cancel, okay.
So just want to set that record clear that it's been there long before
You know, I've been sitting in this chair longer, you've been in that position.
I know, I understand that. So somewhere before I did, maybe there was that time, but since I've been here since
There was
2005.
You own it now.
All you.
That's right. And I've made the trip to trucking, and I've made the trip to Spring Creek, and I've made a trip to,
You have.
Churchill, made the trip to
I'll
Churchill.
put you on the transportation committee.
And then we've had,
Postseason.
and we've also hosted some of those games against
That you
Elko
have.
and the Raptors. So
You just never had to go 2 weeks in a row. That's it.
when I was in West Winterberg, I did, and we won a state championship that way, so. I will not complain about traveling 2 weeks in a row to Vegas with West Winterberg, because we won a state championship. Sorry, Overleafing County. They are Pershing County, sorry, Pershing County.
All right, we got to rock and roll. Faye, appreciate you. All right, girls golf, page 78.
Page 78, girls golf. We talked a little bit about qualifying standards yesterday. If everybody remembers that discussion, that does play into this. When we look at the 5A and what we have currently, please keep in mind that currently 5A girls golf is south only. So when you see 6 teams there, and then you drop down to the proposal and see maximum of 3 teams from each side of the state, that's still 6 teams as a maximum on that. So discuss this very thoroughly with Mr. Thornton as well, but you see what's there. I'll just open it up to questions.
I think we went over those yesterday. Any questions? Okay, all right, let's proceed to boys soccer.
Thank you. We see on page 79 here, boys soccer currently just have 5A, 4A, 3A. We are bringing back that 2A championship that was part of the The redo of the NAC on that to allow for a championship for fewer than 9 schools. Nothing really changes here other than the 2A picking up the championship, with the 4 teams in the semifinals.
Any questions on boys soccer? We'll proceed to girls soccer 80.
Thank you, page 80. Kind of shrunk down the number of teams in the 5A because the number of teams in the 5A has shrunk down. We go from 8 to 6. Otherwise, again, no real changes except for adding in the 2A.
Any questions? Okay, proceed.
Thank you. Let's go to page number 81 for tennis, and long talk with our tennis coordinator about where we go here. The reason you see the proposal to go from 8 teams to 6 teams, 24 slots to 21 slots in the 5A, and we have 7 teams in the 5A. 21 slots would allow all 7 teams to put their entire starting lineup into the tournament. No changes though in 4A or 3A as we go, and again, this was something Coach Courier and I talked about for quite some time and hashed it out together. We are very confident.
Any questions? Thank you. Proceed to 82, girls volleyball.
Yeah, the last sport of the fall. Again, what we see here, the change here, and Mr. Anthony and I kind of kicked this around for a while, is in the 4A. We now have 5 leagues, and we went to the top 3 in each league to a 15-team tournament. And what we have done with our brackets for region and state tournaments, when we have a realignment cycle, is we do flip them every year. So the same league's not on top of the bracket, and the same teams aren't in the same slots. So when you see one alternating team would draw a bye, that would change from the number 1 in one league to the number 1 in another league from year to year.
And how many leagues are there?
5.
Okay. Any questions? So with that said, we need to vote on the fall season, postseason. Those
Tournament formats.
tournament formats, thank you. Wade,
Move to approve the fall tournament formats for the fall as discussed.
thank you, Alex.
Second, man.
Thank you. We have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Oh, hearing none, all in Keith, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Kind of a quick question. Volleyball is no change from what we're doing currently.
We have five leagues in the 4A, so we're going to a 15-team tournament there with the top 3 teams getting.
5A, 4A are essentially the same. Okay, perfect. Then I apologize.
Okay.
Yes, I'm good.
We have
Thank
a,
you.
thank you. Any additional? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. So let's go to postseason for winter.
And we would do that by going to page number 83, where you see boys basketball. We did discuss with Mr. Anthium and Coach Rice about this as well. The Southern League did prefer to have all 9 teams in the tournament. It's funny, I get feedback in certain sports where they don't want all in, and in other sports, they do want all in. So we do have all 9 in there. Everything else, 4A, 3A, 2A. We take 2 from the north, 2 from the south into the state semifinals, depending on where that site is. The 1A, and Mr. Vick and I talked about this. There's some facility issues sometimes when we look at this 18 tournament in the 1A, because you have to play that over 3 days. We talked about shrinking that, the feeling from the 1A, they did not want to. They wanted to keep what they had. They liked what they had, where they have 4 different leagues sending the top 2 in, as opposed to trying to find some place to hold a quarterfinal in the middle of a week or a weekend before that would force their region tournament to move up a weekend. Questions on that? I don't know if Mr. Vick wants to speak on that.
If you choose.
David Dick, 1A. Mark's right on with it all. It's one of those things that, for me personally, whether I agreed or not, this is what the league wanted. Okay, it's the 18 thing. For some of the small schools, that's their world. Basketball is their world. Those people will travel, they don't care where it's at.
Yeah, and then
Can you send those people my way? Because they don't win that.
Any other comments, questions? Keith?
Good question. I mean, when we talked about football, we made such a big deal about over teams potentially being in the playoffs. And the 5A is gonna put all 9 teams in. I mean, it's kind of hypocritical when we made a big deal about as a group that we didn't want teams that were, 0-10 or 0-9, and now we're gonna put potentially that bottom team. Again, now the 8th place team might not be much better. I'm just simply saying that was part of the conversation, so just.
And I know that, I'm sorry, Sean, I know you were, there's those of you at this table that were on the realignment committee. If any of you want to speak up, and I know Sean wants to, so go ahead.
I do.
Yeah, 'cause you were right there.
Assignments to a liaison and realignment non-specialist. Yeah, we talked about, I think we kicked it around where those 9 teams, whether one seed had a bye and then, but it's gonna be the 8 versus 9, right? Like playing game, the winner of that plays the 1 seed. We felt with basketball, it's a little different as far as, you're right, Keith, that there may not be much difference between 9-8. But the fact that everybody make the playoffs except for one team, when with basketball, it's not such a physical sport as football, where the discrepancy of the talent may not be that.
And that was the discussion to the alignment committee. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Davis.
And I think for some prove a point here, what happened this year in the 5A boys basketball playoffs is we had the 8 seed that wasn't even sure partway through the week if they were actually in the tournament because of some other things that were going on, then go beat the 1 seed in the third ones. So,
All the lower seeds won.
not all, because Bishop won.
Oh, Bishop won the sorry.
And Mojave.
Sorry, what do you call it?
Okay,
Sorry.
no fighting at the board meeting. Mr. Levette.
Well, Floyd, 5A North. The Northern Athletic Directors fought the North baseball coaches tooth and nail on doing an 8-9 playing game with our 9-team league in baseball into our regional. And we fought it. We gave in to the baseball coaches, and 2 years ago, Reed High School's a 8 seed, they win the 8, or a 9 seed, they win the 8-9 game, and then they go on, they're 1 game away from playing in a state championship, so.
It happens.
It happens, so.
You know,
They were
as
right,
long
we
as
were
that
right.
8 and 9 plays, it's not the 1 and 9.
Yeah.
That's killer. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Anthony?
It's all been said.
Okay, good. Okay, any questions, comments? We will continue on girls' basketball, page 84.
Thank you. Again, we're looking at all 9 teams and same thing we're looking at here. There's absolutely the same boys basketball and girls basketball.
I don't want to have to see that.
It was, hey, but you're in the playoffs.
That's not helpful.
Hey, Tammy, we'll host you, Tammy. It's okay. You can come.
Go win, Tammy, go win.
All right, we'll let Tammy gather herself and we will proceed to bowling on page 85.
And the only reason I brought it up is because she's far enough away on the other side.
I have to.
She runs fast though.
And I don't. Page 85, bowling, real long discussion with Brian Gregorich, our bowling coordinator, who does an absolutely fabulous job. He is the Jeremy Thornton of bowling. They do wonders in their sports. What you see here, we've got a qualifying standard for bowling, just to make sure that when we get to that individual tournament, the kids that need to be there are there, and we don't have kids rolling a 58 in one of the games bowling. But what you see there, again, keeping in mind what we currently have up top includes a 3A. With this new alignment, we would not have a 3A, which is why you see only a 5A and a 4A. So you have team qualifying and you have separate individual qualifying.
Any questions? Yes, Keith.
Just because I don't know enough about bowling here, are those averages for individuals similar to what they were prior, or have they changed much?
Go ahead.
Thank you. The qualifying standards are new, but in going through those, we looked at for the past couple of years where that top 30 or top 20 would fall. And based those qualifying averages right off of that, so that we weren't excluding. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate the clarification.
No other questions? Well said, Mark. Thank you. Let's go to page 86, flag football.
And again, you see, thank you, President, so you see on page 86, we currently have, obviously, flag football is another one of those sports where we do not have a 3A for the next 3 years. So you see an 18 5A playoff, a 16 team 4A.
Any questions, comments? Hearing none, let's proceed. Page 87, skiing.
Skiing on page 87, we are going with no changes, the same as we did with the entire alignment. That group is comfortable with what they've got going to their state event. We're comfortable with having.
Thank you. And let's go to page 88, wrestling. As you see, it says table.
And it was tabled by our realignment committee. They wanted more time to look at this. What we proposed was taking a few kids out of the 5A and 4A, and the reason behind that was we had fewer teams in the 4A. That was large, but this is not a proposal for this group because the realignment committee has not yet formed a proposal on wrestling. So we wanted you to know what was being discussed, but it is tabled and we'll come back in the spring.
Keith,
I make a motion to approve all winter sports with the exception of wrestling, as there is no distance tabled. For the, is it for the next 3-year alignment? Is that for the next 3-year alignment?
I also see the comment down there, no replacement for opposite halves, that a replacement after Monday.
No, that's.
And that's going to apply to across the board,
We're going.
all sports. I know this is
Yes.
further conversation.
Yes.
Yeah, that is my intention.
I love that. Again, travel agent.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, any additional comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 16, will be brief, that's for break.
Okay, let's go to item number 16. On page 89, it is the 25-26 calendar, Mr. Jackson.
So now that we have approved all of the fall and winter alignments, we had to adjust the calendar for the fall because we had one less division in football. So that meant we had to take a state championship game off of the calendar. It is off the calendar. As you can see, it has now been adjusted to reflect what we currently have for fall and winter. And we will make those final adjustments. And then my plan is moving forward is you will do spring in June. And in June, we will present the final calendar for 3 years. So this is just adjusting it now so that we can start our planning preparations for the fall and get working on securing facilities and get to more regional tournament placement as well. So the only change on the calendar is down in November. You will see everything else stayed the same except for football. So we will have 3A, 1A state football will be in the north open if it's a Southern Division only. 5A, 4A, and 2A state football will be in the south. That is right now. But as we discussed later with the calendar, there is a potential that we will be looking at adjusting that for the 3-year alignment, but we wanted to have this on the record right now so that you could see what it would look like. So that's all this is. And if we don't have to come back to it, we never will. And we can be done with the calendar as soon as possible. So my plan is to only bring back the spring calendar if there's any adjustments to that, which I do not foresee, because we are not talking about removing the number of divisions in there. This was a removal of a division of football.
Let me ask a quick question. This will be the look on the NIAA.com under calendar.
Yes,
This is the
ma'am.
format.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We like it. Staff likes it within my office. I appreciate that. I really like this format. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Yes, Sean.
Thomas Imus, 2A South. Sir, is the date for the state championship on November 25th, is that a fluid date? Depending on the Raiders' schedule, or is it set date, because that is a Tuesday?
Yes, it is a pattern date after what we've done in the past with the hopeful expectation that it could be with the Raiders. That is fluid if we have to change it. Likewise, we are in discussion right now with the University of Nevada, Reno for the use of Mackey Stadium, which means we could be looking at a fluid date in the north as well in that window. And Mr. Davis, if you would add to that.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson's actually quite a compliment. Thank you. Please keep in mind that when we get to that weekend, part of the reason the fact that it's listed on the 25th really isn't dependent upon Allegiant, but there's also, that is the weekend of the Formula One race that we've had to try to get off of that weekend because of the hotel rates.
Yes, yep, I apologize, forgot about that. So with football, as we always know, if we're going to be in Allegiant, we have to be flexible. And we will be flexible for that opportunity, but I wanted to put the dates on there so we could start the calendar out as much as possible. I will keep you posted, as far as it goes with Mackey Stadium in the
It's the
north.
weekend before this. Yeah. It's a nightmare.
So so the motion is just to approve that we've removed one division of football.
I make the motion to approve the calendar as presented by Mr. Jackson.
We have a first.
Second.
Wait, okay, we have a first, we have second, any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Would you like to take a quick break?
Yes.
Okay, let's take about,
Oh, 10 minutes.
Wade says 5, we'll take 5 minutes.
Thank you.
We'll see.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Going back on,
Audio is on.
Bart, give me the countdown.
Good.
All right, let's go to item number 17. Election of the new Board of Control Officer for possible action. On page 92. Council will lead the Board of Control through the process of nominating and electing a new Board of Control officers. It's apparent, I guess, our terms have come up. We're looking for Board of Control Vice President, Board of Control President. Any comment? Any recommendation? Keith?
So Pam, the process here is we just as a board nominate, make a recommendation. Is that the process?
That is correct.
Okay, I want
Ms.
to.
Cavazos?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I would like to nominate Pam Sloan. She has worked hard as our president to establish consistency and stability within her role as president. I believe her years of experience is absolutely going to be more than vital to helping the board to meet many of the new challenges that we're going to be facing in the coming year. So my nomination is for Pam Sloan as president.
Second.
Okay, we have first, we have second, and further discussion, comments. I appreciate the kind words. Here, yes, Keith.
Again, I appreciate all the work Pam has done. I'd like to make. Also, do we have to vote on that motion before we do vice president? Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, apologies. I will hold my tongue until we make the vote.
Okay, do you believe we should go roll call?
Yes, that's on.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. I appreciate that, Roger. I appreciate that. All right, so, Vice President Wade,
Wade Polson, Region 3. I move to have Roland Stallworth as vice president.
Second.
thank you. Greg, seconds. You're not leaving me yet.
Hey, we could have made you president.
Yes, Keith.
I just want to say that I appreciate the work that both of you do. You have a lot of tough conversations and deal with a lot of tough situations. And having to deal with a state that is extremely diverse from top to bottom and very, very different things going on. And so I appreciate the work that you do. And so thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Cavazos.
I just wanted to make a comment also regarding Mr. Stallworth, that he's always open to different perspectives. And he never makes a north-south thing. He always has evidence to be able to back up what his concerns are, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Wait,
Just a question, is this yearly, 2 years,
2 years.
every 2 years? Okay, thank you.
For the 31st, I mean, we're 2 days late. Just say.
You are.
Or retirement, is it 2 years or retirement? Is it?
All right, we have first, we have a second. Take it. This is for Rollins. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That would be a nay. No.
Hey, you put 385B 112 into our rules and regs. We'll remove the March 31st and put spring board D in odd years.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Sorry.
All right, you guys, all
No, but you're right. Technically, you're right. It needs to be changed.
right, good. That was the quickest board item we've gone through. Appreciate that.
Keep it up.
All right.
Keep it up.
Let's go to item number 18, approval of the request for proposal RFP for possible action. Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you again, Tim Jackson, for the record. This is a request for proposal that we would like to send out from the NIAA Board of Control to request a bid and supplier for our awards, trophies, and medals. As far as I can tell, the last time this occurred was I can just tell you where the meeting was. Mr. Bonine was still in office and we were at Red Rock for the meeting. That's a long time ago. So 2012, maybe?
You are concerned. You are correct. Is that?
Thank you. 2012, we did this and we went back with Jostens. There's nothing wrong with the quality of Jostens. We're just looking to see if we can secure a better price and a better shipping situation, or if there's someone out there that can meet the needs of our association. I have to say that I have to thank Ron Nichetti from California, the CIF Executive Director. He worked with me very extensively on this, so he's very on how to word it and everything else.
Also thank Paul for the work he did on this to make sure we were hitting the regulations, because this goes into NRS because of the value. I want to bring in Bart on this so he can bring in some information to you, but Bart.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. We have used different companies in the past. It was quite some time ago, and I'm sure Ms. Sloan, Mr. Stallworth remember this. We used Ingram Awards for a short period of time. I will tell you that Mark Lee, who is our Jostens representative, could not be better to work with. He's a fantastic guy. He's based in the Reno area, always very helpful. But those awards are being shipped to us from Oklahoma. And that does add to the cost of the shipping, as Mr. Jackson mentioned, I believe yesterday, we were given the financial report, that shipping costs that used to not be something we had to handle has now been thrust upon us, and it's tens of thousands of dollars. We don't know who all might be closer to us who can do a job similar to, if not better than, Jostens. We want to explore that opportunity. We're not necessarily saying that we're going away from anybody. It's just an opportunity for us to see who's out there, what kind of price we're looking at. It may come back that Jostens is the best. It may.
And they'll get to apply too. They'll
Yes.
get to reapply.
Yep, so with the board's approval, we will get this out and advertised in the correct places. And my hope is that we will have, well, my request is that we have this back in time to present to you at the June 4th board meeting for implementation immediately upon approval if necessary, but we will not be without a medal and trophy supplier. We just are exploring our options to see if there's better financial options out there for us.
So once approved, you'll immediately put this out there.
Yes,
And the submissions, I just wanted, so the board knows timelines.
they have until May 16th, on or before Friday, May 16th. Interested parties are requested to submit 2 sealed copies for their proposal.
And that's on page 97.
Yes, ma'am.
And then NIAA will review proposals.
Yep.
Yes, Keith.
Just a quick question. I don't see specifics on what you're looking for, sizes of plaques. Is there, when they're giving you that bid, do they not need that information?
They will provide their sample for us to review.
Okay.
Yeah, the last time we did this, what they actually did was, before the bids were reviewed, they actually came in and set them up at the board meeting, and there was a break where we all got to walk around and look at, pick up, hold, and touch the actual medal and trophy.
And when they do that, we'll have an idea what the costs are.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Wade.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the request for proposal for championship awards, medals and trophies.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional comments, questions? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. We will now go to item number 19 on page 99. Out of season participation waiver, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning again. Thank you. This is from the Bishop Manogue High School, courtesy of Rollins. Thank you for sending them our direction on this. They have been invited to the Board of Governors for the National High School Golf Association National Invitational at Pinehurst Resort to play golf. Yes, as a team. They are out of season. We do have an allocation and a regulation that allows for this to occur. We have used it in the past for basketball. Boys and girls basketball have played at Paragon, Dick's Sporting Goods. We've had football do it where they played a game earlier than the season, but I wanted them to follow the right regulations, and they have said they would want to follow the right regulations. It is our recommendation that we would approve them to have the opportunity to go play Pinehurst. We have offered to go along with them and play in any position they need to play Pinehurst.
You'll be a caddy.
No, ma'am. I'm going to be a alternate scorer. I might shoot the 180 and they'll throw my score out. So.
Circle 10.
Circle 10.
What a great honor.
Yes.
What a huge honor. Okay, Keith.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the waiver for Bishop Manogue permission to play in the girls golf out of season tournament at Pinehurst.
Thank you. Great. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional comments, questions? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any approved, disapproved, say nay. Approved, sorry, opposed. I'm getting ahead of myself here. All right, let's go to page. We have a lot of items. Page 211, sportsmanship regulation. I'm gonna do a little woo-woo. It's about time. I'm gonna turn this over to Kate.
Thank you, President Sloan. As Ms. Sloan just woo-wooed, this has been going back and forth between the board, committees for years. And we finally got it back from the LCB with some adjusted language from what we sent it with, but I reviewed it. We reviewed it with the Rules and Regulations Committee. We're comfortable with the slight changes that we made to what we did send them. And so we're just looking for the board's approval to send it back with our approval to be signed into law and go into our NAC. So I'm just gonna point out the small changes from what we sent them. If you look at page 217, subsection 4. We had originally sent the language, a pupil, coach, or spectator who commits assault or battery against a sports official. They did add verbally abuses, and later they define that. And I do think that's actually a good distinction that they added that language in there. So you'll see the explanation of what the three things are and the definitions later on. The other change to subsection 4 was what we did send them. The second sentence where it says thereof may, where the principal determines, the may was shall. We changed that to may and sent that. That was our recommendation here from the board. So that is the same. Subsection 8 on page 218, again, just different areas where you'll see verbal abuse, assault, or battery. We had just sent assault and battery, so they added verbal abuse twice in that subsection 8 and 8A. 219, subsection 12. Active violence means verbal abuse, assault, battery, again, in that verbal abuse. And then you'll see B, C, and D with the definitions we had sent in, that assault would be ascribed to the NRS definition of assault, battery, NRS definition of battery. And then they added D, this is that new language. They added verbal abuse means aggressive, offensive, or profane language that is directed at a person, which I think is a good distinction and definition to have in there.
And that's the majority of what,
Correct.
usually what happens is D.
Yep, and those are all the changes. Any questions?
I want to vote for it, but I just want to make a quick question.
Yeah.
One of the points, remember, I don't want to send this back to LCB again by any stretch, but when they talk about the principal, a lot of times it is not the principal who is the official at the game. It should have been principal or designee, but it doesn't say that, but I'm assuming that this allows for that based on the language.
I would also assume that whatever assistant principal is there would probably consult with the principal regardless, so it'd be through the principal.
Okay.
I would say that's okay, Paul.
Was that?
Would you think that it's okay to keep principal and not principal or designee, since the principal may
Yes.
not be at the game
Yeah,
and it's still through the principal?
Okay.
We started these revisions like when Bart Thompson was here, not long ago. Now, I have just one comment, is question, being that it has to go back to the LCB, I think this is a Paul question. What kind of turnaround do you believe?
If this has to go back to the LCB, you're looking at, I mean, we have the one-time transfer
Right.
sitting there right now that's probably not gonna get out of there. Until after July, because of the session we're in right now. And I was surprised this actually came back to us, while they were in session. So, I mean, this thing was sitting there
Yeah, over a year,
for a long time.
yeah.
And I thought all the changes that were really necessary were made and were included in this, so I would encourage the board to adopt it.
Because it says right now, return from, okay, so the return, so if we approve today, we're going forward.
If you approve it today, what happens then is it goes, I send it in with a packet of documents that have to accompany it. So that this can then go to the legislative commission, which is, as I've explained before, a group of state senators and assembly persons that meet periodically to review regs. Sometimes they have questions on them that I have to respond to. Sometimes they don't, and they just approve it. But once they approve the reg, the next day it goes to the Secretary of State and is signed into law.
Okay, so it's fair for me when Rollins and me, and whoever's having conversations, we can say that most likely this will be in place in the fall.
Oh, this will,
Okay.
if it doesn't go back. Yeah.
Okay, and there's gonna be a lot of communication. Yes, Wade.
I think, section 8, number 4, page 217, To Keith's, question about the designee, it does say in there, the principal of the school with which the pupil, coach, or spectator is affiliated, or the designee thereof may, where the principal determines that such action is reasonable. So the designee can take action. I think that stipulates all the way through the rest of the document, if I'm not
Thank you.
mistaken. So I believe that that's covered there.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good, because this is great. We can start having conversations, and again, when this is approved, there's gonna be a lot of conversations. Ellen, you're gonna have your hands full because you know everyone's gonna want to appeal. That when, as they do now, when they get ejected, so. And I know what the policy reads, that it is not appealable. Yes.
I do have one more question. So what is the problem? I know if a player, pupil, or coach is, in this situation, and they get ejected and then they're done for 180 days or however, if they're accused of it. How does the school know if a spectator has assaulted or, verbally abused and kicked out? How does the next school know that the spectator, it shouldn't be there?
Mr. Jackson?
So what we've currently been doing right now is we've actually had a school reach out to us and ask us to ban a parent from events. What we do is we provide a letter back to the parent saying that they have been officially trespassed from an event, and we'll do the same thing here, that they've been banned. And when we do that, we also send a copy to the school that they can share with their opponents as they travel to those places. Because the letter says this person has been officially trespassed, and if they show up, or banned, we'll use the word banned. And if they show up to the property, you may institute a trespass on them and notify local law enforcement, and they will honor that for us. So, and that's stated right there in the letter, and we provide that to the school, and they can share it with whoever they need to.
Okay.
And that way we're not, what we don't want to do is, we don't want to miss one of your opponents.
Right.
And we know that you know your community, and you can send that to the future opponent on the road.
Jen?
So, I mean, I get that, but how do I know what they look like? How do
You
I know
don't,
what they
and
are?
I understand
It's
that.
really hard to enforce.
It's hard to enforce. However, I will tell you this, the one benefit to this is they are usually a known entity within their community, and their community will tell you, this phone has been banned.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I hate to say that, but they will tell you this phone has been banned. Or if they have a question, I've actually received a phone call. Hey, Tim, I got a parent here telling me that this guy was banned. Did you ban this person? Yes, I did. And please feel free to tell them they need to be removed, or have law enforcement remove them. And they know they have been because they have received a copy of the letter.
Okay.
Dave,
Tammy,
do you have
just
something?
this that happened for us, we asked, what happened with the parent per call, we actually just asked the coach. But if you tell us if you see this parent, so that we know, and that's usually the only and the best way to kind of, because you're right, that's what I said to Deanna, it's really hard.
Yeah.
So we just asked the other coach, hey, we understand there's an issue. Can you let us know if that person shows up, and they usually will give us that.
You must be mistaken. It could not have been a parent.
Sorry, no, I apologize. It was not from Mr. McDonald. I use that as an example, a very bad example. Mr. McDonald would never happen in his school. It's all.
Well, and I will tell you, Tammy, as a segue into that, we actually had to ban a parent from NIAA events. And the name of that parent was a common name, let's just say Joe Smith.
Right.
And the school reached out and said, is this our Joe Smith? And I said, no, it's not. And they were like, okay, thank you, because we know who that is. And so we have to also make sure, we also put them in communication with the other school so that they know who it is. So we're very communicative on this, because we understand, first of all, 2,000 people show up for a football game. It's hard to find that one person.
Oh, geez.
Two, usually what we've discovered is as well, is usually the situation stems from an event at your home site. And it's not an opposing players, it's your home parent, and you are fully aware of that. Or if it's a visiting, they're fully aware as well. This is not something that is entered into lightly at that point. So there's been communication before.
I'm gonna go, Dave.
Great question, Keith.
And David, I'm in total liaison. I've actually had coaches come up to me at games, say, hey, yeah, this person's been made, they can't come in. I'll let you know if they show up, because they know who they are, or if a representative from another school, because when there's football and all the problems that happen in those games. Whereas they're visiting, like, hey, well, we'll check that and make sure anything happens. So it's, if it happens to one of yours, I'm sure you would tell your coaches, hey, make sure that so-and-so is not there. If you see them at a game, let the proper people know.
Wait,
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the sportsmanship regulation as read first.
Ms. Costos,
Yes, that's second it.
thank you very much.
Great changes.
We have a first, we have a second, got a woo-woo. Any other additional, comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Okay, so this will get submitted, next week, or well, this week, when I get back from the office, and we'll get her on track.
I did all the. Okay, thank you so much. We did all the,
Action items.
action items. We'll go to discussion. We'll go to page 240.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. Thank you, board, for approving that and sending it on its way. Thank you. From all the officials and administrators at various events.
And like you said earlier, I think there's gonna have to be a lot of communication going out in regards to this change, because it's huge.
Training.
Yeah, huge. Not only from the district sides, but also the NIAA, and I know you'll have that conversation in your meetings. All right, so Sports Medicine Advisory Committee, go to page 245. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Ms. Sloan. As you know, the Sports Medicine Advisory Committee met recently, or you may not know, I should say it that way. And there was some discussion brought forth by CCSD Health Services about the pre-participation form, about whether or not we should have the parent provide that to the school. The thing that they asked me to do was to reach out to our fellow state associations to find out what they were doing with this. Because there are some serious concerns with knowing some pre-existing conditions that may not be disclosed, or some serious situations of health that we should be aware of. So what I did was I reached out to my fellow associations with two questions. I said, one, do you collect the medical history form as part of your pre-participation physical requirements? And two, if you do, who has access to those forms? Because those were the two major concerns as we were discussing this as a committee. So I got 12 responses back from the 12 schools. I followed the Pam Sloan School of Survey.
See how
And
valid it is?
it is. I got 12 back, and 12 of them responded back that as an association, none of them collect them. So there is no collection, which we do not. We do not collect them at the association level. So of course, then I thought, okay, maybe my question should have been written to your schools. But I went into the next responses. If you do, who has access to these forms? I got back 10 responses to that. Administration was one response of the schools, and administration and athletic trainers at the schools, 9. 2 of them responded back, we do not collect them, the schools do not collect them. So what I'm learning, and I'm following up a little bit more with them, is that they are allowing the schools to say, provide that to us. We need that information, which I think is a valid point. They're reaching out to them. The SMAC committee agrees that there are many states using this exact form, as was pointed out yesterday. They're using this exact form, but the information on the pre-participation questionnaire needs to be addressed. There's some concerns that the doctors are not sharing that back. That this information is being kept, and that the school should know this information. So when I brought this back, I brought this to the board today to have a discussion as to the top of that form says the form should be placed in the athlete's medical file and should not be shared with the school or sports organization. The medical eligibility form is the only form that should be submitted to a school or sports organization. Athletes who have a current pre-participation physical evaluation per state and local guidance on file should not need to complete another history form. I don't know what the flavor is of the board on this as to how to move forward, because I know we've had the discussion about the form as it is right now. The SMAC committee is that, it is a committee. It did not make any recommendation. They just wanted me to share with you what their question was and what guidance the board would like in future meetings about this situation. I'm going to turn it over now to Ms. Sloan because this is something that came directly from CCSD. And when it was presented to the committee agreed that they may have, when they presented this to the board the last time for adoption, may not have considered that scenario as such a wide scenario to consider with peanut allergies, heart conditions, or other things that may be disclosed on there that our athletic trainers should know prior to that. Ms. Sloan?
And I'll tell you too, if you go to page 252, the medical eligibility form is the only form that is put into the kids activated. How do we know that the doctor was in possession of these other documents? That the doctor actually took a look at, from 246 to 248, that they really have them on file. These are key things, and these are things that we know. I have coaches sitting around this table here. In the past, as we've said before, we had a modified version of this that was required. And our athletic trainers reviewed every kid, and it's important. And when our health servant, I'm on a chain every night, and I get when the shot put hit the kid in the head, or, I sent him to X and everybody else, and all the injuries, the cardiac kid was transported, so on and so forth. And it would be so vital if our athletic trainers had the prehistory to see if there was anything leading up to that or something they should have known.
So with that being said,
Absolutely.
with that being said, on page 252, I believe, and I'm bringing this to you for input, is on that back there, if we simply added a line that the doctor says, I have reviewed the pre-medical part and lists anything on there that should be important on there, I think we might get a little bit better response. You understand what I'm saying? Like, instead of saying, okay, we want those forms back, simply put on the back that says the doctor has reviewed it and I've identified the following things that you should be aware of. And add that to that signature line so that they go in and say, okay, we have a peanut allergy here, be aware. Or they're on medication for heart arrhythmia or something. Or whatever the case may be, diabetic, you monitor their blood sugar.
See, that's the key.
Yes.
And that's the want and that's the ask.
Yeah.
And I know too that we have all that it's supposed to have an Infinite Campus, have that information, but how up to date is that information?
So two things. One, I think we're actually looking at the form on page 117, right? Because that's the modified form as of earlier today,
Yes.
right? So it's not,
117.
117 is the new form.
The new form, yeah.
So just to clarify that. I wonder how that, Tim, just a clarification on that, how is that different than the current paragraph that is there?
To me, it's different that we have acknowledgement that a physician reviewed the first pages because there's no verification here that the doctor has reviewed those first pages where that information is provided. We don't know for sure that they've seen these.
And that's mine. That's
Well,
been a lot of our concern.
Like, okay, I thought that that's what the line, a copy of the physical examination findings are on record in my office and can be made available to the school at the request of the parents. Is that not saying I've read this form?
No.
Okay, so you just
Yeah.
want to maybe add a sentence.
Add a
there,
sentence that
like,
says, I have reviewed I have specifically reviewed,
Okay,
and I have a copy of it on record.
I would be open to having to see some modification on that. I stand by, I still would like to see a box at the top for both eligibility genders there. But I will defer to the flavor of the board.
Just to give a little insight too, I think one of the biggest problems here is once they sign that, the doctor signs that, they do not complete the rest of this, is what we're finding. Because they've signed it and they're, okay, I've done all this and signed. So I think one of the biggest things that would help is putting that statement that you said, Tim, at the beginning. With those, the allergies and medication, whatever, we really need previous surgeries, whatever we think is important from that prehistory at the very top before they mark a student medically eligible. So they're putting that prehistory information there, then they're marking them eligible and doing their final signature at the very bottom.
I'm very good with that.
Yeah.
I'm better with that than a line saying they reviewed it. If we move that section above and drop the signature to the bottom, I think that's even more clean.
Yeah, good idea, Kate.
I like that, Kate. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
that doesn't change the form request, it just simply changes the format.
Yeah.
Okay,
Changes the secret.
I like that.
That's all the issue. That makes sense.
Yeah, this is, it's such vital information. Our health service is very vocal on this key.
Yeah, I guess I would ask, having been on the sidelines when we lost a kid, right, like whatever is gonna keep us from losing a kid is what we need our trainers to have.
Yes.
Absolutely.
As uncomfortable as that might be. And I know this may not be a popular opinion with everyone, but again, if changing the form or having that information given to the trainer might potentially save a kid's life, I'm for having having us start collecting this back like we did in the olden days. Because I'm dating myself here, when I coached, the whole form came in, the whole thing, everything in the packet, all the check boxes, all the pre-participation came in, so I'm all for whatever we think is gonna keep kids from downside.
And this form, of course, being approved by the American Association of Pediatrics, that we're not really changing their form, we're adjusting that part, but at the same time, if the board is of the flavor that they want us to collect that, we can simply add that into the activation requirement that they upload that.
What is the recommendation of the medical, whatever you just said, I'm sorry,
Um,
pediatrics? What is the right, is there a recommendation?
Well, from the
Yeah, turn it in?
the SMAC committee was not opposed to it. The only concern they had was that it's a form recommended by the American Association of the Pediatric Association, that they're like, they've already approved this, but then they also saw the need. I think their concern was, where's that information going and who has access to it? And we have limited access to that information. We have already limited it, and we're not sharing it with the state. We're not sharing it with every other school. It's inside there. And the question was, is this a HIPAA violation? And the response to that was, it's a form that we're requiring, so it would follow under FERPA. And the same FERPA requirements would be attached, so HIPAA requirements would be there. Same. We would assume that if you violated FERPA or you violated HIPAA, you would be held accountable, and we discussed that at length. They were not opposed to it. They were just concerned that, well, do we change the top of the form then? But I don't think we need to change the top of the form. I think we just know that the state is not requiring that submission to us. We don't want the form. We don't need the form. We know the trainers and the school need the form. And that, in that sense, does that make, Kate, you were in the meeting?
Yeah, my only concern with that is, if we're gonna put this in Activate, we still have access to it. So if their
Yes.
concern is us having it. That's still a concern.
It's
We
still
do
there.
have access to it.
Yes.
So I don't think there was a consensus in the meeting. of
No.
Well,
And when we say we have access to it, remember that access is limited to the athletic department, the trainers. And my guess is, like many of us in the athletic department, very rarely are we on Activate. It's usually just our trainer and the student who's involved. And our big thing is, do we eliminate all of our contact and ability to the information based on the fact that we do need to have our athletic trainers have access to it? And I think it's more important that we limit our ability to have access to it so that our athletic trainers do have access to it.
well, I would say that we too need access, because when I get a phone call from Sheriff Department over Health Services, they need that immediate information. Tammy,
And I would say, as administrators, we need it too.
absolutely.
Because when something, I mean, unfortunately, I've been in the same situation that Keith's been in. And the trainer's the one working with the kid, and I'm the one looking up the information. I'm the one calling the parent. I'm the one, so we absolutely.
I agree.
And that's why the response from the state associations around us made sense.
Yeah.
It was administrators and that athletic trainers, but it did not say coaches. It didn't say anybody else. It said administrators and athletic
And the trainers are
administrators.
really good about sharing with the coaches what
Yes.
they need to know, what to look for, because the coach is gonna not understand. The trainer's the one that's gonna go, okay, it's this diagnosis. Coaches, look for this, this, and this, call me if you see it.
So then in that aspect, we would not need to change the form. We would just tell schools, go ahead and collect it if you feel it's necessary.
Now, my only question would be for those that don't have trainers,
Yes.
because, I mean, we're lucky we have them, but I mean, I know charter doesn't own, so how does that work for them?
We discussed that in the SMAC committee, and it was administrators, but usually the ones who have access to it through IC as well. So that was a discussion as well.
So Tim, the suggestion is, even though it says should not be submitted, that schools could say. We want the entirety of it, but we as a committee are not recommending that. It be turned in holistically to all schools. Is that what you just said? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, in essence, what I believe is probably the smartest way to do this is to not change the form, leave the form, and if a school wants it, the school can request it. And that way you have it on file.
Minus the changes you and Kate came up with earlier about moving.
Yeah, we wouldn't have to do that if you were requesting the whole form. You see what I'm saying?
Correct.
If you're doing page 117, you don't need to do the whole thing. If you turn it page
Correct.
117,
Manipulative.
and this
No, we
is,
don't manipulate.
Well, or because that's how it's done.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
but once the schools receive page 117, that's the information our trainer needs, right there. The other stuff is really not what they need, just 117. So 117 is the important aspect here. If our trainers can get this, or athletic administrators or whoever can get this and put it in to activate, we're good to go. The problem is that they're missing this.
Correct.
Comment on Region 4, I agree with Rollins. I think I hesitate to say like schools decide if you want to know this or not. I think we commit one way or the other,
Right.
but then also like I like the modifications to 117. I also wonder if we could like where we say other information as an example, maybe we could be more specific what we mean there. For example, saying, is anything checked? Yes, on throughout the document that we need to know. You know what I mean? Like, so difficulty or whatever, they have hepatitis, is checked, yes, like that's something that should be listed here. So maybe we just need to be a little more specific with the doctor of saying like, because other information, what are we looking for here? For example, yes, on this answer, this question.
Other information or yes,
Yes,
or yeses.
yeah, so
I
I think.
agree that it solves
Yeah, I
the
like that.
question that I have. Okay. That's. In the, again, not trying to get too personal, but in the case of ours, if we had known there was a yes.
Yeah.
Checked. That would have potentially. I don't know if it would have changed anything, but it would have helped to have that information. And that information was not provided because all we got was the should be submitted medically eligible without restriction. Now. How that plays out legally on the back end for that doctor, I don't know all of that. What I'm saying is at school and with kids, I like were there any yes boxes checked, because that's what we would need to know.
Because that would put that kid on the radar.
On the radar.
It would put that kid on the radar, because a lot of doctors I've had, my kid just had her physical, it took like 72 seconds.
Yep.
Right, like, I mean, it was,
Well, and
now we didn't have any yeses checked, but I mean, if the doctors are doing that, right, are we really getting the information we need to keep our athletes?
And that was the concern we had with the robo physicals. Where is that information then kept? When we go through physical night and we pump 500 kids through, and where did that information go? So I think we have good guidance here. I think we know where we need to go. I think we know what we need to do.
I like it.
Okay.
Rollins?
I think I might say the same thing, but to your point, Colin, I think that other needs to be, what other limitations would this student athlete have regarding athletic participation? Something specific, because you know, kids go get a physical at doctor's office who aren't playing sports, and the doctor doesn't know the kid is playing sports or not. We need to know you're filling this athletic physical out because you are playing a physical, active, athletic event at the high school. Those are the issues that the doctors need to know, because a physical for a kid who's just going to school and not participating in sports is gonna be different from that kid that's gonna go out and play football for the first time as a freshman. And so that doctor needs to understand, oh yeah, this kid's going out for athletics, going out for this, and this. What other things should we pay attention to? Because a kid who is a diabetic and shouldn't be doing a lot of running, shouldn't be doing a lot of this, that should be listed if that kid's going out for cross country.
And it doesn't even say diabetes on here right now.
It does.
You just said one of the yeses would have been diabetic.
Yes,
And it's not even listed. So I like the idea. Explain any yeses.
yes, yes.
Okay.
So that's all. Just a little bit more detail.
Okay.
For that trainer to have, because now they're getting nothing.
Yep.
Okay, we'll close
Yeah,
it
real
up.
quick, on 111, if you look at the top box there, right under where they have their demographic information. Those, I think, are the things that we need: your medication, surgeries, any sort of medicine supplement, allergies. 2 of those are already asked. And then I think the add, instead of other, we add any yes, and which, if so, which one? And then we can just remove the emergency contacts. We already collect that through Activate. I don't think that's necessary.
I agree.
And that will be our 4.
Okay. I think we got direction.
This is
Okay.
just direction, that's not.
Yeah, directions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just direction. Yeah.
So direction and
Discussion, sorry.
discussion, and this will come back?
Yes, we will
Okay.
bring it back, because we have to make the adjustments from the, from my point.
Thank you.
Sorry, let me know.
No worries.
Okay, thank you.
Kate, you got that?
Yes, one last comment, I'm sorry. If we do bring this back in June, and try to implement it for the next school year, may be a challenge. And we just have to logistically talk about if you've already had yours completed, which we did when we implemented it, so just think of
Yes.
that, you know.
Yep.
moving forward.
We've done that in the past.
Yeah.
So we've moved performance and moving forward, you must use this.
Yeah.
And we can also ask the schools to, if they have to, go back and review anyone from that point. Yeah, okay.
Okay, we will now, thank you very much, go to page 253. Agenda item number 25, realignment committee discussion.
Thank you for this. One of the things I wanted to discuss with the board is after the next board meeting, we will have the realignment done for the next 3 years. It is my intention to dissolve the realignment committee. Because I think at that point, they've served their sentence. And reconstitute it. So my intention is to then bring to the board in June what the new realignment committee will look like, because I believe the realignment committee should be no longer having to have a meeting with everyone at the same time. What I think is over the course of the next 3 years, it's going to be a new committee, but it's only going to be for review. One of the things that was requested with the football alignment was that we review the results as we go through the process. And I think that's the key. So that new committee will then be, the idea is to bring forth to you what the committee would look like, not who is on the committee, what it would look like and what we're going to be doing moving forward. And the panel review, the evaluating and providing board with an update with the new football HRM system, but not only that, other sports as well, as we continue to go through it, so that we're having those discussions and they're ongoing. And that way, when the realignment begins the year before the end of it, the committee is then more versed in where we're at, what we see is working and not working, but more importantly, what the committee is going to look like. I think we can all agree that we've tried the large committee, we've tried the really large committee, but we have not tried the small committee. And I think perhaps maybe we look in a direction that way, but I wanted to get any input from the board as to what their view of the realignment committee, not who, but what the board committee would look like. If you had any input you would like to add to that.
Well, I would just like to say real quick, I'm very sorry, is that I do feel bad for 1A, 2A, having to sit in these meetings. And, you know, that might be one, you know, you're looking to separate things out. 3A lives in their own little world, but, you know, I love you, Dallas. But, yeah, no, I like that, Rollins.
I think one of the things that needs to be addressed is the fact that because of the diversity of our leagues and the state in regards to our 1A through 5A, I don't necessarily think that they need to all be together. And I think a separation of the two might be a way in smaller groups, a separation of the two would help out, because there is some conflict with the way things are done from those levels to the other, and they don't match. And so when people are voting and getting things done, I think sometimes there's a conflict of interest. I think in the process, and I think that if we're able to separate the two and how that looks, I don't know, but by doing that, it takes pressures off of both groups. I know as a former member and a voter on realignment, it was real tough for me as a 5A or 4A representative to vote on a 1A or 2A issue. But I mean, it was just, I don't think it was right, and I don't necessarily think it was right for a 1A or 2A person to vote on a 5A, 4A issue. So I think it's important for us to kind of look at that. And then the last thing is, I definitely think there needs to be a board member on the committee. And I don't think that took place, I believe, the last time, and we intentionally took ourselves off.
Well, we intentionally also took board members off because as a board member, you're voting on something that you agreed upon being on the realignment. I could see as a liaison, you know, but yeah, that's why,
We were.
yeah, we didn't take ourselves. It was a recommendation that we, you know,
They
not be
kicked us
there.
off.
Let me go to Tammy, then wait. Tammy,
I agree, as sitting, as you called it, the sentence, having the sentence, being on the realignment committee. It's hard because I see the sides of it. I definitely agree, sometimes smaller is better, for sure. I felt like in a lot of those meetings, it was the same people that were having the conversations, and there were some people that never said, like, literally never said a word the entire time we met. I do worry a little bit getting too small. Because then you put a lot of power in. However, and I don't know what size you're looking at, so I mean, I just feel like. And then you're, no matter what, we know we make people mad, and we know we never make everyone happy, and I don't worry about that personally, but. Like the representation of north, south,
East, west.
east, yeah, everyone, you know, so I think, I mean, obviously, we could really take our way here.
And I think that lends itself to the discussion as well. The good thing is this, by removing the voting board members from that, we put the realignment, and all committees for that matter, in check. We have a checks and balance in the situation now. We know that, I mean, we can just go back to fall realignment. We came forward with a plan, the board said no. We came back with a plan, the board said no. So we have that checks and balance, whether it's good checks or balance or bad checks and balance, it's there. I think too, also, the fine balance between the understanding that this is not a, how do I say this without sounding, what I'm trying to say is this. Removing your own implicit bias from realignment is one of the most difficult things to do. It's impossible to do for most people, and I'm not saying I'm an expert at it or Bart's an expert at it, but at the end of the day, Bart and I have no dog in any fight when it comes to realignment. We just don't. And I'm not saying it should just be Bart and I'm just saying that's an example of what I'm trying to remove the implicit bias that we can't help, because at the end of the day, I had always said that when I was a building administrator, that my child only believed there was one high school in Las Vegas until she was in the 6th grade. Because she only knew one high school in Vegas, and that was where I worked. And I realized then I had an implicit bias towards Durango High School. And I'm very cognizant of use. So I'm gonna stop now.
okay, we're gonna go Colin, and then I'll go to Barton.
Calling out Region 4, in my limited experience on seeing the intricacies of realignment, it seems like each time one of the challenges that comes up is once it reaches the principal level, the principals are like, hold on, pause, let's talk about this, right? So in an effort to avoid that, right, I would encourage, or maybe we could consider involving even more principals from across the state at the table initially. Let the principals kind of come up with the recommendation, right? So that way we don't have this 11th hour principals are like, we just found out, hold on, you know, I think that would be really helpful.
Okay, the one thing I'm gonna actually, this is really good on this, because here's why. The one thing I've learned, and Ms. Cavazos can attest this because she said it, the most important, and Mr. Holmes can attest this, is I did not realize, I don't want to talk collateral, but I've gotten some collateral by spending some time at the superintendent's meetings with them and understanding where they're coming from. It is my intention with the realignment committee being smaller than it is to take the realignment committee on a tour, if you will, to the principal's meetings. The agendized item on a principal's meeting, or have our own meeting with that in the north and the south. Because while we bring in a principal and put them on there, sometimes it's better for us to go and present to them, here's where we're headed. I think that's one of the things the committee has to do that's different. We don't have to do that so much with SMAT, rules and regulations, but realignment brings out the best and the worst in people. And by having those meetings earlier and more often, I believe we can get some collateral from the principals group.
Yeah.
I know there's a standing principals meeting in the north. I know there's a standing principals meeting in the south. Also taking this realignment information to the superintendents, which I did, and most of them were unaware of it because they are 1A, 2A, and they're like, Tim, this doesn't impact us. But yeah, it does kind of, you need to know. So I think that, Kyle and I agree with that 100%, that we get there earlier and say, here's where we're looking. What are your thoughts? What do you guys suggest?
I agree.
Yeah.
I also think though, I encouraging that collaboration
Yeah.
north to south. I mean, I think that, yes, like it's one thing for you to go to the southern principals, we're gonna want one thing. Northern principals are gonna want something else. I think when we're at the table together, we can all see that and try to compromise as best as possible. So.
You know, in
I
the
hear that.
past too, we have had principals on the realignment committee.
So I wonder if
We
there's
have
a
had-
medium where we can have a smaller group of principals who are doing some of that realignment work, who go to the various meetings to present what, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So maybe both those things can exist. Yeah, just a thought. Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, President Sloan. The realignment committee that we currently have right now, for the most part, was pretty much handpicked by me. And I ran that through, our executive director at the time, I ran that through, our board president, current board president, ran that through this board. And what I found out in doing this is I have a great appreciation for everybody who's on that committee and the amount of work that they put in to begin with. We've had some meetings that have gone probably a lot better than I thought they would, time-wise. We've had other meetings where we didn't get everything we were supposed to get done because of the number of voices. Mr. Jackson and I have talked about different ideas for this committee. And I don't want to get too small because the one thing we need to remember is at some point, and I'm going to look at Mr. Fitzsimons for this, you're going to have some school that starts out based on enrollment as 2A and wants to appeal to the 1A. But you're going to have another school that starts out as 2A and wants to appeal to the 3A. You're going to have a 3A school that wants to appeal to the 4A in certain things, then wants to go to the 2A. So we need to have voices from all 5 classes involved, because if you don't have the feel for that class. Then you start looking at private schools and charter schools and how they're treated, and before you realize that this thing is snowball. And that's why the committee gets as big as it does. Because this board is asked, and President Sloan, please correct me if I'm wrong with this. We went to a situation where this board had asked that all appeals be heard by the realignment committee
Correct.
to come forward to this board. We need to make sure we got all the information to hear all the appeals. And Mr. Jackson, I keep kicking ideas around about, again, not who we want to see in this committee, because talked about this, the average lifespan of an athletic director, 2 or 3 years. Try to form a committee now, and half of those people may not be with their current school in 3 years. But we do entertain ideas. I just want to make sure that as we look to maybe streamline this committee, if that's the word I'm looking for, we also don't leave voices out of the equation.
So I will start developing this and bring it back to the board in June. The good thing is we have some time to
3 years.
we have 3 years,
2 years.
2 years,
Yeah,
but we don't want to kick it down the road too far.
Agreed.
Wait, got a question?
yes, wait.
I think it's important that what you said, having a board member, on the committee. Not as a voting member, but as a liaison, as a voice, because so many times we've heard in the past, the realignment committee comes back to us and says, give us direction. Right? Well, that board member can be that direction and say, I don't think the board's gonna agree with it, or yes or no, kind of give guidance at the time. And not as a voting member, but just as a liaison, as a voice, because then it comes back to here. And a lot of times the realignment committee will come to this body with a proposal, and then they go, I really didn't like the proposal that we give to you, and then we're right back to the starting board, right? A board member would say, hey, that ain't gonna fly. If you don't agree with it, that ain't gonna go, right? And then we're right back to square one. So I think having that voice as a liaison on the realignment committee is important. And if we break down to smaller committees, and we have like 3 of them, and 1 and 2A get together or whatever, then the representative. I would represent 1, 2A. That would be me. I should be on that liaison, 4 or 5A has you guys on there. And so we break it down. The 3A could be region 2 because they're mostly 3A. So I think doing it that way also spreads it out so that one person doesn't have to put all of it.
And then that'll help with that communication piece too, because
Correct.
I know the communication is there, but how it's filtered to different entities, I think that's what we're missing, so.
Okay.
Good,
I got good direction.
you
Thank you.
good?
Yep, I'm very good.
All right, thank you, good conversation. All right, if you can go to page 254, ejection report and update, Ellen, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Thanks. Ellen Town, Coordinator of Officials. Yesterday I delivered some colorful charts to you, if you want to pull those out. I'll kind of go over those. First, I thought I'd just talk about, like what happens when a player, coach, fan is ejected, specifically players and coaches. The officials submits a report to the sport commissioner, and then that commissioner in turn sends me the report. They also send a report and a letter to an athletic director saying basically, so-and-so has been ejected during this game on this date. They provide them with the NAC that they violated, the policy. And then they also direct them and tell them, they're to submit their certificate of completion of whether if it's a player, they have to complete the sportsmanship course offered by the NFHS, which is free. If it's a coach, it's a behavior and modeling that they have to submit. It's again, an NFHS report. So once that player or coach has completed that certificate, that program, the athletic director is supposed to upload on a link provided to an NIAA tracking, basically compliance database, okay? So the AD is given direction on, basically how to submit proof that the individual has taken the course, and then in that form that Kate graciously created in Google, they have to provide a lot of other information, name, grade, date of ejection, the date the suspension was served, the game that they sat out, what sport it is, what if it's fall, winter, that sort of thing. So they have to supply some information there. When I get the report from the commissioner, I take it, I read it. Sometimes I have some questions on the report, and then I log it into my own little Excel spreadsheet. Okay, so we kind of have these two databases sitting out there. One is the ones that I get from commissioners with ejection reports, and then one is what the athletic directors submit through this compliance reporting. Any questions on that process?
Yeah, I have a question. In football, according to your pie chart here, we had 115 or 114 player ejections. Is that because of unsportsman conduct, or is that ejection because of targeting? Because the player can get ejected if you target, and that's the rule, and then you get kicked out of the game. So is that ejection a technique play, or was that for unsportsmanlike conduct and he got kicked out for swearing at the official or something like that?
Yeah, the majority of the ones that, when I read those, very few are targeting. Most of these are unsporting behavior. A kid stepped on a kid's helmet, said something, spit at somebody, did something that's basically
I
not
think
targeting.
in the future, is targeting in that number? Because I think we need to eliminate targeting. out of
Probably it
that.
is, but I'm gonna say there's probably only a couple.
Really, because almost every football game I go to, somebody gets ejected for targeting. I mean,
It's not described that way.
Yeah,
So
okay.
it would
I'm
have
gonna
to
go
be-
to Jason really quick.
So I want, just for clarification purposes on the rule, there's not a targeting rule in high school. There is on sportsman, like if you get 2 on sportsman, like you get ejected.
Right.
But there's not a specific targeting rule in football, correct?
Correct, they're not,
Right, well-
right, so if you get called for targeting, it's not listed as targeting,
It's on sportsman.
it's unsportsmanlike, so they're in there. But the definition, but the description that, we don't have a delineation because there is no technical targeting rule. I'm like. I'm making the call.
You see where I'm getting
Yes.
at is one is a football play and the kid lower his head, he gets 2 of them and he gets ejected.
Well-
That's different than getting ejected because you stepped on a kid's helmet.
And
or
likewise,
you kicked a
Wade,
kid or.
we don't have a or 2 yellow cards equal a red is an ejection.
Okay.
We don't have that delineation either. Now, we can get more detail than that, but that would be, we don't have the.
Yeah, I don't want to
Yeah.
create work.
Okay,
I
no, I'm not saying
just want to
creating work.
understand the
I,
number.
yeah, and also understand that until that rule is implemented, we wouldn't have we would not be able to differentiate
Okay.
within a report.
Let me go to Sean.
Sean Simons, 2A liaison. Question for Ellen. Would you say that this 115 football that Wade's speaking of, would you say that's mostly because of bench clearing brawls or people leaving the bench as well?
Well, if we go to the next page, it says football ejections by level. And in that,
Of those 50s?
those little asterisk there, in that 50, there were, I think one school had like 30 that included the bench clearing. Okay.
Just want to show
So-
that to the board that it is skewed a little bit when there's a huge incident.
Yes.
So out of those 50, 30 could have been from one team
They
or
were.
2 teams. One team, 30 kids, one team, so that number really.
Oh, yeah, that was the draw.
Yeah, so the whole team basically went through, then had to, had to go through the sportsmanship course. So to me, they were ejected.
Yeah.
So that's how I counted them. I
Okay,
think there were 6 other on one school that was involved in a bench clearing. I think that was a varsity on that.
okay.
Okay. And just to take a look at, I put the little chart down there below, and it might look like some of the numbers don't quite line up, but what I wanted you to know is that the fall ejection, that totals, that's really the total, okay? There were, in some cases, we had 3 non-Nevada ejections, so that was initially included in the player part. We did have 5 rescinded. And so what happens is we take a look at video that might come in and it might be like, no, that doesn't quite match up with what was described in the report versus what we actually see. And so we might rescind that ejection. Not that we don't call it the appeal, we just take a look at it and go, yeah, it doesn't quite meet the qualifications of that. Same thing in boys soccer, we might have had something that was rescinded. I'll take a look at the video and I'm like, well, the official said, the soccer referee said this. No, he said this, he or she said, this is what happens, and we're looking at the video, we're like, we do not see any of that action occurring. So we'll go ahead and we'll rescind that sort of thing. So as far as the.
Jen, is everything okay?
That's what I mean, I'm not gonna be able to do that.
First time I've heard anything.
Nope.
We have a lot of people.
Sorry.
Okay.
Somebody running.
It's funny, our instincts
I
are
know,
like,
we all
let's
heard
go. I know.
Ellen, on that, on your last comment. Do you automatically look at the film on every case, or you're only gonna look at a case in which a coach or a parent and player are killed?
Parent, player, it usually comes from,
The coach of that team.
Admin folk.
it might come from administration, like Jonathan and Ronnie, he might come in and
Yeah.
say, hey, we have the video. Could you guys just take a look at this? And so Larry Hansen, he'll look at it along with other people. And they'll kind of take a look at it and say, hey, it doesn't really support it, or yeah, we're not changing our mind on this.
Okay, but
So, and
that's
I'll look
only
at
at
it
a
as well.
request. That's only at a request from the school of the kid who was ejected.
Right.
And I'll tell you, within CCSD, I can just tell you how we do it. We get it all the time. Hey, we don't approve of this, da, da, da. So they have to send us the information and the proof and the why and the video. And then we'll go back to the school and say, yeah, you know what, we'll push it forward. And I'm gonna tell you, 9 times out of 10, we say, nah, we don't support this.
Right,
So we will not push it forward.
right. So, on that first page is basically the total fall ejections. I'm still cleaning these up a little bit, and when I say that I'm cleaning these up, it means I have my Excel spreadsheet and I compared it against the database from. I'll let these guys come in, so I don't have to repeat myself.
We good?
You got girls fighting.
Oh, those are the worst.
Girls are the worst.
Everybody's here is intact, so we're good.
Never happens in my school. Never happens.
All right, continue. Thank you. Sorry, Ellen.
Right, so what happens is I have these two databases, the one that I'm getting these reports from the commissioners. And then the other one, which is what athletic directors are uploading and filling out through the Google NIAA compliance tracking. So I took a look at both of those and I compared them, and I found some interesting things. I found where I had about 25 to 30 that showed up on the compliance report, but I did not have an ejection report from the commissioner. So it told me I probably just didn't get one because the athletic director knew this kid coach was ejected. So I'm kind of trying to clean those up and get those reports because I'd like to actually have them and see what it said. And then I had about 94 ejection reports, but they were not uploaded in the NIAA, our compliance tracking, which doesn't mean they didn't satisfy sitting out or didn't take the course. It could just mean the athletic director just didn't upload it. So I'm going to work with CCSD, with Jonathan, and try to see if he can narrow that down first, and then go into the north and some of the other schools and just say, hey, did your kid take this course, blah, 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 that kind of thing, and try to do some follow-up on that.
And that's a new process for them to submit the certificate
Right.
and the link. Yeah, that's new, so that's just.
Yeah, and I created a little document
Yeah.
that I might send out to say, hey, here's how you do it. This is where you find it, in case you didn't get it. But it's very helpful that the commissioner, when they send that letter, hey, your student has been rejected, here's the policy, please upload it to this link. The link is in there. They can just click on it and fill it out. But sometimes they probably forget to do it, is my assumption.
Absolutely, yeah,
You know.
because I do, and I know I say CCSD quite a bit, but within our own system, they have to submit it to our office as well, so.
So I
I
thought,
bet Jonathan has the majority of those.
then I thought I'd check with him first
Yeah.
before we start looking at going at schools and things. So just on that little chart down there, you can see there's 233 fall ejections, probably add another 12, so we're up to 245. Comparing that to last year, I went through, there were only 50 football ejections last year, 150 soccer, 21 girls soccer. So there were 221. So it's up a little bit in the fall. We can take out those bench clearings, it would be looking better.
Yes.
On that. So again, that's on the second page, just ejections by level. Wanted to see, where our, bad behavior is. It's still mostly at varsity. Okay. In boys soccer, again, majority is varsity. In the winter, that's on the next page, the winter sports ejections. Probably about 10 more that I need to add in there. I'm trying to clean up. So we're at 144. There were only 85 total last year.
Yeah.
Again, we had some bench clearings. So if we go to the fourth page, and you take a look at boys basketball ejections, we did have some freshman boys, or some freshman B level and some varsity bench clearings. A few of those, 6 here, 5 here, that kind of thing. Girls basketball ejections, 35, varsity. I'll tell you, that involved 1 game, 2 schools bench clearing, total of 31 people. So if we took that out from, 35 minus 31, it would only be 4. We'd only have 6 ejections, so that would look really well. So it's these bench clearing things. And in a few of these bench clearings in basketball, it was bleachers, fans. Rushing the court as well, so hopefully we have that new little policy. I don't know how you're gonna identify all those people, and I'm sure that
We got cameras.
athletic directors and administrators to like figure out a way to do that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yes, Keith.
Just a quick question, Alan. So for almost all these ejections, is it a one-game suspension or do you reserve the right? Are there sometimes suspensions that are longer depending upon the severity?
Well, they're all one. And then some of the schools will take a look and go, oh, no.
I understand I as a
student's getting more
principal
than
can
one,
do
right.
more, but I'm asking, do you ever? As do we ever? Sorry, go ahead, Tim. Are you?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes. Short answer, yes. If it warrants it, it's more.
Okay.
And there's probably about, I'm gonna say 4 athletes that I've noticed. I'm like, ooh, that's ejection number 2 for you. Or I'll see one that got one in basketball and I see, oh, you just got one in baseball. So.
We're monitoring it closely.
And then there's, and then there's something else that comes into play because of that, the second one too.
Right, for
So-
the spring, spring is obviously it looks a lot better, but we're only, halfway through. We have 16 ejections. Baseball has 13, softball 1, track 1, boys volleyball 1. So. We see a lot more.
Track is a unique one. It was the other day. I mean, I do want to talk to you about that one, Ellen. We'll do it off. I was gonna say off camera.
Right.
Colin.
I get one. I'm sorry. I was just gonna say one last thing. I just noticed, baseball, even last year, it seems like there's a lot of coach ejections versus player ejections. Like right now, we've got 13 baseball and 13 player and 5 coaches. So there's compared to other sports, a lot more coaches get ejected in baseball.
That's pretty common.
Ellen, just thank you for this data. I think it's really helpful to see the picture here. I really appreciate the work on this. Thank you. The question I have, so it seems like in boys soccer, we went down from last year, right? Which is great. What is the primary issue in boys soccer? Is it language that they're being ejected for?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
Very much so.
Mhm.
thank you.
Yeah, nothing like violent contact or.
Yeah, it's just-
There might be occasional one, but mainly it's language.
Okay,
You know.
thank you.
Anything else? Yes.
Just one more thing.
Sorry.
I think we're also trying to address this through, maybe through the sportsmanship committee, but I know I've talked to a few, like Thomas Sawyer, who's basketball rules interpreter. He just noticing a lot more racial slurs during basketball season, directed towards not just officials, but even a teammate using racial slurs against each other or an opponent. So we're trying to look at, maybe trying to make sure we're consistent across all regions in addressing that. But we are seeing some more of that in soccer and some other things, different racial slurs being said. So trying to address that.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you for that report, and I know you'll bring back at the end for the spring season as well.
Oh, yes.
Yes, okay.
And I'll have this fall and winter cleaned up. I won't include the rescinded ones, because that's kind of skewing what it looks like in the chart, so. We'll get that cleaned up.
Okay, at this time, I would like that everybody proceed and get some lunch and then return. So we can have a working lunch. So at this time, thank you, Greg.
audio is on.
Yes, Ellen.
I forgot to just mention, if any of you wanted to check your school,
Okay.
see how many objections I have for you. I've got it, so you can come on over and see me if you want.
Right now.
Thank you. All right, if you'd like to go to page 255. Student-based sanctions, I am actually going to turn this over to Mr. McDonough.
Perfect. Thank you. I just, it's a conversation that's been happening kind of a little in the South, when sanctions are issued to schools and oftentimes this really connects also to the women's item next as well. Just worth a conversation or a thought, you know, what we do now, my understanding, because as I was revealed the other day, I've seen one of these letters before. And so, you know, obviously the sanction is issued to the school when sometimes the school is unable, not unwilling, but unable to discover the problem, right? Until it's already happened and, you know, kid moves, doesn't tell anybody, knowingly moves, knowingly continues to participate at the school. So I just thought it might be worth a conversation or at least a thought of like, perhaps we could solve more of those issues if we issued more facing sanctions. And I am not talking monetarily, I'm talking more like suspension from play. If discovered, I wonder if that would deter students and families from violating regulation more. You know, it's very early on. I didn't write anything, because I didn't really, I wanted to get an idea of the flavor of the board on this, but I think if we could look at what that might be. And, you know, I think with the discretion of the executive director on like, you know, this is not maybe one of those situations where we knowingly defied the rules or whatever it may be, which I understand is also hard to determine, but worth a conversation. I did, as I mentioned yesterday, and today, I think, meet with high school principals from around the state. I think there was an appetite a little bit for this, it seemed. I think more so just leaning to the board. There was a conversation about like, should we be maybe sanctioning or consequencing families as opposed to hurting the student, right? In a sense of like suspending families from games for periods of time if they violate regulation. You know, I don't know if that has as much teeth, but I will throw out that was definitely a conversation too. So I know, Kate, you deal with this a lot more, right? And I think to our conversation about how much fines are out there and like the repeat offenders, you know, I am not saying we shouldn't consequence schools, right? But I think we should also acknowledge that oftentimes the school simply doesn't know, right? And once, you know, the school self-reports, they figure it out. I wonder if we would solve some of these issues if we issued more student-facing sanctions as well. So I'd be interested to hear, Kate, your opinion on that, or
Go ahead, Kate.
whatever you want to do.
So I just was looking at our tracker here. We only had 2 of our 54 violations this year that actually had to deal with a student issue. The others were coach and or administration failing to put rosters together properly, letting ineligible participants play because they weren't cleared because of the school not clearing and communicating. There's lots of different scenarios of how this happens. But yeah, only 2 of these were actually student facing issues that, you know, there was something the school couldn't control in that. So, I mean, I do think it's worth a conversation in those circumstances. Maybe we do, you know, come up with some other aspect of our sanctioning regulation that have to do with if it is found that a student violates, you know, a regulation in a certain way, there could be some consequences to that student. I'm not opposed to looking into that.
Keith,
If everyone's not opposed, just to combine the 2 items. And I kind of backed off my item a little bit. And in fact, in talking to Kate, there aren't as many as I thought there were going to be. If you look at page 264, just for eligibility's sake, when we get an eligibility, and this is from the district, I understand this, but you get student eligibility is approved and is based on school's verification that all regulations of the NIAA are followed. The challenge and the reason I originally brought this is because what we collect and activate doesn't actually check all of the NIAA regulations. One of them specifically is address verification, right? So kid comes in as a freshman, we approve them as a freshman. We jump through all the hoops, they're approved. And then sophomore, junior, senior year, we just assume, right? I don't believe there's a huge flavor to, as a district or as a NIAA board, to add that address verification for all kids in Activate, because it is a huge lift. I understand that it is a huge lift, and schools can choose to do that. But to Colin's point, this connects to families that are willingly and knowingly attempting to deceive CCSD, the school, and the NIAA, and then the school, and frankly, the principal are held accountable. And I know the letter is a form letter, and I'm not a sensitive human being, but the letter's like, you bad principal, you know, and you're like, well, wait a second. This kid, there would have been no reason to check this particular, no red flags, no things like that. So the original ask that was going to be up for discussion was, should we, as a board, add to Activate a yearly proof of address like we do in the initial proof of address when they come to the 9th grade or come to your school at the 10th grade. I asked Kate and she very willingly was able to get me the information. I think out of like 66, you said maybe 4 of the 66 were in relation to students doing similar to what had happened in that situation. And frankly, asking that of the NIAA to push that on all schools for that number of kids does not seem viable. But I did want it on the record that this, and I think this is Colin's point as well, that we do have families and kids that are putting us in this situation where they are willfully, knowingly lying to schools. And there's no way that even being a great athletic administrator for many, many years and knowing all the tricks that you would catch it or have any reason to look. And then when it gets pulled up or caught for some reason, it looks like the school is doing something wrong when the school has not. And the only way to fix that, I see, is to add that verification, which I am going to do at my school and other schools can consider doing. I'm going to do it for all of my varsity athletes, but I don't know that based on the numbers that Kate gave me, that would be worth even pushing an actionable item to the next meeting, asking that this happens for all schools based upon the numbers that are coming up.
Let me go to Mr. Anderson.
So the only comment I wanted to make, I don't know that the NIA has jurisdiction over families. We got jurisdiction over member schools, and member schools have control over athletes. And we have control over athletes based on eligibility requirements, but being able to somehow impose a sanction against a family, whether it's monetary or banning from contests or things like that, I don't think we can do that. Unless it was something that fell under, for instance, our sportsmanship type reg that we just approved today. So that's the only thing I just wanted to point that out. I don't know what we can.
I just wanted to touch on the sanctioning for students and families. When it does come to transfers that come through either the Washoe County's, Clark County, or the NIAA's offices, we do identify falsified information, documentation, fake addresses, all of those things. There are consequences. It's a 2-year consequence for a student that violates our regulations in that sense. So what we're really talking about is those instances that are students that have been at your school, that are, continuing at your school and not updating their Infinite Campus, not doing, the school district enrollment and registration requirements first and foremost, even before it comes to athletics. So I think that's kind of part of my conversation is, although this is an athletic issue too, it is first and foremost a school enrollment and district issue that there needs to be something in place to hopefully fix some of those issues. And I know that it's targeted to a small, section of our state, but it is a big issue in Southern Nevada. And the other thing, when it comes to, the sanctioning outside of that, I do still think it is worth a conversation to maybe look at individual case by case when it does come up later down the road that a student willfully lied and falsified documentation, because we should still be able to sanction them, and in some cases we have done that. So we do have the latitude to those things.
I just want to say that I'm not trying to keep kids from participating. I certainly want kids to participate. The challenge is when kids do this, it doesn't just affect them, right? You've ruined an entire teams and an entire programs. And publicly it looks like, hey, you cheaters over at such and such. Well, wait a second, that's not really necessarily always the case. And so, again, I don't want to get too far into the weeds. Again, I want kids to play. I just feel like when we get in these situations where you have people who make these decisions, it doesn't just affect that kid. And so sometimes thinking about the sanctions that I think Colin was kind of referring to, I think is why he's kind of bringing that up, and that's why we kind of combined these items.
Mr. Anderson?
Just the only other comment I'd make, and I appreciate all that, because we've had that come up, it occurred this year. And we had it a couple years ago with another school down here, but, the bottom line is, and I know you have a difficult job as principals, especially of these large schools, but, I think it's important your athletic administrators, athletic directors and whatnot, preach to their coaches as well as to the teams, the importance of complying with the rules and the consequences that can apply to the entire team if one student.
I can promise you, Paul, that we do that. I mean, it's in every thing that we put, every staff.
Sure.
School-wide meeting.
Yeah.
But
And
yes, I agree
not
with
telling
that
you how
one.
to do your job, but
Yeah.
I'm just suggesting that that's probably the best way to enforce it, and then peer pressure. Can sometimes be the best.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it.
Yes, Tammy.
I guess this is kind of a comment and an ask, because unfortunately, then they're done that same as Keith last year. Pretty much almost the exact same situation where there's no way the kid had been in our program 4 years and his brother 4 years before that. So the family had been in our program for 8 years. No reason we would have ever linked that. And, we held those conversations with after the fact, and we had parents say, you know what, we knew we should have said something, but nobody ever thinks they're gonna get caught. And that's what the parents flat said that to me, because they asked me who to blame, and I was like, well, you blame the person that lied. Like, that's ultimately who you blame. But I guess, I'm not on Activate near as much as my athletic director, obviously, but is there any suggestions, anything that you guys could make maybe that other than going to the 2 proofs every year? We thought we were gonna do that. It didn't happen. I mean, we have a hard enough time getting 2 from the new kids, much less everyone. And unfortunately, they don't follow CCSD's rules. They don't do what they're supposed to do. Is there any suggestions? Like, is there any way you could put together something that's like to look for? I mean, I don't. Because I know it's uncommon, but when you have to go through it and you have to sit in the room with the seniors that just lost their entire senior year. I don't know.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, it's.
I talked to you yesterday about this very thing.
Yep.
Forfeited an entire season. Undefeated baseball season.
Yeah. That's
And then we were there. What we implemented was exactly what you're talking about, double checking everything. We discovered that was an incredible load to do.
It is.
So then what we moved to was more of a without disrespecting any other sport program, high profile programs.
Yeah.
We did it. We said, you know what, there are 15 people on the basketball team on the varsity, bring them in, check them, do it now. It becomes cumbersome, but it also eliminates some of the trepidation that you're gonna live with. But I can tell you that there's no silver bullet. I don't think pulling every kid out and redoing them all again is the solution. I think that would grind our athletic departments to a halt. But I do believe within our own regulations, we have the ability to go above and beyond the minimum requirements. And perhaps that's the case there. It's not fun, but I think every one of us that's been in athletics long enough can say we've been through this. And it's definitely the worst conversation to have when you set them in that room and tell them, listen, you didn't do anything wrong. One of your teammates chose. And every action has a consequence. And unfortunately, those consequences are borne out by a team in a team sport.
Now, the flip side of that too, there are schools and coaches and community members and APs that sit on information to the end of the season and then they come forward. That happens more, and the situation that Keith is alluding to was just a weird situation. I mean, it just fell in our lap. Because of various things, and it is a misfortune. It is a misfortune, but I don't know if there's really an answer out there.
I don't.
Go ahead, Kate.
Yeah, I was just gonna say there really isn't an answer outside of the hard work of adding the 2 proof of address to just have that check. That I would say that is the one and easiest. the next thing kind of along the lines of what Paul says is, and not every parent is gonna come to your parent meetings, but making that maybe a mandatory piece of you have to send somebody from your family and check in to a parent meeting, whether it be virtual or in person, and really hitting that home. Listen, we had to forfeit a season last year in giving the raw reality of, you know, our school is affected by this. You know, if you are not in the correct zone, you better think twice about being on this, especially varsity roster, because you're gonna possibly affect every other student on that team, our school record, all of that. So, I mean, just putting it out front and just making sure parents understand, you know, the rules and regulations and the consequences is 2 years for your student. They're out for 2 years if you get caught, you know. Really just front loading that is the only other suggestion I really have, but I don't think there's an answer outside of doing that like work of the two groups.
I agree. We've done this, yeah.
I'm good, and thank you.
I appreciate the conversation. Colin, any more to add or
No, I think that's it.
we're good? All right. I need to send a quick text. Kristen Grimm. Okay. All right, if we could please go to page 269. Cheerleading sanctioning information. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
Well, I've been typing feverishly on my computer here, trying to find it. I am not confident that I shared this with Kristen Grimm or Deb Dowd. I can't confirm that right now. I saved it as a PDF. I cannot find the original, that if I shared the document or not. So they may be seeing this for the very first time. And to them, I must apologize because I could have swore I did, but I can't tell you I did. Met with both of them previously after this was brought to the board as an agendized item to explore this. And then reached out to the NFHS, had a very productive conversation with the NFHS about this process, which I know I found an email where I shared that I had a great conversation with them. Can't find the email where I sent this, so I'm falling on my sword here. But this was a start of a proposal that I think, as the board explores this. But the one thing I would like the board to consider as we talk about this and we move forward is next Monday, we are going to have a Rules and Regulations Committee meeting where we are going to talk about the process and regulation for sanctioning a sport in the state of Nevada. We do not have one in our rules and regulations right now, which has come to light here recently due to other sports coming forward. With that, I'm going to respectfully ask that the board allow me to stop the conversation with this right now. Get Deb and Kristen Grimm confirming that I shared this or did not. And I trust Kristen Grimm when she says she has not seen this. I can't find where I sent this to them and I feel horrible about that right now. And perhaps hold this off from right now until I can further share this with the two people who I need to have the input from more than me. If that's okay with the board.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
So waiting till like next.
We're gonna wait till June.
Okay.
I want to share this with Kristen and Deb. I can't find where I did. I could have sworn I had, but I cannot find it. If I shared it, I may have shared a document that no longer exists because when I move it to PDF, I delete it so that I don't work with two different copies. And I can't say that I did, and I feel horrible about that, and I don't want to waste the board's time. Mr. Whitman.
I get too far into the weeds.
Oh, sorry.
I know you want to wait. But is your opinion after putting some of this together that this is a viable potential option, or are you leaning the other way? Again, just
Tim Jackson's opinion right now, executive director, I think it's a completely viable option. I think we have the potential here to meet all of our schools where they're at currently and not create a new burden on them. Because it allows for the schools that have just sideline. It allows for the schools to have their competitive cheer already in place and are doing these events. It takes this plan that the NFHS helped me with, it allows us to take schools where they're at right now and move forward without going back to them and saying, all right, you have this, scrap it, start over.
follow-up question. With the discussion we had yesterday about adding sports and changing the way we're gonna do that, are we now gonna push this even further back potentially if it now hits the new process for adding sports that you were talking about yesterday? We've been talking about this for a bit of time now, and I mean, I don't want to continue to delay by doing that.
No, because I can confidently say no, it will not push it back any further, because part of the regulation that we have is a continuum, and where they fall on that continuum is not going to change. They will fall. In other words, the continuum that we're presenting to the Rules and Regulations Committee to eventually come back to the board is that if you have nothing in place, you start here and you move along the continuum. If you have something in place, you start where you're at and move along the continuum. So it doesn't penalize you for existing.
I guess I mean from an NIAA standpoint and sanctioning, because that's a process, right? A multi-year process.
Yes.
By delaying even until June, which I guess probably at the end of the world, are we delaying potentially the start of when? Yeah, that's my question and or concern.
No, it would not, because we would not look at a sanctioning and an implementation within that year. In other words, if it were today, or if it were June, we are not looking at.
We'd be sanctioning for the 26, 27.
Minimum.
Starting minimum.
A minimum timeframe of that.
I assume we weren't talking about 25, 26 already. I want to be clear, but I would assume, I just don't want to all of a sudden say, well, now it's 28, 29 because we waited a meeting and that's what I.
I do not see that being the issue at all.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go to Jason.
Just kind of clarification as to what we're looking for. If cheer is sanctioned, does that change what the game day sideline cheer rules are? So, for example, we have schools that the girls play volleyball and then they go, after they play volleyball, they go put on the cheer uniform, they cheer for the football team. They can do that because cheer is not a sanctioned sport. However, if cheer is sanctioned, does that eliminate that possibility?
And that's part of the conversation that will be had as we finalize the rules that we're going to follow. And there are discussions that need to take place as to whether it would be sanctioned in the sense as it falls in line with athletic sports calendar, or is it sanctioned in the sense that it falls inside of its own calendar as a sanctioned sport coming the other direction?
So that's, some of the small schools would prefer to keep their way of having cheer the way they have it.
And those conversations, regardless of what happened today, would still need to have been had, and that's not delaying that in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, because when I was in school, when I was at building, we had female basketball players and cheerleaders as well. And they would do that. They'd play their game, run in the locker room and change. So that could definitely change the dynamics of that. Ms. Cavazos.
I just wanted to ask, and I think Tim just answered part of the question. So a lot of the discussion we already had on this before, it's going to include like the fiscal notes, the delineation of sideline cheer as opposed to competitive cheer, which is a whole other world. So we're not going to let any of that stay. That will be included in the June conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Tim, I don't want to be a pain.
No.
How, being that cheer is a primarily female sport, this is gonna go a long way to potentially help with Title IX as well. Have you done any research on numbers, or again, it's really hard because you don't know what schools have?
Correct. I haven't done any research on the numbers. I just know, having talked to a certain Title IX coordinator, it would be epically important, and he would not be opposed to it as a former as a former Title IX coordinator. I'm sure Mr. Anthium could have attest to the fact that this would help substantially.
Yes, as the former Title IX coordinator for the Clark County School District, this would be hugely beneficial for our overall number.
He took Tim's show.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate you answering my questions.
Yeah.
All right, Rollins.
What do we do with the male cheerleaders? Do they become just a male cheerleader, or do we have a male dance team? Do we have a male only? What happens with that?
It's a co-ed sport.
Okay,
It's identified as co-ed.
so we don't say co-ed in here, but we don't need to.
No.
Okay.
And that was some of the discussion I had with the NFHS. And they said, cheer is identified co-ed.
Okay.
So.
And the other thing is, with all of our sanctioned sports right now, I do believe that the athletic departments on the campus are responsible for the gear, uniforms and everything else.
That is completely site-based and we don't have that data or information yet to be conclusive on that.
And typically what occurs is that when a sport becomes sanctioned, who takes upon responsibility for financial matters?
And that's the athletic department.
Yep.
So
That's a game changer too.
that's a huge game changer, and I know from the fact in my department right now that cheer is the second highest individual cost per student to participate in currently based on their uniforms and what they buy and what they wear. That would be an enormous increase in the athletic department with regards to the school sanctioning cheer and adding that expense from a budgetary standpoint. So I think all of those things need to be taken in consideration, and the number of these teams, because in looking at this, you could have a school that has 3 different cheer teams. They could have a competitive cheer team, a game day cheer team, and a hybrid model that does the dance and all that stuff. So you could actually, you have the sport of cheer, but they actually become 3 different programs that go basically 2 seasons long. Because cheer usually goes fall, winter.
Yes.
Competitive cheer goes usually winter, spring. Then you get a hybrid, you got cheer going year round.
Yes. That's why there's a lot of discussion, and that's why I don't want to go too deep into this without having shared this with Deb and Kristen.
Yes, Keith.
No,
Yeah, so I think-
I'm good.
Okay.
I just wanted to say to Rollins, from a uniform standpoint, I think there are things that could be done just like you do with soccer. You could eventually buy parts of the uniforms that get used year over year, right? There are certain parts of the uniforms that would not be, but certain parts could be, just like you do with the soccer uniform or football uniform, right? The jersey can be used over and over, and there are certain parts that can't be, but yeah, I think Tim's right. I think we wait till we have more information and have that
And
conversation.
I apologize again, and to Deb or Kristen, if you're listening, I apologize. I could have swore I sent it to them.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll go to item number 30. Go to page 274, private charter participation at schools residents. See, it's my understanding we have a email for you to read.
Okay, it's public comment from Janice Peters. I'm writing in regards to the proposal to change NAC 385-726 that currently allows charter students to participate in their zoned pool if the sport isn't offered by their charter. I am the tennis coach at Basin Academy of International Studies and have athletes join our teams in their charter schools every season. It is beneficial to all the athletes. They develop a better understanding of similarities between their schools, and it leads to a better relationship between the schools in our area. It isn't easy for a charter student to play a sport at their own school. The charter athlete must pay an additional fee to CCSD for every sport. They are not eligible to play until this fee is paid. Charter and zone schools are not usually located close to each other. This means athletes that don't drive have to get rides to and from practice and competitions at home. Sometimes rides are needed for away competitions because the dismissal times don't allow them to get to the bus. If the athlete does not activate weeks before the season begins, they are often ineligible for the first few weeks waiting for it to be cleared through the state. These athletes are dedicated to jump through these hoops. Please remember, these students attend school based on their parents' decision of what is best for their education. For instance, parents encourage enrolling at Nevada State High School to decrease overall college costs. These students still want to play sports and be a part of that. This is an important part of the high school experience. Yes, it is true that parents know their charter school does not have certain sports. However, parents have already made their school choice knowing this rule is in place. Parents shouldn't have to choose a school based on which sports are offered. Please consider keeping the rule in place. This rule can increase participation in sports throughout CCSD instead of potentially limiting it. I appreciate your time. Janice Peters, tennis coach.
We also have another public comment on page 275.
Hey, this one's in your packet if you want to read along. This is from Rex Hardy. I would like to express my hope that private and charter schools be allowed to continue to participate at their residential schools when sports are not offered at their school attendance. I have a son that attends a charter school that does not offer a tennis program. Not that many charter schools do. They generally don't have a campus large enough to support these types of facilities. The opportunity for my son to participate in tennis at his own public school is a great blessing for him. And this is a sport he loves, and allows him to be a part of the team environment. I'm not sure what the issues might be that would lead to the change in this role. But I would imagine that my son being allowed to play tennis at a different school does not present any sort of problem to anyone involved in his specific situation. If there are some issues that I'm not aware of, I just ask that you don't take a throw the baby out with the bathwater type of approach in finding a solution. Some sports like tennis, for example, struggle to field full teams, and by further restricting who can play for a particular program, you would only make it more difficult for some schools to field a team. In general terms, I think policies should be kept in place that encourage more participation in sports from students rather than restricting them. Please continue to allow this accommodation by permitting these students to play sports at their zone schools when the opportunity is not provided at their school of attendance. Thank you so much, Rex Hardy.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it over to Kate.
Okay, if you actually start on page 279, the reason that this item is on our agenda was due to a proposal for change form that was submitted to the NIAA by the head of school at Sage Ridge School, Ginger Hobenek. And the two regulations on that page that she references, 35B.724 is actually supposed to be 732. That's the regulation regarding private schools. This is a private school that she is the head of school of. And then there's an NRS, that's a matter revised statute, which is not something that we are able to change in this room, but it's relevant to this regulation and the conversation that we're going to have. So if you look through those two pages, 279 and 280 and then 281, so 3 pages, that is her proposal. And if you look at it, it's really focusing on the statute and not necessarily our regulation, but the hope is that our regulation, which currently states that students that attend private schools cannot participate regardless if their sport is not offered at their own school. The hope is for us to remove that regulation, or really in her proposal here is just to change the statute that changes the number, which currently is at 30 for private schools. If the school from 9 to 12 only has 30 students or less, they are able to participate at their zone school. But that's a very small amount of private schools in our state that fall within that. So she's looking at proposing an adjustment to that number to 150. Again, we can't make that change here in this room. But I just wanted you to kind of understand where she's coming from, and then I want to go back up and reference the regulations just to see what we currently have in place and the NRS. So if you go back up to 276, that is the Nevada revised statute 385B.065 that references an update to our regulations that we follow. So our original regulation that I mentioned about private schools has been in place and has not changed since 2004. In 2017, this NRS was passed and put into place, allowing those small schools, like I said, under, if you look at 1A, under 30 pupils to participate. We also, if you read that, it does mention charter schools there. Our original regulation for our charter schools, which you'll see on page 278, NAC 385B.2726, does allow charter school participation as long as the school does not offer that sport, so they can participate at their zone school. We did not make any changes as a board to our regulations to limit that down to 30, if that makes sense. So this NRS was created after our regulations. We did make the adjustment to private schools since we did not allow, and this was requiring us basically to allow private students if the school is under 30. But we did not make any changes to our charter school. We have more availability. They can do it regardless of the size of their school. And I think the key to kind of note, and this is the NRS, number one, it does say may, it does not say shall. So this was not something we were forced to do, but our board does, and NIAA does abide by this. And we have not, like I said, made those changes to charter. So some of the conversation that's coming up in the public and community a lot of times has to do with students, parents, and small private school, their administration, the frustration that they have with their students not being able to participate in zone school and their zone school for sports they don't offer or not able to offer because of their size, and the unfairness that they see in the charter schools being able to do that. So that, I believe, is why this came to us as a proposal to change. And I also wanted to just kind of note that the reason I threw in there the charter school regulation on 278 is because we have had many conversations, and Tammy can speak on this, or anybody else that's had these conversations with administrators, is that there's starting to be some conversation wanting to look at the charter school regulation to possibly take back some of that eligibility for the students to participate at their zone schools. And there's lots of reasons that are thrown around. If you watch any of our rules and regulations policy meetings, you'll see that it's an ongoing discussion there. I did just survey all of the Section 7 schools on whether or not they have charter and private schools able to participate at their zone schools. And we'll be discussing that on Monday at our meeting. So this is an ongoing conversation. We have not really moved to make any action on it, but I did want to make the board aware. And obviously, again, we had to put this on here because of that proposal for change.
Okay.
Absolutely, Mr. Anderson.
All I understand, the council. So to give the board some historical perspective on this. Before charter schools became as prevalent as they are, this regulation was in place, and public schools took the position really with respect to privates, all due respect to private schools, that, hey, we're not good enough for you to educate you, but we're good enough for you to come and play games. Really, you know, I mean, that's kind of the reason the reg went into place. And, you know, so, you know, then when charter schools came into being, the thought process of the board in allowing them to participate at their zone 4 school in sports that the charter school didn't have was that they're public schools. The charters are public schools, they're part of the public system. But in terms of the privates, that was kind of the mindset of the board all along, that you know, if you make a choice to attend a private school, you know, you're not walking our halls, you don't want to be a part of our educational process, that you want us to allow you to play on our teams and take places in spots of public school kids who attend the school. So anyway, I just want to throw that out, that's kind of how we've gotten to where we are with respect to these regs.
Where'd the number 30 come from?
That came, so that came as a result of legislative action. We had a situation in, I think there was a student at a very small private school in Ely and who wanted to play baseball. And they took it to the legislature and got it passed, with the number of 30 being small enough. And the reason that number was there is, look, a school that may only have 30 kids probably can't field a baseball team.
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes some sense, that kid should have an opportunity, I guess, to play at a public school. So that's how that got passed. But you know, the proposal in here right now from Sage Ridge to bump it to 150, I think if you have 150 kids at a private school, you can have a baseball team. You know, maybe you don't have a field, but you know, maybe that's where you got to start looking at building it or finding a place to play. So anyway.
And that's the flavor of the NIAA now? Is it to keep it this way or to change? Or there is no.
Well, the proposal from the member school Sage Ridge is to change it so that private kids. Private school kids, yeah, can play at public schools. If they have a population of or a enrollment of 150.
Wait. Bye-bye, thank you.
I think this is a very slippery slope here. Obviously, a lot of the small charter private schools are in the 1A, 2A. And if this was to go into place, you could see that we stop. If they decide to stop providing sports at their schools, right? Then they start going into the larger schools. You could really create a scenario where you don't have much in the 1A, 2A, because we're mostly charter private schools. And so there's already a struggle there, right? And now if you just go to the public schools that are left, that really eliminates a lot of the teams and everything. Plus, being on a school board, and I remember these bills coming through, and we fought against these bills as they were going through the legislature, obviously unsuccessfully. And Paul's right. I believe what they actually used is they used, gaps at the time, as a scenario, as a small school, so that a kid from Gaps could go and play at another school. And they used that as a scenario, well, if he wants to go play, then they can go play, and White Pine had the charter school there. But I think, this is a very slippery slope, plus there's the financial burden to the public school. Now you're picking up, you're not getting paid to have that kid at your school, right? You don't get any DSA money. But yet you have to allow that kid to participate. And so then there's then the discussion becomes cost to play. Right? And how does that work? And I don't know, each school has to come up with it, but this is a very slippery slope, in my opinion. I think we have to be very careful as we move forward if this is going to be talked about in the future.
Just like a suggestion too, in looking at these regulations, one thought is, obviously, we have a lot more charter schools now, so it is probably time to at least talk about this regulation and see if there's a flavor for change. We can also adjust regulations to member school rules. In my talkings with other states, some of the responses were, yes, they could do it if they are not a member school. So that's another thing to consider is maybe we look at charters being allowed only if they're non-member schools, like Nevada State is one of the ones that we have a lot of students that participate at their own school and go to that school. They don't offer sports. Small private schools that don't offer sports. And they're not member schools. That could be, something that could be part of a compromise, and some of the changes also should be thinking about.
Just as an example, we currently do this with homeschool kids. Out in the rural communities, we have about 15, 20 kids in our school district that is homeschooled. And some of them choose to play, and we have to allow them to come into play. Doesn't mean that they can make the team, but you have to give them the opportunity to try out and to come into play. And so, it's kind of along those same lines.
And that's allowed at every school.
Yeah.
Small, large.
Yeah, you can. Right, yeah, no, there's no guaranteed position.
I was just gonna say Nevada State College in particular is one that I think we as a board should consider. I mean, those kids are going on while they're in high school to take dual credit, and potentially not allowing those kids in, I think, is kind of sends an interesting message. Different than, so.
They currently are.
Some of them
Yeah.
can, yes, but I know I have other kids that said CSN maybe that they can't, is it?
No, they can't.
They can.
Some of our kids have had trouble coming back and forth.
If they leave a magnet, they can't.
That's more.
If they leave, if they leave a magnet.
To go to
That's
the-
right,
Yeah.
if they leave a magnet, I apologize.
Tammy,
Just real quick, I think, as Kate mentioned, this has been brought up a lot. It never goes without when I send out, my, hey, is there anything you want me to bring up for my 4A, 5A liaison report? This is always brought up, and it's brought up by numerous people. And I think, again, like she said, when this was created, you had just a few charter schools. We have charter schools popping up everywhere now. And we have kids that are going to play volleyball for them and coming back and playing basketball for us, and then going back and playing something else for them. And I think it's almost getting to a point where I think we're looking at it like, I mean, I can use Legacy as a perfect example. It's hard to build climate and culture at your school when you have people who don't walk the halls of your school. And they're getting the best of both worlds is how, and I mean, like you said before, like they really are, they pretty much get to do whatever they want. They, and again, I look at it and I see all sides of the debate, but when people make choices, there's consequences to your choices. And I think that that's where, and things need to change, like our state is changing. Charter schools are becoming plentiful more, and one of the harder ones I think for some of us to look at is some of the charter schools are amazing, and they're trying to expand, and they're trying to do what they can. Some are not, some are becoming powerhouses in one sport, don't care about the other sports and aren't even gonna try to field teams in other sports. You know, and then I'm taking on all their track kids. You know, because we don't have room for tracks. Okay, then maybe your kid chooses that school, they don't run track. You know, or, you know, and I always hear, the number one thing we always hear is, well, our facility can't support that. Okay, well, those are choices that, you know, and it's kind of getting to that point where, like this year, I had to go out and find baseball and softball fields because I'm getting returned. Go out and find baseball and softball fields. Pinecrest does it. They go and rent from the city. But some of these schools are just, they don't want to do it. They're not doing it. Because, oh, our kids will just go play for their own school. So I think it's kind of getting to that point, and it's not just like, before I'd hear it from one or two people, now it's the masses that are like, no, this isn't fair anymore. We need to have this conversation. So.
Dave,
Dave, I'm a charter liaison. I understand where Tammy's coming from with that, but also the group just voted to say, all right, here's the realignment the next 3 years. So if you say, hey, our kids can't go there, come to our school to play a particular sport, how are we gonna get that sport in if we can't implement it until 2029? Because you can't tell a kid, hey, you play tennis at a certain school your freshman, sophomore year, and now, okay, we're gonna have tennis, and we're gonna be independent, so there's no chance for you to get any recognition on tennis, because we didn't have tennis and doing that for your junior and senior year. Now they have to make the decision, am I gonna go to, you know, if I really like tennis, but, you know, I'm in other programs at my current school, how are they gonna make that tough decision? But also, as if you're a public school, these kids are coming in trying out. Do you have to could you cut them? Say, hey, we're not gonna do that. I know. I talked to a baseball coach from another CCSD school, and they said, our roster is huge because our policy is we can't cut a kid at our school in favor for a kid coming from a homeschool, charter school, or anywhere like that. So they got a big JV roster. But like, I don't know if that's a policy of CCSD.
that's a site-based, at the high school level, that's a site-based decision.
Site-based, so it's a site-based decision.
Yes,
So-
at high school. Middle school, that would have been correct.
Yeah, middle school, I thought, but I told them like, yeah, I think it's a site-based decision. It's the principal's choice to do that. So if principal wants to talk to the schools and just say, hey, principal wants to let the charters in, kids or homeschool kids in, they can do that. If not, you know, it's really tough. Like, it's gonna put charters in a bind, like, all right, we're gonna try to, like, right now, we're looking at designing tennis courts, put in their facility. Trying to figure that out, but we don't have a tennis program yet. So we don't wanna put the horse in front of the cart and say, hey, we got tennis, but we're trying to get these tennis courts put in and we don't have them, or we don't have it, so.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you that, everything that Tammy said is absolutely correct, and it's not just a small pocket of people. It's a lot, and it's a lot of our schools. Jason, you had your hand up.
As charters that become more prevalent, like Tammy said, maybe it needs, the idea behind it needs to change a little bit. If a charter school wants to be an NIAA member, then they're offering sports. It might not be the one that the kid specifically wants. But if I have a kid that wants to bowl, they don't get to go anywhere else to bowl because they attend our school. So maybe it needs to be, you know, they can participate at their zone school if their school is not an NIAA member.
Okay.
There's such a thing.
You can't go back and forth.
So another point to kind of about the equity piece of it that we talked about at our meetings was. You also have to look at it as a fact of some charter schools are going to have closer proximity to some public schools and have a higher percentage of those students playing at those zone schools. And so if we take this away, it's twofold. One, it could affect those
public schools that only are able to field that particular team, say it's baseball, because a ton of kids from Cadence are coming over and they're able to play there. And so we could be taking opportunities away from that public school by reducing the ability of those students to participate at their own school. But then you also see the flip side of it. Is it unfair that, you know, that particular public school that's close to Cadence gets a lot of their students and gets to bolster their rosters with their students, when another school that's doesn't have any charters for miles and miles, doesn't really have a lot of zone students coming from a charter. So that was kind of a conversation we had in that, to see both sides of the situation.
Deanne,
I'm trying to think where to start with this, because I'm a parent that lives this. So you guys hear me talk
You're
about.
magnet, your kid's magnet.
Magnet, that's.
Magnet's
that's
different.
charter.
No, I understand, but it's still, to me personally, just as someone who makes the drive every day. Sean goes to Southwest Career Tech for school, and then we drive him all the way over to Liberty. I've been doing this for 4 years when his dad can't get him. His dad lives by Liberty. We go back and forth and trade the responsibility. I think where to start. You made the comment about building school culture. That's, you know, or team culture. That's an interesting comment, because Sean and I have discussed that a little bit. The flip side to that is when you have kids that go to, whether it's, you know, charter, private, all, you tend to get a student that is a little bit more motivated in school academically. They tend to bring positives to a team or a team culture as well, because of some of the attributes that they bring from the programs that they're into a team. So there's a flip side to that, maybe not walking the halls, but just bringing a different perspective and school perspective to the team. And if they really want to play a sport and they're traveling to do that, they're usually pretty good at that sport as well. So then when you build a winning culture in your school, that also bolsters, like, I don't know what you'd say, like school confidence, school affinity, school morale when you have a championship winning team. So I just think that there's positives to giving kids as many choices as we can. And if it comes down to money, then maybe you just find a way, I don't know, to up the fees then if, I don't know if you can do that, if kids are coming from, you know, from outside schools or from, you know, a charter, from a private school, just to have equity that way. I don't understand the finances of school, like where you get paid per student, like he mentioned, but people are paying tax dollars as well. I would assume that somehow go into some sort of infrastructure for the school. No, okay, never mind. That's why I just said I don't know that.
Deanna, let me put another perspective too, is that you know, your son is within CCSD.
Yes.
Okay, he's a CCSD student.
He is.
The point here also, in what we hear, is that these charter students are non-CCSD, and they're coming in to the schools and taking opportunities away from kids that live in the neighborhood and attend that school. That's where the heartburn is. You know, that's the heartburn.
Okay.
And with more and more charters, more and more, and the charters, if you take a look, they typically don't play football. You know, there's certain sports that they don't play because of facilities, baseball, softball, you know, they don't have the facilities. Dave's an exception. But again, that's, you know, they're coming in and I have been nothing but a big advocate about taking care of our kids, our CCSD kids, and I'm gonna lump your son into that. So, yeah.
When he went to charter, he was at Legacy Traditional School before, you know, so it's kind of like, and my daughter's in charter now, so she'll be coming up. I don't know, we'll make that decision later, but I mean, I see the flip side of it, but like I said, if it's just a money thing, it maybe we could work out that part. I think the parents will be willing to do that. I just want kids to have, I just like kids to have the best of, you know, whatever they can get. And I don't want us to start, you know, limiting kids where maybe they don't have a scholarship opportunity or chance to play a sport because they had to choose education at the lower level over possibly having the benefits of being in a sport.
But those are decisions that families made prior to going in. So, And they know that that decision,
I know they have to, I don't, but that's, you know, I'm conflicted, I don't want them to have to, you know, I want them to have to do that as little as possible, because I see the benefits of sports so much, so I'm just saying, like. We struggled with the way to do that, we're like, we're gonna send them to Norman, we're gonna do, you know, what can we do to, you know, still. I prefer the public school route. So we found a compromise in our family, that's. I just like as much opportunity as possible, and if money is the only thing, I think, like I said, maybe there's a way to work that out, to balance it out, give people the opportunity.
we're doing that now. Your son being able to go to the magnet and go play
Yeah.
the zone is balancing it out. It's doing that already. You're trying to extend it to 100%. We can't do that.
Keith,
I mean, and I know there's a policy for these in CCSD, but the other challenge is the kids who walk our halls every day who then don't make the team because Johnny comes in from the charter school. He doesn't make the team and he walks the halls, goes to every day, sees the teachers, does the work, does the things, and then this stud from somewhere that we don't even know comes in and takes the spot from him. That's really hard. That's hard to, that's just the other side of the coin. That's just the other side of the coin, for what it's worth.
you know, one time I was in Reno for a state playoff, and I think it was golf. And typically I always see administrators. One year I didn't see anybody, and I came back down, came home and saw the principal and said, I didn't see you in Reno. How come I didn't see you in Reno? And the response was, not one of those kids attend my school.
And it happens more than you think.
Yeah,
It
so,
happens, yeah.
and that's, yeah. And that's, yeah.
It's hard to celebrate a state championship, but you don't.
Kate,
I think it's important to go back to what Jason said about choice, right? So a lot of this comes down to, we want school choice, you know, that's a big component now. But the student that doesn't have the option for school choice, they don't have transportation to go to a charter, they don't have the money to go to private, they have to go to prom, they can't bowl. They don't have a choice. So there's families making educational choices because of the ability to make the choice of a charter and private that are gonna go into that choice knowing in this situation, if this were to pass, hey, this school has these sports and these sports only. I'm making that educational choice and I want this, but they're not gonna be able to participate in that sport. Whereas a student that only has the option of prom doesn't have a choice there. So we have to think about that piece of it too with the educational choices, but also there's some students that don't have an educational choice.
anything else? Any more to add? Kate, you said this will be part of the discussion
On
on
Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about this more on Monday, so feel free to tune in and we'll bring it, you know, depending on that conversation, we'll also bring it back possibly in June.
Okay, thank you. If we can, please go to page 282, Board of Control member terms. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So when we were deciding to do the pictures, the one thing we started looking at was the term numbers underneath people's names. And what we discovered was a lot of times the name changed, but the years didn't change on the website, you know, the website. So I'm saying that as tongue in cheek as possible. So what I did was I compiled a list. I've already made one mistake. Dennis, I apologize when I copied, oh, where'd Dennis go? I offended him so greatly, he left. I made him mad, he left. I cut and pasted this, I didn't have, he wasn't even replaced. So I have Dennis on here. What I wanted to do is just to review this so that we know it's accurate. We believe it is based on what we know. But then we also want to talk about the expiring seats because one of them is going to expire before her term is up. And I believe it's because your son is graduating. And
I've
so,
already started asking people, Pam told me their suggestions.
so,
Wait,
I gotta find somebody who really likes sport, like, I'm gonna.
so I want to make sure we have these right. Jason, obviously, with you retiring, that seat will change as well.
It wasn't going to anyway, be north next.
Yes. So as soon as we know that name, we'll plug it in, but we won't plug that in until after June. We'll keep you on there as long as possible. Trust me, as long as possible. But I wanted anybody to see if there was anything on here. I think we've got this all accurate and correct. The biggest one we wanted to make sure we had right with Ms. Brockett is completing out McPartland's term. So that should be correct there. And then any association that has to do their approval from their board, please make sure you're on top of that. But we'll follow up with the letter that comes from our office stating we know these are expiring.
yes.
I just want to make sure we get an amendment. Mr. Fitzsimons from Lincoln Country is not quite.
Hey, it's not a county, it's full country.
Okay, I just trying to make sure. I know he's out in the frontier, but
And you not talk for an entire
Where's
meeting,
Donnie?
not switch your.
Where's Donnie?
So once again, thank you.
Please make that amendment.
I will take out the
And
end.
me and Mr. Rivera stuck in
There they are.
purgatory hell with.
That's right.
Are, there it is, there's now Lincoln County. Sometimes,
Lincoln.
Lincoln Country, a lot of $5 bills out there, aren't there? Apologize for any typos, but we will get this squared away. I think I've got this all squared. And when your appointments were for the new ones there, I don't think there's anything that changes. But if there is anything, please let us know. That's all there is on that.
And just so that you guys know that the expiring seats is after the June meeting.
Yes,
After-
yes,
okay.
that's why we're talking about them now. That way
Okay.
you guys have time if you're gonna be renewing them or whatever you're going to do. But actually, even if you don't, they have until September to be replaced. Dennis, I apologize for having Russell in the box. So,
Dennis knows.
funny, Dennis was complaining about that right before the meeting.
you know, it's really about it. Or, you know, I would have fixed it if it wasn't for that $5 million check I had to write to
That's right,
Penn.
you would have been more aware, yes.
I would have been more aware, but I was explaining it to my bookkeeper. And so then Dennis heard it and he was reminding her that, you know, there we go. So, okay.
All right, if we could please go to page 286. Policy manual, Mr. Jackson.
So the one thing that I did when I came into the office was try to pour through as many documents, contracts, manuals as I could get my hands on. And one of them I discovered that I thought needed to be addressed was the policy manual that had been updated August 1st of 2023, but some of the language in it hadn't been updated since 2003. And I thought to myself, this is something I need to put myself in, dive into deeply, and began the process of trying to update this and modernize it, make it a little bit more appropriate. There are some aspects of this. What I've done is I have put the one that is currently in place in here for you, and a draft revision policy manual that would not go in place until July 1st if it were approved, to be brought back with revisions in June. So what I would like you to do, I'm giving you all homework. The homework I'm giving you is take a look at the old manual and take a look at the new manual.
The
And
new
see-
one starts at 304.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There are some aspects of the new manual and the old manual that overlap. You are fully aware of our staffing situation, but the one thing I really wanted to address, and I want you to understand that this is not inclusive of me. I am not a part of this conversation that's going to go on from this point forward, is that the policy manual initially approved in 1998 stipulated the pay scales for the employees that were hired by the NIAA. Those pay scales were congruent with pay scales in Clark County and Washoe County for certain positions aligned to certain positions in the counties. In other words, Ms. Wonder's position is aligned to for lack of better terms, what would be an office manager in Clark County. Ms. Segroy and Mr. Davis's are the same as assistant principals in Clark County. Or Washoe County, one of the two, I get it backwards all the time, Washoe, but variants have changed, situations changed, and they fell off of that scale. The decisions were made to change the salaries, they were flat rated, they were dropped off. What that has resulted in is the following situation. As the raises have continued in the two districts that go forward, the salary schedule for the NIAA has remained flat. Now, I'm very fortunate, this was not brought to my attention by anybody on my staff, it was my own investigation into this that looked into it, but it came to fruition, if you will, when we recently were flying the job for the additional director, and the pay scale was questioned, and people were like, no offense, Tim, I can't take a $25,000 pay cut to come work at the NIAA when I have my job right now. I can't take a $35,000 pay cut to come work. And I thought, my God, are we that far off? We are substantially off. Now, I'm not asking for the board to approve this, and I know it's a one-time shot is impossible. But what I would like to do is if we could get a policy manual that would include this, as we move forward financially, as we have the ability, I would like to begin to move the positions to where they're supposed to be and follow the manual and follow the policy so that we are compensating our employees accurately and responsibly and maintaining the ability to, Lord forbid, that you decide one day to leave. Like, they will walk away from me tomorrow and go work somewhere else. I would be concerned about that. So that's one thing in there I'd like you to review very closely and take a look at. The other thing in there, I highlighted it in, there are some highlights in there. You'll see, bid thresholds and all that. We have to adjust those numbers. But go ahead. Okay, I'm sorry. Bid thresholds and other things like that. I also highlighted in there, our maternity leave, process, for our, expectant, parents. And whether it be 6 weeks or up to 12 weeks, whichever we decide, I'd like to just like some discussion on those items. But I would really like the board members to take a look at this and take a look at the salary bands, the employee benefits, and any other aspects of it, so that we can come back. And if you see things, I would welcome some correspondence. Please do not group email, because that would be a violation of open meeting law. Send me an email, say, hey, Tim, let's talk about this, let's talk about that.
Keith,
I'll call you first, it's fine.
go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I really think item 10, the bid processes, that shouldn't be in this policy manual. This is basically an employee handbook. Yeah, so it should deal with employee benefits and issues dealing simply with, and I don't know how we got that in there. I have no idea if we got probably. Okay, that's just.
And there was also the bid. Also, there were, I think at the very back, something about the NIAA Board of Control, and that was not included. Does it need to be included?
No.
Because
It
it's
does
not personnel.
No, and that's why I said, I didn't want to remove anything that currently existed. I just wanted
Yeah.
to enhance it.
Yeah.
And if there's things that need to go, let's get rid of them, but obviously, that's what, number 10, you think? No, it's chapter 2. Okay.
But I'll say this is, I mean, it's really fluid. You brought a lot to the table. I would just like, I don't know, we have a discussion now or later, is the pay scale? Because I know you're on a 3-year contract.
Yeah, that's why I said,
Okay.
I'm not.
And I see that it's a range 46, but I also know the language that is in the previous one and another one that I have. And I completely agree with the stipend for the CMA. I definitely agree with that, as well as I feel that everybody should be at least CAA certified in your office. But I do have a question, and I don't know, maybe we can have this as a later discussion, is that the assistant directors have been at 40. At the 40. And Donnie and them were at 40, and I see that this is range 42.
Yes.
And maybe that would be for a later date because that is a significant jump from 40 to 42. And so, but yeah, it's always been at a 40. So, I don't know, maybe that's up in June?
Yep, no, that's why this is out there. Take a look at it, review it, issues, questions, concerns, anything.
Because consistently, consistently, the range 51 for TIA is consistent. That's been around forever. Keith?
Just 2 quick questions. One, I think I heard you correctly. So going forward in the policy, you'd want the director position to be tied to whatever a 46 in Clark County and assistant directors to a 42. Is that correct?
Correct.
What might be helpful for other people who don't know that pay scale is maybe when you come back to include that pay scale, because people don't know. Appendix I don't see it in here. That might be helpful to at least have that.
I will bring that over. Yep, I can actually send that out as an addendum to everybody.
That would be helpful.
Yes, I think it would be too.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what that is.
It's CCSD contract.
But it's
not included.
CCSD contract is, oh, in its column based.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
So, yeah, that would be mine. That was gonna be my discussion about the assistant
I'll send
director.
that, yeah, thank you. Good call.
And I'll say, okay, so the direction is, please put your eyes on this, take a look at the previous one, take a look at the current, and again, Tim, I think you have some great information in here. I'm glad that you added a 14th day, that Juneteenth
Yep.
Day.
Thank you, Bart Davis, for catching that for me.
Very good for adding that. Can I just ask a question here real quick? Since I did review this, your summer hours, you've added a week,
Yes.
okay, as to why, just curious.
What do you mean I've added?
Because right now, your summer hours on page 312, it was June 1st to August 3rd. Now you're doing June 15th to July. Oh, you've reduced.
I've reduced.
Good job. And I would love to work a Monday through Thursday in the summertime, right, Xavier?
Well, and the reason I can tell you,
love that.
not, I did reduce, but I didn't reduce as much because it also had in there that we would be requiring
Excuse
the
me, I have to
staff.
take this call.
Okay, that we would be requiring staff to take the week off while we're at the summer meetings for NFHS, and my thought was, why? Why are we requiring people to take vacation days? Because I'm not in the office. If I can't trust Tia to work when I'm not in the office, we have a real bigger problem than the week I'm in Indianapolis.
And Bart and I have had this discussion, we both work anyway,
Yeah.
so I.
So I'm not gonna require them to take it off. You know, and I think that's important to also understand as we look at this. This is also reflective of the fact that in actuality, we have one home base employee at all times, which is Miss Wonder. The rest of us may be working from all over the country during these time periods because we are in that situation where, you know, I'm, how many of you have called me and said, hey, where are you right now? Because nobody knows where we're at, and I like that. Go ahead.
Sorry, Tim. So range 42, what? Column.
Based on your
Range 6, there's a big difference.
Yes, there
in
is.
Column.
Okay, so my thought process on that when we discuss it would be based on educational.
Okay,
Yeah, what they
just
have.
something that should, we don't need to discuss it now,
Yeah.
but just something that should be brought, like,
Mhm.
where are you thinking and how is that coming up with how you're placing
Right.
people on that?
Yep.
Because there's this process in the district, but not necessarily
Correct.
for you guys.
And my thought process, we would look at the level of education attained. Bachelor's plus, master's plus.
Same question for Tia, if you're gonna put her on. the
It
admin
was
secretary.
really hard for me,
Like
because
how-
before we talked about it, I'm from Douglas. And so I was a sec 2, right? I come over here, they didn't give me a title, they just gave me a salary, this is what you do. So when he put sec 1, I'm like, listen, the title does matter to me, because I honestly feel like at Douglas, I would be sec 3, I'd be working, doing board of control packets, all of these things that are a higher level. So he's like, no, CCSD goes this way. So it's kind of hard for me to follow, so I agree, I would like a little more HR help on that.
Yep. And clarity will be provided.
Yeah, it's hard.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think just looking at the per diem here, what was here before, this.
Oh, I know, I said that
Wow.
too. I said
But
that
he said it's a
$5.
contract, that lunch per diem can't even get you a contract.
I can tell you that X and I are gonna say, X and I worked very, 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 very hard to have that per diem changed at the high school level, because that was the number that was used for years, so just this year at CCFD. So we had to work to get that changed.
We gotta share half the pizza.
Yeah, we used to joke, we took a picture of the pizza that we were sharing for our per diem, and we said, this is my half, this is.
You can only eat on Taco Tuesday.
Oh, you know, Taco Tuesday. Brown, since she stepped away, do you want to move us to the next item?
Item 33, Rollins, page.
Item 33.
331.
Come on, Ron, lead us, baby, come on.
Now you know what?
Sleep over here.
Yeah, it's 33.
Come on, EP.
Okay, we're gonna move to item 33.
Broadcast rights, updates and documentation for information and discussion only. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So we have broadcast rights for the NIAA. There has been a lot, and when I say a lot, there has been a lot of confusion over broadcast rights in the NIAA. We are one of only 4 or 5 states in the entire country where the state association has the rights, owns the rights to regular season as well as postseason. Most states only have postseason rights. We have regular season. So if a school is going to broadcast their game on a Tuesday, regular season,
We own those rights and we release them to be done, and we can charge them a fee, a broadcast rights fee. It has not been the practice to do that because of the simple problem of that's a lot of monitoring everything that's going on. However, with the advent of the Pixelot cameras, Huddle cameras, and all the other streaming services that have been out there, we have a lot of schools that are now getting into contracts or agreements with services that will do this for them with the understanding that they're gonna get some money on the backside. Mr. Davis and I have discussed this at length. Mr. Davis, myself, and Mrs. Groy have a meeting with the NFHS network on Friday to discuss this. Because the one thing I do not believe that our office should be doing is taking away a financial opportunity for our schools to monetize their games in a way that helps them
During
the regular season. However, at the same time, we are in a situation with the NFHS network that we are just on the precipice of moving into a financial agreement that number on the budget goes from $45,000 to a 6-digit number for broadcast rights. We do not want to jeopardize that. So we have to balance the good of the schools and the good of the association to maintain a balance here. The other thing we're running into is we have schools that are making agreements with broadcast companies that are telling them information that from their perspective is correct. Oh, nobody owns the regular season. All the other states are doing it. But we're one of 4, maybe 5 that don't. So we're making sure we're getting the information out. The one confusing factor for many of our schools is the right to first refusal. So currently, we have taken all of the rights to our broadcast for the regular season. We're only talking regular season. And we have sold them, in essence, to the NFHS networks. Streaming services, streaming rights to the NFHS network. So the NFHS network can reach out and tell MOAPA that when you guys play Virgin in basketball, we're streaming it on the network. And if you're with Huddle, Huddle has to arrange to get that stream from the NFHS network at whatever cost they associate that with. So instead of it being from MOAPA to Huddle, it goes from MOAPA to the network to whoever else it is. And whether they do that or not, that's up to them. But we have had some. Okay, they broke in. That was my truck. So what we have had is we are trying to make sure that we don't have schools getting into agreements that violate our rights that we own, our streaming rights. So I wanted to share that information with the board and let you know that on page 334 and 335 are the current fees we charge or could charge for events that we give up the streaming rights to. Live broadcast over the internet, delayed broadcast. These are old. These are old numbers. After we meet with the NFHS on Friday, we're going to ensure that we have the more modern numbers, see what they sent me some numbers to look at as to whether or not what we should be charging, what we are charging, which we aren't charging. Bart, I'm going to stop now and let you add into it before I start talking about these numbers.
Oh, you're good. Bart Davis and I staff. To be clear on this, when we say the streaming rights, the NFHS network, we've been in this contract with the NFHS network for several years now. When we were coming out of COVID, they were the ones that were offering the Pixelot cameras. They'd install them if you buy it. It's your schools, and they put them up. And they wanted you to broadcast from their network. They make their money by having monthly or even yearly subscriptions to parents, grandparents who may be somewhere else. Anything transmitted over the internet that are our events, the NFHS network has purchased the rights to. They have that ability. They don't have to stream every game. But let's use the example. We used to have the Thursday Night Lights package here for football on TV. One of the local TV stations did that package. They also had the ability on their website for that TV station to show what is live on their TV station. Well, the minute they try to do that, that's streaming the game, and they had to work with the NFHS network. And the NFHS network and MyLV TV came to an agreement on that, to allow those games to be streamed. If Channel 8 in Vegas or Channel 8 in Reno wants to broadcast a game and it does not go out over the internet, then Channel 8 purchases those rights from the NIAA, pays for those rights. I will also say, as Mr. Jackson said, you kind of go around chasing money. We haven't enforced that as well as we should have over the years. We have some radio stations that, you know, show up to do the state basketball tournament, for instance. Where's your check? What check? And you don't want to turn them away at that point. We need to do a better job of enforcing that as well. But as Mr. Jackson stated, Huddle has come in, started talking to schools, never really checked what the rules are here first. We don't want a school to get into a situation where they could get in trouble. An example, you've got a fan at your game who wants to stream the game to their spouse on social media, Facebook, Twitter, whatever. Technically, they violated the rights of the NFHS network at that point. The NFHS network could go get them if they wanted to. Usually don't. Good conversation with Mark Toski a couple of weeks ago. Mark is with Play On Sports. He's our liaison with Play On Sports, which is part of the NFHS network. He basically told us, hey, if you see it happening, let them know. Try to stop it. If you see a school doing it, let us know. We don't want any of our schools to get in trouble with this agreement that they may be making with another association. And we want everybody here to understand exactly what it is those rights are, why they're protected through that contract, and why it is we own them at first, but then through our contract with the NFHS network, we basically sold those rights.
So the situation that I dealt with up in the north was a school has an agreement with a Huddle to broadcast their games. They were playing against another school in our association that the NFHS network said, oh, we're covering that game. So they went to that school and said, we're covering in the covering. And like, no, we're with Huddle. No, you're with Huddle. Secondarily, the NFHS network has the right, and it took a lot, they just didn't understand it. Well, it's our game, it's our rights, that's what they told us. And we've tried to explain this to them. So my plan is, as we discuss this more, we get more information, is to release a directive from our office with all of this information out there. One of the things we've also addressed is, and I got to tell you, I love Art Anderson at Spanish Springs. I just love that man because he never hesitates to help me out when I need it. And Art Anderson has a broadcast classroom that does all their games for everything. But the best part about it is they know this, I think, better than anybody else in the state of Nevada. And they reached out to me and said, okay, here's what we do, here's how it works, and and that's why on page 335, you see the waiver that we provided. This was actually the same, this was the waiver we sent to them, where we approved it so that they could waive the fees because they actually have a YouTube channel that does it, but it works within what the network does is the NFHS network streams their YouTube channel. So the kids are being broadcast through the network. So instead of it going this way out, that situation goes this way and out. And it works out very good, but we have to have that communication and we need to have our schools aware of this because we have two schools in the north where we're really working to get an agreement. So basically they're going to be almost like a pay-per-view type of situation. And it could be good money for them. And to charge them per game to do that is ridiculous because they will never make a penny off of that because I don't think they're going to have that many views that would warrant it. And I don't think it's our place to take money from the schools when they're working to get it. So I'm gonna stop because I don't keep.
I'm gonna go to Rollins.
Oh,
When is this getting out? I mean, that,
I've had a conversation with the North.
okay.
I was at their, right.
March 10th.
Okay.
Tim, we invited Tim to come to that meeting and that question came up. He was able to address that with all of our ADs and they were all present. Most of our athletic administrators were there.
Can we have that in
Got
writing
this
as well?
information.
You will get that in writing.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank
And I thought it went pretty well.
Yeah.
I think the two of them got it.
They understood.
They understood that I wasn't trying to take money from them. I just wanted to make sure that what we don't want to do is, we don't want to violate our contract with the NFHS network. Because that is, we're at 40,000 this year. We've already surpassed that number in that. Next year's number, their estimate is $176,000. I'm not counting on it because that's an estimate. I think it's a little high. I lower it by 10%, but even then, we're talking a 3 times increase in the amount of money we're getting from them. That's nearly a human being of salary for us, and I like that.
Gonna go to Keith?
I just would say, Jim, there is a lack of understanding from the principals in the Clark County School District. Not that I've never heard this, but I don't know. People don't even understand the difference between streaming and so I think this needs to be something presented, because I would tell you that most people in my position don't necessarily understand. And so when you're signing contracts, because Huddle's the big one, right? Everyone wants Huddle. I don't know that everyone even truly understands the difference, and I think we need to do whether it be from the NIAA or the NIAA and CCSD, I can only speak for us. We need some help trying to make sure that we're not signing contracts we shouldn't be signing. But we don't even know we're not supposed to be signing them.
My plan for that, Keith, is exactly what you just said. When I get this done, I'm gonna go wherever I need to go to talk about it, probably a principals meeting in CCSD.
Okay.
Probably get with Rollins again, even though we met with them March 10th, share that out, and then make sure we flood everybody with it. The other thing we're going to do is work in reverse as well. We're gonna contact Huddle. We're gonna contact Play On. We're gonna contact, used to be, it's a stat company. It doesn't matter, but other companies that do this type of stuff so that they understand the process that we're going through. And game changer, thank you, game changer.
Domingo?
Well, we've dealt with this quite a bit.
Yes.
What I refuse to do is pay for somebody to broadcast my game and then give them to NFHS so they can make money. Because that makes 0 sense for me to have to pay someone to record and or broadcast our game, and then they have the rights to take it and go make monthly dues on it, which is ridiculous. Now, you guys are making money. It's not about that. It's about the fact that if they are not doing it, if they have not reached out, why do we have to go chase them down to give them money when they are not actively coming to our place? Now, when they do, they have carte blanche. They get the spot in the stadium, whatever but they just reach out to us. But when they're not reaching out to us, why do we have to go then find them to give them money so that somebody else can do it? Because what happens is, to get the rights out, if someone else is willing to come and do it, we're not getting anything off of it, but we have to then contact them so that they can pay to get the streaming rights so that you guys get your money. And it's not a knock on the chain on how it all works, but it's not cost effective for us, that people that want to do things and want to show our school or whatever in sports. And then they have to, oh, well, you can't do it. You have to go call them and pay this fee to get this right.
And that's my concern with the two, Domingo. I don't want to make the money off of that. I don't think that's what we want to do. But what I don't want to do is, I don't want you to get into an agreement with someone and then the NFHS come in and want to broadcast. I've never had a problem. Whenever they've said they're coming to your games, you guys have been very accommodating and you've worked very well with them. I'm not looking for that other direction. That's not what this is about. This is about clearing up what the rights are and where they go and how they process.
Yeah, so we've had lots of problems with that.
Okay.
With various events, because there's in-season events.
Yes.
Out-of-season events are totally different. Right. But in-season events where we host and we might have, I don't know, 200 teams, basketball.
Right.
We have 10 gyms and they say they want this game at this gym. And that limits what happens, because we have all the gyms, but they want to come in and take the main site and take the main games where we're putting the best talent, the people that want to see or whatever. And they have the right to do that. And that messes up the money because you're taking away the main gym of, the host site or whatever. So it becomes an issue. And so just historically, we've been through this where it's fine until they want to do it. And then once they want to do it, then it becomes a major issue because they've heard, or there's a popular athlete in that gym and they want to squeeze in the money on that person. And it just becomes an issue because I understand the rights of the streaming rights, but I also understand that if there are no buyer, nobody actively pursuing these things, we have to make moves in order to make money off of this, you know, monetize this whole thing. And then when they come in last minute, that breaks the deal that we've made based off of not having any interest until they hear a name or a person that they want to monetize. And then they'll all of a sudden pay some company to come out to do it so they can monetize on the back end. You know, that's a major concern over the years where we're hosting events. And if they're in season, it's a problem. If they're out of season, it's not a problem.
And that's another issue I'd like, we need to consider too, is do we want to continue with the rights in season, regular season and move to a postseason only situation? Which I have to make sure that will not jeopardize our projected income on that as well.
I'm gonna go around the table, go, Dave, X and Tammy.
David, I'm sure liaison, just a quick question, when they say streaming rights. What is the definition for streaming rights? Because you could say, like, if ESPN comes in and does the game. And they put on ESPN Plus, which is a streaming.
There you go.
Yeah. Anything put out over the internet, whether that is video or just audio.
Okay, so if it's internet only, or because you're talking about ESPN Plus that does.
Like, again, if like, let's say the ESPN, the mothership shows up at Cadence tomorrow to broadcast Sloan Canyon. They are on TV, that's televised, but they do have ESPN as part of the streaming package on Roku, on Amazon Fire, and whatever else.
Yeah.
Yes, that is streaming. Yes, the NFHS network owns the rights. ESPN or places like that are gonna come to usually us right away.
Right away.
Okay,
And we'll direct them and say, this is what we have with the NFHS network. Please work with them. The network, and I'm sorry, I'm jumping kind of around here. In talking to the network, unless they really want something, they don't generally have a problem. It's when they want to stream it, then it interferes with what we've got through our contract.
okay, and just because I had a conversation with them and they were trying to sell me, I'm like, no. I
Yeah.
think-
David's more or less for the NFHS network, a right of first refusal. If it's streaming and they want it, they have the rights to it. Somebody else wants to stream and the NFHS network goes, sorry, we don't want to do your croquet game today. Then somebody else can stream.
Xavier,
Tim, I think maybe it might be beneficial for the board, if you maybe talk about the year review. And how you handled that
Okay,
and.
Oh, yeah.
good call.
And
Forgot about that.
And the monies and all that.
So Your View is a television station out of San Diego. They came and approached Xavier and then he brought me in. They wanted to do, how many they ended up doing? 9 basketball games. I thought it was great, get our kids on television, good channel, that's great. So what I told them was, we would waive the rights to them, but they would pay the rights fee to the host school. Instead of giving us the money, give it to the host school for the inconvenience of having to prepare, do all the other stuff, and that worked out really, really well. And that was because we didn't want to limit the rights, and we didn't want to limit the opportunity. And so we worked that out with them and everything worked out well. We're looking at doing another situation perhaps again with another company that wants to do sort of like
the red zone.
a red zone type of idea, but it would be strictly pulling in the stream. And literally would just say, if it's on the network, we're gonna pull it, so they're not interfering with anything you have set up over here or anything you have up here. It's all in the stream already, and they're gonna pull from that stream. So we can eliminate the need for them to, they would get the rights that direction, and we keep them out of your hair from a site base, but then we would also be able to get some more funding towards the schools that are participating. So we're looking at trying to do that because, again, we're not talking about substantial income across the board here from doing this that would warrant us taking this fee and charging it to the schools. It would be cost prohibitive for schools, and I don't think that's what we want to do. We just want to make sure we are staying within that contract that we have, protecting our rights and our interests, and making sure we're being compensated accurately and correctly.
Tim,
I guess my question, I'm trying to listen to make sure I'm on the right. So the Pixelate cameras that we have are NFHS.
Yes.
So when they buy the subscription,
Mhm.
and they watch whatever, that's not considered streaming.
Yes, it is.
That is,
That's their service,
okay.
their streaming service.
So, I mean, I don't have Gorman problems where everybody's trying to watch my games, but
You don't?
I don't, I'm sorry, but,
Now you have problems.
but I cannot get a working pixel art camera.
Like that, yeah.
That's our problem, and that is in discussion, and I'll have more information at our athletic
Okay, thank
administration.
God, because I'm on camera number 6 and it's getting old.
Yeah.
I can't share any information at this time, but, yes,
It's coming.
so I will.
Thank you.
Yes, wait.
I do have some people who want to watch my games. We have some.
Bucked off a lot of horses. I've been mauled by 2,000-pound bulls. And I've been
still
gored by
functional?
wild cows, but I will never tell a mother not to Facebook Live their child while they're playing. I am not that brave.
We're not, I got. Yeah, and
He's a crazy man.
First of all, I can't believe you wouldn't take that on.
Oh my God.
And secondly, in our conversation with the NFHS network, trust me, they get it.
Yeah.
They're not gonna go after somebody's mom for broadcasting the game back to somebody's grandma or something like that. Technically, is it in violation? Yes. Is the police officer gonna pull you over for going 36 to 35?
Yes.
Trying to rush your pregnant wife to the hospital? Probably not.
I mean, and I'm not gonna lie, we've used what would be considered bootleg, video that was sent out, through Facebook in an ejection situation.
It was beautiful.
It was beautiful footage. Kid did a great job, got the whole entire thing, and we had a full view, and
Far better than the team film.
it was, yeah, far better than the team film, so, and we did a polite little warning, hey, listen, you really shouldn't Facebook Live this, you don't have the streaming rights for this, but we weren't gonna go after a kid. No, I mean, and trust me, I'm definitely not going after a grant, so, I just wanted to bring you up to speed on this, we will continue to work through this, but more information is to follow, and we'll make sure that we get it out there. And the situation that we're dealing with, I understand your pain, especially when you have a product. Working with the Fall Classic and volleyball, we had a valuable product that people wanted to watch. And working with Donnie, he was very gracious, and we got it through, we got the rights, we paid the fee. And when it was all done, the network let us do what we needed to do to broadcast it out. I mean, we were sending it out when the first time we streamed it through the United Arab Emirates. There was a company out of UAE was broadcasting from Durango's gym to the UAE and then back in. And by doing that, we were able to reach out to other communities and allow them to watch. But I understand, I know the pain you're talking about. When you have a product that's worth value, there's a lot of money available in there. We want to make sure we monetize it correctly and don't penalize our people. So thank you. That's it.
Good, we're almost done. Let's go to page 336. We're gonna get you guys out of here way before 2:15. Hopefully there's no accident on I-15. All right. Hey, it took me 50 minutes again to get here. I live on the other side of the world. All right, future items. Mr. Jackson, I'm gonna turn this over to you.
Number one, from what, if I miss anything, please let me know. The one thing was, bringing back procedures for agendized items and how we're going to process those. Number two was, I've already talked to Paul, we're going to do a board training in September after the June meeting. Then, because there'll be new board members coming on, potential, and we'll do a board meeting in September, so we'll do a board training in September.
Can I ask what that potentially would look like?
We've done it before.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna defer to my
It's that
educational
same
expert.
script.
So somewhat with, yeah, some revisions, but
Okay.
just kind of going through how, how
Logistical
ordinance to
things.
function and
Okay.
those sorts of things.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, that's something to go. The chair information will be coming back. I've already reached out to both Deb Dowdy and Kristen Grimm saying that we will be getting together, and I will have them with me in June for the meeting to present and answer questions and look at the dynamics of that potential growth.
It'd be an action item at that time or still a discussion item at that time?
It could, I would think we'll action item it, that way we can
This
move
way we
forward.
could move
Could
forward.
move forward or progress.
Or progress it, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, there will be action. My goals for the evaluation, we'll bring those back to the board. We will have the policy manual brought back for the board.
Ejection report for the spring.
Ejection report for the spring. And our RFP for the trophies. Those are the only things I see unless I missed something.
What about process?
Oh, yes, and we'll have the process and procedures for the new eligibility after the new eligibility statement is made. Any adjustments to that?
And Deanna will have her replacement for me. You promised. That was a tough hill. But we got the right person. Ellen,
I'm not sure this is the appropriate request for this, but the sportsmanship committee. Can we talk about that or get that going again?
Yes. Yeah, we don't need to get it going, it's got a call meeting,
Okay, all
so that doesn't need to be on the agenda.
right, so,
Now that we have that policy back, we can start meeting again.
okay,
just do a little high five.
Spring realignments and postseason.
Spring realignment, spring postseason, and the end of that, and the realignment committee discussion.
Abolishment. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Turn to be loose, I like that.
oh, and charter,
Not you.
charter private participation.
Is there anything committee members you would like added to the agenda? Well, you have 10. Come on.
Say wrestling.
Table
Wrestling, backward person, right?
We need specifically, do we need to say wrestling postseason? Has to be part of.
As long as we don't forget it with spring, we're fine. I just wanna-
Realign, please gotta untable it first before.
Yeah, we gotta table it.
Okay. Do we need yeah.
That would be, would that be a part of the eligibility process?
That be the transgender?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
not the
I'll throw
transgender.
that in, yeah, that was my understanding, that would be all of us, all one piece, but it's, yeah.
The transgender.
Just the procedures. Okay.
That's.
That's what, yeah. Yep. Eligibility.
And the physical.
That would be in there.
Okay.
It's part of it.
Anything else for the good of the order? Thanks you guys for attending. We always appreciate seeing you guys.
You say bye to them.
No, saying goodbye to Dallas. Okay, we are now going to item number 35. Public comment this time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about any matter not on the agenda. Items raised during this portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedures of the open meeting law has been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that said person please complete a public comment card and submit to the president prior to the opening of the item. A limit of 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a particular group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be diverted to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. There is nobody here. Anywhere else?
I've got nothing.
Nothing here.
Nothing here. With that said, I truly appreciate you guys, and we are finished at 2:02. Oh.
Motion to
Motion to adjourn. All right, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. It's 2:02. Thank you very much. You guys have a great.